Remember your mics. Just let it go, David.
All right, you ready? Good morning, El Dorado County. Today is Tuesday, August 26, 2025. And I call to order this regular meeting, the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors. Leading us in invocation this morning will be Pastor Chris Scott. Chris, come on up.
Morning, Chair. Morning, Board. Will you please join me in prayer this morning? Jesus, thank you for this opportunity for us to gather, for the concerns and matters of our county to be put in front of us today, for us to focus our conversations and our dialogue about them. We pray for a respectful meeting and conducted in a way that is loving and caring, honoring of all opinions and of all thoughts and ideas. But ultimately, Lord, we pray that you would guide us and lead us in a conversation to what is best for this county and for the people of this county. We consecrate this time and this space to you, all of the presentations, all of the responses, all of it, Lord, we give it all to you. And again, we pray for the residents of this county that you would bring us blessing, that you would give us oversight and wisdom in all of the decisions we make on a day-to-day basis as individuals. But we also lift up specifically the board to you today as they're navigating the decisions and making choices in all these important matters today. We love you. We thank you. It's in your name that we get to pray these things. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you.
Supervisor Harlan, would you lead us in?
Yeah, everybody please join me in the pledge. Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Welcome, El Dorado County, to another regular session of the Board of Supervisors. And thank you for joining us here today in Placerville, California. As a reminder, we limit public comment to 3 minutes to allow enough time for everyone to have their voices heard. What is the will of the board of the agenda?
No changes.
Any changes?
Nope.
CAO? No changes? All right, so open it up to so I can't open it up to public comment.
Move approval.
So I'll bring it back to the board.
Second.
All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
At this time, the board will make any necessary additions, deletion, or corrections to the agenda. District 1?
Sorry,
Mr. Chair, I think
consent
you're
calendar?
onto the consent calendar.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that.
Any necessary
Yeah,
changes to the consent?
Yeah, is there will of the board? Yeah, okay. Deletions to the consent calendar. All right. What's District 1?
No changes.
District 5?
No changes.
District 3?
No changes.
District 4? No changes. And I have no changes. This time we'll open it up to public comment. Kim?
We are now taking public comment on the consent calendar. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Come on up if there's any comments. But also I'm going to read in that the board will take open forum comments at 1 p.m. Open forum is a time to comment on any item that is not on the agenda today. So anybody want to speak on the agenda? Come on up. I mean, the consent. Yeah, today is one of those days. So let's go to Zoom participants, please, Kim.
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from Linda Campbell.
Good morning, everyone. Linda Campbell, El Dorado Hills. I have, question on item 13. So the California Tahoe Alliance, I've been unable to locate any website or method for the public to see what are the objectives, the progress, or the outcomes. The status shown for the agreement being done is apparently seems to be just to staff, or is that going to be to the board for public view. Since they're using public money, I would think it should be readily available to the public. So it would be great to understand how we can track how the money's being spent for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda.
There is no additional public comment.
All right. So I'm going to actually move to item 16, the 9/11.
Mr. Chair.
Vote on
I think you
consent.
want to take action on the consent calendar first.
Oh, okay. Take action.
Yeah, and Mr. Chair, would you mind if I just responded?
Yeah, go
briefly
ahead.
To the comment regarding that item. There are many agencies up in the Tahoe Basin that all go in on a lobby firm, which is the item that's before us. It's $1,000 a month. The contract in our packet is for a 3-year term. And it is to lobby for investment in the basin for all kinds of different things. So if you know how expensive lobbyists are, you know that
Yeah.
it's a pretty good deal for the county.
All right. So bring it back to board. Any other comments or questions?
I would move approval of the consent calendar.
Second.
Second. All those in favor by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion
right.
passes 5-0.
So we're actually going to move to item 16 first, and it's a 9/11 proclamation. Proclamation of El Dorado County Board of
sorry.
Supervisors. Yeah, go ahead.
Item number 16 comes from Supervisor Turnbull, recommending the board authorize the chair to sign a proclamation in recognition of September 11th in memory of that tragic day in 2001 when our nation was brutally attacked by terrorists, resulting in enormous loss of American lives.
Proclamation of El Dorado County Board of Supervisors in recognition of September 11th, honoring the heroes of that fateful day in 2001. This morning of September 11, 2001 dawned as an ordinary day. As the hours unfold, our county was viciously attacked. Our country was viciously attacked by terrorists who carried out a plan to murder thousands of innocent people on American soil. Whereas the intent to topple and destroy our beloved country, the true spirit of American people was awakened and emboldened by the share of grief and fierce resolve to put sacrifice over self and rise up against the evil in defense of the freedom. And whereas, when we remember and reflect that day, it is our fellow man that shared our hearts and memories. Amidst images of destruction, we remember the sacred reverence of our first responders who ran in when everything else was running out. We remember the average men and women who rose up to the heroes to help, comfort, save the people they did not even know. We still tremble at the thought of hurried the last calls of the unspeakable courage who took the utter last roll, and the intentional sacrifice and turned an ordinary field in southern Pennsylvania into a battlefield whose victory thwarted unfold destruction. And whereas September 11th, 2025 marks the 24th anniversary of this day that united our nation, renewed our national pride, and the true love of this country, while then refined in the sacred role of the patriot that to cause of liberty. Now therefore be proclaimed the Board of Supervisors of the County of El Dorado does hereby proclaim September 11, 2025 as a day to honor the heroic service and actions and sacrifice of the first responders, law enforcement personnel, and community members and volunteers, and countless others who ran into the children and grandchildren, making sure that their stalwart bravery is known and remembered as a sacred sacrifice, recognizing the freedom is won at an unspeakable cost. And now, therefore, be further proclaimed to recognize the valiant service of the sacrifice given each day by members of the armed forces services, diplomatic services, intelligence services, and agencies, Homeland Security, and El Dorado County Public Safety personnel and first responders who are all on the front lines defending the security of our nation, our country, and our daily lives. passed and adopted by the Board of Supervisors of the County of El Dorado as a regular meeting held 26th day of August, 2025. All right, I'll bring it back to the board for any questions or comments. Anybody?
I'm glad we do this proclamation. It's a day that
Yeah.
hopefully will never be forgotten.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
I know it chokes me up every time I think about this. Because there was a couple people that I knew that were lost in those towers that were good friends that actually were living here and moved back to New York at a particular time. So anyway, so open it up to public comment, Kim.
We are now taking public comments specifically regarding item 16. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The time will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Today I'm Chris Payne, representing the Conference of California Historical Societies. It's a statewide organization. Perfect timing to this tragic issue that our chair has so eloquently read in the proclamation. I believe that it'll never be forgotten as long as there's individuals like your Board of Supervisors who keep reminding us by these proclamations that it happened to us and should never happen again. And thank you so much for representing all of the different agencies, and respectfully, I appreciate the actions that you're about to take. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chris. Chris. Anybody else want to speak? Come on up. Go to Zoom participants, Kim.
Now taking public comment from online participants. There is no public comment.
All right. So Eric Homburg is going to accept this for the sheriff's office. So you want
Chair, I'll move the proclamation.
Yeah.
Second.
All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
So let's go down.
Yeah.
Motion passes 5-0.
Come on then.
Lieutenant Eric Palmer with the Sheriff's Office. I just want to recognize the board for this proclamation. It is so important to all of us. This event is huge in all of our lives in our county, in the military, and all first responders. So I just want to recognize the board and thank them for this proclamation on behalf of the Sheriff's Office. And like somebody mentioned earlier, just it's kind of on all of us to make sure we never forget.
Can I get everyone looking this way? 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
All right. All right, now we'll move to our 9 o'clock time allocation. Kim, will you read it, please?
Item number 18 comes from the Chief Administrative Office recommending the board receive and file an update regarding the county's bioeconomy development opportunity zone rating certification project and provide direction to staff if necessary.
All right, welcome, Greg.
Good morning, board. It's been a minute. Very good to see you all. Greg Stanton, Chief Administrative Office, Principal Management Analyst. Last September, your board received a presentation from Aaron Garswood on EcoStrat's Biodevelopment Now Biofuel Economy Biofuel Development Opportunity Zone, EDO Zone Initiative. And during that same agenda item, your board approved the receipt of a $75,000 grant from the USDA Rural Business Development Grant Program to fund a contract with EcoStrat to conduct that analysis. We're here again with Aaron this morning to present a results of the analysis and a rating for El Dorado County, as well as to discuss next steps. So with that, I will turn it over to Aaron, and I see Marian Marinescu on the screen as well, who will be assisting Aaron. So with that, Aaron, please take it away.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Greg. And thank you to the board for the opportunity to present today. We will start by just sharing my screen, and I'll walk through just a brief slide deck presentation to provide you all with an update on the project. Just as a quick round of introductions, again, my name is Erin Garswood. I am the head of our BDO Zone initiative with EcoStrat, and I was fortunate enough to work with Greg on the application to the RBDG and have been supervising this project ever since. I also work very closely with Marian Marinescu, who is joining me today, as well as Marcin Lewandowski, who were the two technical contacts responsible for actually doing the assessment and writing the report itself. So with that, I will just briefly go over our agenda here today. We just have a few slides to touch on, but the goal of the presentation is to provide you all with an update on the report, where it is currently at, what the results are, and more importantly, what the next steps are and what you can expect moving forward from this project. We then can open up to any questions. Happy to answer those today, or if any come through email, please let us know. I believe the board has access to this presentation, so please reach out with any questions or concerns. So just to briefly start off, I will allow my colleague Marcin to talk a little bit more about what the result of the rating is and what the A grade means. But just to provide a little bit of context and some background, as Greg mentioned, again, we went through this process to certify the county and surrounding region as a BDO zone rating. Essentially, what this certification is meant to do is understand how much underutilized biomass feedstock is available within a 75-mile drive distance from a given central point. We also assess the infrastructure and ultimately promote this certification and rating to help attract bio-based development and investment opportunities to the county and surrounding region. So the results of this rating were an A rating, which are considered high quality ratings. What I'm showing you on my screen here is the ratings scale. These are the different types of investment grade ratings that communities can receive depending on how well they score during this process. So again, Marcin is going to talk a little bit about the results of this specific rating and what an A grade means. And so with that, I'm going to pass things over to him to provide a brief overview of the report, and again, talk about what the A grade means. So Marcin, I'll pass things over to you from here.
So hi, everybody. I believe that Marcin is not actually on the screen right now. I would kindly ask the clerk to switch to Marcin Lewandowski. He was going to present the results. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. I'm Marcin Lewandowski. I'm a Senior Director here at EcoStrat. My role at the company here is to oversee every single rating that comes out of our shop and BDO zone rating. Those are the ones I refer to. So there's just to give some additional context. Thank you, Erin, for providing that initial introduction. As of now, there's over 62 to be exact BDO zone ratings published in North America. I believe around 12 of them or 15, up to 15 are in Canada. The rest are in the United States. And all of these ratings look at different types of biomass. And what they do, they assess the potential availability, the pricing, but also the risk profile of the biomass supply chain. Biomass is a particular type of raw material that is generated as a byproduct of other operations. And so the risk profile is quite substantial usually. And therefore, whenever project developers or investors are looking into going into an area, they're always concerned with the risk, right? So that's why our company, in collaboration with the Idaho National Laboratory and the Department of Energy, developed a biomass supply chain risk standard. It's a national standard, both in Canada and the United States. And based on that standard, then we created the BDO zone program. So the rating here is embedded in a protocol that's very much backed by all the experts in the industry and that standard I referred to. So what does this actually mean? This means this is a very credible assessment, and this report goes out to it's available publicly and read mostly by project developers, international project developers, as well as investors in biomass projects. So these include companies that develop biofuels, biochemicals, they develop green hydrogen, develop biomass power, and wood pellets, all these kinds of projects. The report serves really as a pre-evaluation of potential sites. The report has two components, has the evaluation of biomass supply risk. So that's what our company really specializes in. And then it has an infrastructure risk profile as well. So there's an actual industrial site that we evaluate for things like access to rail network, logistics, energy and natural gas, housing costs and such. So all of that provides for an early due diligence that's ready for project developers. And what that means is that any community that's rated with this BDO zone rating increases its likelihood of attracting a project. So the end result is that economic development offices just get more inbound calls from project developers looking to potentially site a project. And this one in particular is an interesting one because we did focus around the wildfire fuel materials. So the fuel treatment materials that result from fire mitigation efforts. And then we also scaled it to its community kind of scale quantity. So each BDO zone is rated. So the risk itself, so A in this case, which by the way means low risk. It's a low risk area. And that rating is respective of the quantity of biomass that is being rated and the pricing it's being rated at. In other words, here we rate about 100,000 bone-dry tons of material, which is enough to produce or to develop a community scale power project or a kind of medium-sized wood pellet mill. And the pricing is provided there. But there's actually more material potentially available in the region. The reason we didn't, so there's actually 3 times as much material that we think is out there. The reason we only do it for about 100,000 tons is because that's the material that we think is available at a low risk. As you increase the volume of the material, the risk increases for various reasons. For instance, for example, that the one sawmill that's within the study region contracts or shuts down, then there's less material available on the market. So with all that being said, this is geared very much towards a medium scale or a community scale facility and really focuses around the wildfire fuel treatment type of material. So the study region is here shown on the map. There's the BDO zone is defined by a 25-mile drive distance from Camino, in this case, from the project site. Then the supply zone is where the material is typically could be delivered from, that 75-mile drive distance. And then the competition zone, so an area where other users of biomass can have influence on the market, that's double that, which is 150-mile drive distance, which is indicated by the blue area. In terms of the major assets For this BDO zone. Of course, there's a big community support to in terms of bioeconomy to develop biofuel projects, and that's of course stems from the challenges that the community faces, the region faces with regards to wildfires. There's little competition for the biomass. There's a number of biomass power plants, but they tend to use either agricultural or orchard clearings or traditional forestry materials. Some of them have tried using some of the wildfire fuels. Sorry, the material that comes from fuel treatment efforts. They still use them, but that's not most of the material that they use. So there's little competition for the biomass that we're looking at here. And any quantity that we report on here is already takes account of that competition. So this is in addition to the competition. This is the surplus of the material. There's enough logging and grinding and transportation capacity to sustain the project, which is always good. That means the supply chain is ready for a new project to come in and build a facility. And of course, there's established infrastructure for potential biomass project at the former sawmill site that's being evaluated here. So this is just a summary. There's a big document that comes with it that's going to be, Greg, I know you have access to it, but this will be published publicly to for everybody to see eventually. There's 80 pages of analysis behind all these statements. Erin, if we can move on to the next slide. This just breaks down that quantity into different categories. So pulpwood logs, this includes the fire fuel treatment material. That's about 64,000 BDTs, bone dry tons a year. And then on top of it, you have forest residue, which comes from forestry operations, traditional forestry operations at about 42,000 bone dry tons per year. The pricing is provided down there. It probably is not as important to this audience as it is to project developers, but it does provide for an idea of anybody who wants to come in what they're going to have to pay for the material. Now, what's important from the perspective of the community here is that we did not include the existing subsidies for the fire fuel treatment material that are in the market. So the actual price that the biomass power plants currently pay is between $40 and $60. That's in comparison to 75 to 95 that we indicate here. That's clearly stated in the report. But the reason we decided to not include it in the rating itself is because that can change. And anytime there's uncertainty within the supply chain, like uncertainty of pricing, uncertainty of existing subsidies or continual subsidies, that increases the risk. So we wanted to make sure we show what the actual price of the material is without the subsidies, and the subsidies which are described in the report are in addition or an additional incentive for project developers to use to come in to consider. And Erin, if you can move to the next slide. I'm not sure how much time I have. I don't want to go over, but I'll be happy to take any questions around the technical aspects of the report. Finally, we are at the score. So the score itself, as Erin mentioned before, is out of 100, but really the low risk score is anywhere between 15 and 20. If you fall within 15 and 20, that's the A rating. If it's lower than 15, then that's a higher level, double A rating. Rarely does any region get that kind of a rating. And the below one is a triple B rating. So it's 16.7 out of 100, which is again an A investment grade low risk rating. There are some challenges here that are listed. So again, from project development perspective, everybody always considers these challenges when they plan the procurement. Biomass quality and quantity fluctuations arising from forest restoration, salvage, and wildfire mitigation activities. Sometimes it's difficult to project how much of the material will actually come out of the forest, and that uncertainty creates a challenge. Road infrastructure challenges, especially in national forests and steep terrains. And we also provide some of the solutions here. And then dependency of non-timber forestry objectives such as wildfire mitigation, ecological restoration, and government subsidies. This is what I mentioned. It is true that government subsidies, or in this case, the funding that goes into the wildfire mitigation activities is a good thing and ensures continual access to feedstock. However, from a project development perspective, any material that is dependent on subsidies or government policy is potentially risky. Usually these projects are planned with a 20-year horizon, and as we know, government policy can change. So anytime there's a subsidy, that adds additional layer of risk. That's why the rating itself bundles the forestry, the wildfire fuel material with the traditional forestry material to arrive at that low A rating. In other words, if whatever happens and then there's not enough wildfire fuel material available, the company can always switch to forest residue, traditional forestry material. That's the presentation. That's the quick summary of the report. Again, it's a big document, so I encourage everybody to read it, although it's quite dry and quite technical, but you can at least, it's a proper comprehensive due diligence that we've done here for the El Dorado County, and thank you.
Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, Marcin. I just have a few more slides that I'm going to very quickly touch on to be respectful of everyone's time, just regarding the next steps for the project, specifically as it relates to the promotion and marketing of this rating. This slide here just gives you a quick overview of the number of ratings that Marcin had mentioned have been issued to date in North America, just to put this rating into perspective, where it falls with some of the other ratings. As mentioned, we've issued over 30 A ratings, about 10 AA, and the remaining are either BBB or lower. So, it's a low grade, investment grade rating, and we're very happy with the results of the El Dorado County BDO zone. With that said, this presentation sort of concludes the technical phase of this project. As Marcin mentioned, it is quite a lengthy document, and up until this point, there's been quite a extensive review committee. We've received feedback and incorporated this into this final report. So we are now at the stage of transitioning into the promotional phase of this rating to actually help drive economic development opportunities to the county. I won't go through every single bullet point here, but this just gives you a sense of some of the activities that the initiative will do and carry out to help promote this region and the A rating. Some of these include press releases, webinars, advertisements, media posts, etc. The webinar series that we put on is in partnership with the largest bioeconomy daily within the industry. They have a network of well over 6 million subscribers, technology companies, investors, project developers, etc., who tune in to this series to learn more about these ratings as potential site locations for various bio-based projects. So this is a next step. Following this presentation, we'll schedule a time for this webinar to help promote this region, in addition to doing a press release and various other promotional activities. Just quickly, I'll touch on the distribution list. These are some of the different networks and strategic partners that will receive the rating and the press release and related media. We do have a number of partnerships that we've developed over the years to help create an ecosystem for each of our BDO zone communities so that they are connected to developers and technology companies, as mentioned, that are specifically interested in siting projects within BDO zones. Again, as you can see, there's a list of a number of different organizations and associations, et cetera, on this list. But again, I'm happy to share this with the group for a more detailed review. This is just another example of, this is actually a screenshot of a rating that was done in the North San Joaquin Valley in California, just to showcase what the website will look like for the El Dorado County rating. Essentially what we do is post all of our ratings to a web page. And again, all users can access this. They can download the rating and all related media, and they're able to actually reach out and share the report as well. So this is just another example of one of the efforts that we'll do to help promote the rating. Now, before I conclude, I just have one more slide to touch on after this one, but I do want to talk very quickly about some of the figures that I actually pulled from our annual report that was released in January of this year, just to give you a sense of what's to be expected in terms of economic development inquiries as it relates to the BDO zone rating. Some of these figures, as you can see on my screen here, are quite substantial, and our communities that have participated in this process have been extremely happy with the results of this rating. Notably, I'll draw your attention to the top right corner, 69% increase. This figure is the number of inbound inquiries from project developers on average that BDO zones received within the last year. So this is quite significant for a lot of smaller communities that have not received inbound inquiries, or perhaps were not connected to these types of stakeholders before this rating. Another notable figure is the bottom right, which is 850 per rating. This is on average the number of downloads that these ratings are being downloaded and viewed by project developers and technology companies globally. So again, this just speaks to the visibility that these communities are seeing. And again, actually getting connected to these various developers globally. Now, the last slide I'll touch on is just a couple of examples of the, over 20 plus communities that are in active discussions with project developers worldwide, looking to utilize the biomass and infrastructure identified in these BDO zone communities. You can see a couple of regions here in Washington, Ontario, Nebraska, Mississippi, and Iowa, all in different discussions with developers looking to produce things like sustainable aviation fuels, renewable chemicals, bioproducts, et cetera, which are some of the examples of types of projects that would be interested in siting in this region to utilize the biomass and infrastructure identified within this report. So again, I apologize for going a little bit over. I'm not sure how much time we had, but I'm happy to share this with the group. If there are any questions, we can address those quickly now, but otherwise, please reach out to myself, Marcin, or Marian for any technical questions. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. I'll bring it back to the board. Any comments or questions?
Yeah, I do. I really appreciate, first I want to, Greg, come on back to the podium, because the county as a whole, the board has been advocating for bringing back our bioeconomy for quite some time now. We've been trying to figure out how to do this, given the need for forest management over, the King Fire was the big one that really started things, what was the big one in Tahoe was I want to call it the rim.
Angora Fire.
Angora. And so we've known, that we've needed to do forest management. But then every conversation always ended up in this circular thing of, well, we can't do more, management because we don't have a mill. And it's like, well, we don't have a mill because we don't have, it was this constant, and it was mind numbing. And so I appreciate the board. A few years ago, we hired Greg as our consultant to really, lead on this effort. You found this opportunity for this rating, which connects us to investors. I hope people realize that the county is so serious trying to address this issue, and at the same time rebuild our bioeconomy that we once had with all the efforts toward forest management. So I just want to say special kudos to Greg for really digging in with the consultants to make sure that, every factor that we could possibly get considered is in this report. So just thank you, Greg, and I hope you're ready to run and go get, go get us some investors. Because the forest management, and it even talks about the pulpwood, which is the salvageable trees. We have so many salvageable trees to get out of the forest right now. So, we've talked also about the whole campus idea up
Mhm.
there at the Camino site. So not only just something, bringing in the salvage, figuring out where to do with it and all that, but then possibly a nursery, because we're always looking about the seeds. The seedlings are always in short supply. So very exciting. And I just can't thank you enough, Greg, for hanging in there. I don't know if everybody realizes how much work he's been doing to keep this going in a positive manner. So thank you.
That's very kind of you, Supervisor. I will say that it's a team effort, absolutely. Tara Stout, who's sitting in the audience, and Sue Henneke, primarily in the CIO's office, and then a multitude of other individuals on the Biomass Ad Hoc Working Group for so far, even members of our adjacent counties, Nevada and Placer County, going through the same process and working together as a team, evaluating these reports. So it's a very large group effort. Shout out to Norma Santiago. I'm sure I'm missing a bunch of other people that are
It's been a
engaged,
lot.
but-
It's been a
but
lot.
there's a lot of people. I just happen to be standing here, so, but thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Greg, for everything you've done, especially, I mean, it's a vision is what it is, and we want to try to put this in place because it's going to benefit El Dorado County. It really is.
Well, and thank you, board, for your support. Your direction to me was to facilitate. That's where the county stood, yet you have still stuck your toes in the water and invested in this effort, and that's very much appreciated, and I'm optimistic that investment's going to pay off.
Yeah.
One of the questions I have, I was noticing Plumas County wasn't on any of this. So I didn't see there was any rating for them. So I was just kind of curious about that.
I don't know if they are in the process of exploring that or not, to be honest. I haven't talked to Jonathan about it.
Yeah, because I remember they just got a grant or something like that. They're actually going to do 260,000 acres plus reforestation up there. So I think that's a great thing that the
Aaron-
Sierra Institute is doing. So,
Aaron may be able to address that if they've been engaged,
Yeah.
Loomis County or not.
yeah.
I can quickly jump in. We have been engaged. Plumas County actually applied to the same grant opportunity to go through this process. So they should be hearing back on that this fall, whether or not funding was successful.
Okay.
Good.
Well, thank you. Appreciate that information.
I'll just mention also that the residents in Pollock Pines have expressed to me over and over again that the return of the Camino Mill would mean so much to their population and to their economy. So there's great support for this.
Yeah.
I just really appreciate what you've done as well. This is really positive and time is a wasting, so we need
Yeah.
to get going.
Yeah, exactly. Brian, Greg, anything?
Just kind of broad questions. What are the main hurdles between bringing this from a vision to a reality? Is it investors? Is that?
Yeah, Marcia, I don't know if you want to jump in here as well, but I would say definitely investor risk is one of the big hurdles and part of the reason why we developed this initiative. The framework that Marcin touched on, the standards for biomass supply chain risk, all ratings are based upon this framework. And to develop that framework, we actually worked with numerous developers in capital markets discussing what those key risks are. And essentially, that's how this framework was developed. Marcin, I don't know if you want to chime in here further, but I would say that's probably one of the bigger risks, but I'll allow you to comment as well.
No, that's correct, Erin. There's the perception of the perception of risk in the biomass industry is quite significant. So what the standards do, it's a protocol for assessing that risk and therefore keeping the risk transparent and lowering that perception. In other words, it's the same language that we're trying to speak to investors and project developers to lower the perception of the biomass risk. We've been working on biomass projects for 30 years, so we know what that risk is. But when somebody invests, somebody's in New York on Wall Street, that perception is different than ours. So we're trying to connect the two, and that's why this risk rating is looks exactly the same like a credit risk rating, right? Because we're trying to speak the same language. So we're trying to connect, again, the biomass industry with the money, and that is the biggest hurdle. Now, the good news is that it's working, right? So we see projects being developed in the areas that are being rated. Like I said, this is the communities that are rated have done the due diligence preemptively for potential projects. So projects don't have to look into, in other words, you're putting yourselves on the stage as one of the best communities for these projects to get developed in. And then the particulars are within the report. So if somebody's looking to build a pellet mill, producing 100,000 tons of pellets, this would be a perfect community to go into. Same with a kind of a small, community scale power or heating project. This would be perfect, or a biochar project for that matter. And then a SAF, a big industrial scale SAF project, they'll probably choose Louisiana or Alabama because of just the different quantities of biomass available there and just a different industry.
Thank you.
That's great. Yeah, I think El Dorado Northern would be a perfect spot for a pellet mill. I really do think so. I mean, it's already established, and one of the oldest mills in El Dorado County too. So,
Well,
anyway.
supervisors, as you know, that site is owned by Sierra Pacific Industries, and so it's going to take, I think, a lot of discussion and some meetings with them to
Right,
really
exactly.
better gauge their willingness to partner with the county and moving something forward if a project developer should come forward.
And we did start those conversations a few years ago and then found this opportunity to get the rating. And so I think that we'll just carry on from where we last talked to them. So, yeah.
So I think this is a great thing. This is a start of something I think is going to be good for El Dorado County. I've been talking about this for years, about biomass. So anyway, this is a big step. It really is. Thank you, Greg, for everything you've done.
Thank you, Greg.
All right. Any other comments right now? All right, I'll go ahead and open it up to public comment.
We are now taking public comments specifically regarding item number 18. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The time will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Come on up, Chris.
Chris Payne, El Dorado County. For a long time, we've been speaking about this subject. For a long time, we've been waiting for this report from EcoStrat. And Aaron and Marcin, I appreciate your comments to date. I guess I'm kind of interested in your notion of how this process is similar to bond rating. When you have Moody's, Standard & Poor's, and Fitch. And then on this particular subject, we have EcoStrat. So in a broad perspective, your comments and your rating is critically important to the success of proposed projects. But Marcin said, if all the regional biomass material were considered, the rating might change. I might be stating it incorrectly, but I was wondering about the conservative nature of what you have put into this numerical rating. I believe is 16.70. And then comparatively, it's a low A to others that could be generated. But how high could we get if we took our assumptions and broadened them in a more liberal way? Could we get up to that AA? Is there a possibility we could get to AA? Because certainly in that respect, you have this what I consider more conservative lower number, but then with the potential to go much higher, or maybe higher, but I don't know how much higher. And so that's, to me, is still an unanswered question. And maybe the breadth of the report itself, the entire report, might answer that question, and then which I haven't read. But certainly, I ask your board to consider that question as being relevant to our discussion today. Thank you so much for the time.
Thank you, Chris. Anybody else want to speak on item 18? Come on up. Let's go to Zoom participants, please, Kim.
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from Norma.
Good morning, Norma Santiago on behalf of the Biomass Utilization Working Group at SOFAR. Thank you so much for your presentation. I'm very excited about all the efforts that's gone to create this rating. I have more some practical questions in terms of its applicability and where do we go from here. And so I'd like just to ask my questions, and then maybe we can just turn it to the panel to address them. First of all, my first question had to do you talked a lot about biofuel and looking at investments for development of biofuels. Is this also rating being utilized to look at companies who are interested in the utilization of biochar? That's my first question. My second question is, how do investors connect with the county? So you elaborated how you reached out through these BioZone Connect webinars and that kind of thing. So does an investor then express an interest in El Dorado County, and you guys coordinate that? How do you coordinate that interest into some project that's actually developed in El Dorado County so that we can actually see some of these projects on the ground? And then I know that there has been some great deal of discussion of the integration of the feedstock with Placer and Nevada County and El Dorado County, and there's a whole initiative involved in that. And I was wondering how you were looking at maybe creating a broader BDO zone when you start looking at feedstock from all these areas, as you start trying to integrate this infrastructure, the biomass or bioeconomy throughout all these counties, because obviously we don't want to duplicate business or compete with other businesses. We want to attract business here, but at the same time, utilize one county to kind of build on that economy, maybe if it's at another involved in another economy, if that makes any sense. So those are generally my questions. The biggest one is, now that we have this rating, let's go take it out for a test drive. And how do we go about doing that? Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
There is no additional public comment.
All right, so I'll bring it back to the panel. Can you answer some of these questions that she was asking?
Sure. Marcin, I can take maybe the first two questions and then allow you to touch on the third question there. First of all, thank you, Norma, for your questions. Kind of the next steps in terms of what we're doing with the rating, as mentioned, we'll issue a press release and do those sorts of things. But this rating is not meant to dictate what type of a project it will or should attract. So though we spoke about biofuels as an example, it does not limit the other type of products that can be produced as a result of utilizing the biomass within this region. So when promoting this rating, we are sharing it with different types of technologies and project developers out there. It is not limited to just biofuels. And so, obviously there's a big push with biofuels, but, there are a variety of different projects like biochar that can utilize this feedstock. As that kind of segues into your next question in regards to investors and how to get connected. Number one, yes, the BDO Zone Connect webinar is a great way to do that. We often act as a facilitator or connector to make introductions to rated communities and those interested stakeholders. However, we also have an investment coalition, which is a group of about 20 or so capital markets that have allocated $1 billion of private capital specifically to be allocated and deployed into projects built and located within BDO zone rated communities. So obviously, once we get to that phase where there is investor interest, again, we act as that facilitator to make those introductions to those parties that align with the requirements identified within the zone. In addition to that, we also have a strategic partnership, which consists of a variety of technology companies and project developers that, again, would be interested in siting zones, particularly in regions that meet their feedstock and infrastructure requirements. Marston, maybe I'll pass things over to you to answer the question about Nevada and Placer County and some of the work we've been doing there and kind of creating a broader BDO zone. I'll allow you to comment there first.
Sure. So indeed, we've completed the same type of work for Placer and Nevada counties. Both of them received a similar rating. Both of them received an A rating, and the number is slightly different because of just mostly different types of infrastructure. So indeed, we can look at these three areas, three communities as one big BDO zone. But we did issue three separate ones for the very purpose of promoting each community separately. One thing to keep in mind is that biomass supply chains are very local, right? So these BDO zones are done within 75-mile drive distance. That's the typical maximum distance where biomass is moved. After that, it's just too expensive. And really, usually folks try to keep that distance to within 50 miles. So although there's overlap in terms of the supply zone, supply areas, there's also different parts of the forest or different lands that these Nevada and Placer and El Dorado tap into. So there's a little bit of competition, you can call it, between the three zones, but there's also a lot of they're tapping into different areas, and there can be collaboration from that perspective, and there should be. So all that being, and then the last point is that, like I mentioned before, when we do these assessments, the quantity that we rate, so the quantity that we're promoting after, is based on all sorts of considerations to remove any risk that we think pertains to these additional quantities. So like I mentioned, we actually think there's 3 times as much material within 75 miles of Camino as the 100,000 tons that we're showing here. So part of it, it can be assumed that some of it would be, for example, taken by the Placer County or Nevada County BDO zone. Some of it is a bit more risky. So all these considerations go into play. So one can say that, one can build a project in Camino, taking 100,000 tons of material, and Placer and Nevada, and stretch it that way, and then the supply chains can collaborate. And preferably, as a side note, these are for biomass type of projects. But if there's a project that takes advantage of the bigger logs, a typical sawmill, that would actually decrease the risk, because the entire supply chain depends on these primary sawmills for it to exist. So there is a potential for the risk to decrease. So which brings me to the second, the earlier question around how do we decrease the risk for these particular zones. Although it's 16.7 out of in that range between 15 and 20. So 15 and 20 is the A rating, and we got this at 16.7. To get it down to below 15, it's quite difficult, especially in the context of this BDO zone. There's certain risks that we just cannot get over, right? And the whole thing is about credibility of this report. The moment we start adjusting too much, the whole program loses credibility. So we're very careful as to what we can actually do to decrease the risk. One thing we can do, of course, is decrease the quantity. So if you only need 25,000 tons, the risk is very low, most likely, and then you can get it down to AA. However, not most projects won't even consider an area that only has 25,000 tons, right? Usually the cutoff for us is 50,000 tons. I think that's the lowest we've ever published and that's a 50,000 ton per year pellet mill, for instance. It's a small project. So the 100,000 tons is a sweet spot, I think. And an A rating is a really good rating. It's actually, it's rarely do we get a AA. So A rating, I would consider a very good rating, especially that there are certain risks that we just cannot remove. Like, for example, just one sawmill that the whole forestry supply chain depends on, right? So that would be answer to that question. And finally, just a comment on how is this similar or different from the typical credit risk rating, such as Moody's or Fitch. And really, this is actually modeled on a credit risk rating. The whole thing about credit risk rating is that people trust it, right? So people trust Moody's, and that's why companies and countries are paying for these reports to get a rating, just because it's everybody else trusts the methodology that these companies use to evaluate the credit risk. And so this is exactly the same. So because the methodology behind this rating is, number one, developed with Department of Energy. So it's not just our company. Number two, it's already a national standard in Canada. It's becoming a national standard in the United States with ENSI. Number three is very transparent. So if you read the report, it's step by step. We look at every risk indicator, and there's about 80 of them that we go through. Very transparent process. That builds up that credibility. And as we move forward with time, there's more and more trust in these reports. As a matter of fact, what is being launched now? So right now, it's just our company that does these ratings. We're launching a separate initiative called the International Biomass Ratings Agency, which is essentially, it's a non-for-profit organization that will issue licenses to other companies to follow the same methodology, right? So this becomes an international methodology for these ratings. So it's not just our company that does this, but all potentially, many other consultancies, and that international body will just make sure that these ratings are up to the highest standard. So it's all about credibility, right? That's why this is different than a typical feedstock study, because again, because of the methodological approach and the credibility is gaining with the investors and project developers.
I know this has gone on much longer than anticipated. I apologize, board. Just a quick comment about the regional approach. So as I mentioned before, we worked collaboratively with Placer and Nevada counties through this process and providing feedback to EcoStrat on their work product. But in addition to that, we've held 5 meetings so far about how can we work together as a region and leverage all 3 of our BDO zones. And that may be as simple as a handshake, or is it as far as, a joint powers authority, and everything in between. And so once we've worked through that at the staff level, then we'll start engaging our biomass ad hoc supervisors in a discussion on whether or not we should bring that to the full board for consideration if there's any formal action that's required. So just to let you know, we are working toward that.
All right. Thank you, Greg. I appreciate it. So I'll bring it back to the board for any comments or questions or.
So receive and file with direction to go.
Yes. Anyway, great presentation. I really appreciate all of the hard work you guys have put into this to help us. Thank you.
Thanks, Greg. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
All right, so I guess we'll move to our 10 o'clock AM time allocation. Item 19, Auditor Controller, Promontory South, CFD.
Item 19 is a hearing from the Auditor Controller recommending the board, 1, adopt and authorize the chair to sign the following resolutions completing the formation process for El Dorado County Community Facility District 2025-1 Promontory South. A, resolution of formation of Community Facilities District. B, resolution determining necessity to incur bond indebtedness. C, resolution calling special landowner election. D, resolution declaring results of special landowner election and directing recording of notice of special tax lien. And 2, approve the introduction first reading of an ordinance levying special taxes for Community Facilities District Promontory South. Waive full reading of the ordinance, read by title only, and continue this matter to the next regular meeting of the board for final passage.
All right. I'll go ahead and open up the public hearing regarding CFD 2025 is now open. The hearing is to inquire information of the CFD, the levy, the special taxes in the CFD, insurance of bonds for the CFD, and any other matters specified in the agenda for this item. All right, presentation. Thanks, Don.
Mr. Chair, I really come here before you today asking for a raise because my performance has improved. As you recall, last time we formed a community facilities district, I forgot to bring the ballots. And I almost forgot to give Kim the ballots this morning, but I checked in advance. So we're going to do better. We're going to accomplish something today where a couple of years ago, we wasted time. Okay, AKT submitted an application to the bond screening committee to form a community facilities district. They gave us a deposit. We came before your board to get authority to hire consultants that would help us form this community facilities district. The community facilities district before you would have a debt limit. It would authorize potentially, not today, and it would all come back to you before we ever issued any bonds, but authorize the issuance potentially of $14 million worth of tax exempt bonds. It would be a special tax of about $5,000 a home, and there'd be an escalator on that where it'd go up each year potentially. And potentially, depending on the timing of the sale of the bonds, these special taxes might be levied through 2070. So the bond screening committee, I believe it was July 22nd, we set this public hearing. But on July 22nd, the board passed a resolution of intent stating that you intended to form today, this morning, this new community facilities district. At the bond screening committee, we always like to look at the risk of what we're asking you to do. There's essentially no risk this morning. There's no risk. What creates risk is the issuance of debt. It's not before you to issue debt this morning. It's before you to consider forming a community facilities district. So the bond screening committee, we had a meeting on a Friday afternoon, so we didn't have a perfect attendance, but those in attendance voted unanimously to recommend that you form this community facilities district this morning. I think I'll have to put on my reading glasses, but I would recommend after you give the public a chance to talk that, in fact, let's give them a chance to talk and then we'll talk about the next step.
All right. Are there any members of the public that wish to speak on this item or any interest parties who wish to lodge a protest? Kim, will you open it up to public comment, please?
We are now taking public comment specifically regarding item number 19. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The time will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Come on up, Steve.
Good morning. I'm Steve Ferry from El Dorado Hills. I'm a member of the CSD Board of Directors. In El Dorado Hills, I'm not here on their behalf. I'm here speaking for myself. This particular project and this particular issue, when I read it, I was really thrilled. I think it's a good deal. We have a couple of issues with it that will work out over the next little while. But this is, the CFD itself is doing a really good job in covering those who should be paying the fees for these things. And we have done things in the past where we didn't have developers paying into any of our stuff. And so we missed all that money. And so now we're starting over again on some of this, but in this particular case, it's there. I'm happy about it. You did receive a letter from Dean Getz. I'm sure you maybe read or glanced at it, but you may want to take another look at it. He has a concern about one issue there, and that is that if you collect for park impact fees and Mello-Roos fees, that you may be not able to actually be doing that. With that in mind, I hope you go ahead and move this forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Anybody else want to speak on this item? Come on up. Kim, let's go to Zoom participants, please.
Now taking public comment from online participants. There is no additional public comment.
All right, so I'll go ahead and close the public hearing. Seeing there's no further questions or comments and no majority protests from landowners, can we consider the following three resolutions described in the items?
You're good,
Chair-
George. You don't need me.
Chair, I would just like to confirm that the clerk has not received any written protests on this matter.
All right, good. Yeah. All right, so bring it back to the board.
Chair, I'd like to ask the auditor a question though, just for clarity.
I've got a few questions for you.
I know, but we'll do that later. Different topic. I just want to have clarity because we did have one of these that came back, I don't know, this year, last year, where the bonds were actually issued and the folks showed up and were very upset and said they didn't know and all that stuff. I don't know if you guys remember, was it this year or last year? I
I
can't
remember
remember.
specifically
And
what you're talking about.
yeah,
It had to do
and-
with the
right.
original Carson Creek Heritage.
Okay.
CFD, yes.
So I guess what I'm trying to understand is, this totally makes sense to me, so I'm not questioning that. It's just how do folks know, I mean, when they buy a place, it should be somewhere in there that this is gonna be part of your cost of living here is this special tax to
yes.
cover the infrastructure. I mean, that's part of it, right?
I have never heard of a credible report where when you buy a home in a Mello-Roos district that the title company, the realtor, there'd be a lot of people with significant legal exposure if you purchased a home in a Mello-Roos district and it wasn't disclosed to you. So,
Yeah, and just checking because we did have one not that long ago in
Mhm.
recent memory, and I just want to make
well,
sure
and-
that,
and
yeah.
I'll take the fault for that because I thought I was being a good guy because we had only issued 2 sets of the plan, 3 sets of bonds, the special tax. I reduced the special tax rate in Carson Creek Heritage. And so with the issuance of the new bonds, the tax rate would go back up to what it had been prior plus the 2% escalator. So they were grouchy that their property tax bill was going up. But my intentions were good and I was keeping their taxes as low as possible.
Right, I remember that now. So, okay, well, thank you for
Whatever I
that.
do, I'm usually in some kind of trouble.
Always, so, okay.
Always, yeah.
Well, if there isn't any further board discussion, I'll go ahead and move to approve this.
So
So it'd be A, B, and
Do you have
C.
to do more?
Before we go
Yeah.
Okay.
that farther, I think, seeing no further questions or comments, no majority protests from landowners, we consider the following three resolutions
Mm.
described in the items. Kim, will you please read the resolutions, please?
Yes, A, Resolution 118-2025 to form CFD 2025-1. B, Resolution 119-2025 determining necessity to incur bonded indebtedness for CFD 2025-1. C, Resolution 120-2025 calling special landowner election for CFD 2025-1.
All right.
So
Now I'll
moved,
bring it
right?
back.
Now can I move it?
Yeah.
there will be a second step, but yes, you can.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. All those,
Well, did you move it?
Yep.
Okay, second.
Yeah, I'll second.
Okay.
You already second, okay.
all right.
All those in favor?
Oh, wait. Yeah, all right. All those in favor by saying aye.
Aye.
Also, I asked the clerk,
Motion passes 5-0.
I also asked the clerk to tally the landowner votes received on this item. Is there any?
Yes, they are all yes.
All right. Okay. Number 8. With
Okay.
unanimous landowner votes in favor of next, consider the following resolution and ordinance described in items 1D and 2 of the agenda. Yeah.
1D is resolution 121-2025 declaring election results. 2 is ordinance 5239 levying special taxes for CFD 2025-1. We will be requesting a motion to, 1, adopt the resolution of 2025, and 2, approve the introduction, waive full reading of the ordinance of 5239 and continue to the next regular meeting for final adoption.
All right, so bring it back to the board.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye. Motion passes 5-0.
All right. Thank you, Joe.
Sorry, Joe, but that's a no to the raise.
There's fine print in there.
Another improvement.
That is too funny. I gotta admit that. All right, so let's go ahead and, let's see, we can go ahead and move to, 20, item number 20. Kim, can you read
Item
that,
number
please?
20 comes from Health and Human Services Agency on behalf of the El Dorado County Commission on Veterans Affairs, recommending the board, 1, receive and file the 2024 annual report from the Veterans Affairs Commission, and 2, receive a presentation from the Veterans Affairs Commission regarding said annual report.
There she is.
All right. Come on up. You want to? Huh? Yeah. Are you gonna come on up, Tim? You can read on this, please. Speak on item 20, please. Okay.
Good morning, Chair, Board of Supervisors. I'm Timon
Morning.
James with HHSA, and with me, I have Roger. He is the Chair of the Veterans Affairs Commission.
Morning.
Morning.
Morning, Roger.
Morning.
Most of you know me. I am the chair this year. I'm under George. We'd like to go over this morning if we could. Slide number 1. Next slide, please. This slide represents the opening, the entrance to the memorial up there, Veterans Alliance Memorial. This is normally done on Memorial Day and Veterans Day. Next slide, please. Most of you probably read this, so I'm going to skim it. The Veterans Affairs Commission shall act in an advisory commission or capacity to the Board of Supervisors, promoting and aiding and encouraging public support for Veterans Affairs. We also review policies and programs affecting veterans and providing appropriate and timely information and recommendations to the Board of Supervisors and the public concerning any Veterans Affairs and reporting to the Veterans Affairs and National Guard. Next slide, please. This is just an overview of the documents. Most of you have read this. On November 19th, 1981, the Board of Supervisors adopted ordinance 4188 establishing the Veterans Affairs Commission. That was updated on January 15th of 2019. The Board of Supervisors adopted ordinance 5098. That was part of the county strategic plan incorporating an object of directing the comprehensive review of county ordinances. On their April 11th, 2019 meeting, the commission voted to recommend the board be made aware of their request to modify the bylaws, our bylaws, an extension considering the repealing of ordinance 5098 and instead use the board's resolution of the primary governing document. At their meeting on November 19th, the board approved the introduction of ordinance 5113, repealing ordinance 5098, stating now therefore be it resolved, the board herein resolves to continue the Veterans Affairs Commission. And then we provide updates to the board as the efforts that have been made are being made to review and update the governing documents. Next slide, please. Ooh, what happened?
Kim, she walks out.
Yeah, we're not gonna do that.
You-
There
you-
it comes. There it comes.
These are, hey, it happens.
Just as she walks.
These are the current members of the district. District 1 is Todd Smith. His alternate is Robert Fisher. I'm District 2. Donna Mullins Becker is my assistant. Christopher Vinton is member of District 3. Seth Culver is the alternate. Ken Walsh is the member for District 4. And Tim Thompson is the member for District 4 alternate. Gary Norton is up in Lake Tahoe under Brook, along with Tom Milham. So that's the current makeup of the Veterans Affairs Commission. Next slide, please. General, the commission meets.
That's fun.
That's all right.
There we go.
In general, the commission meets on the second Thursday of the month at 12 noon. The commission meeting calendar is broke down there. January, February, May, June, July, and August, we meet here in the conference room. And we meet in the conference room up here in the supervisor's chamber. We try to hit each district. So in March, we go to, that's District 2, the Child Support Services Training Building, and we're in Shingle Springs. District 3, we go to the El Dorado Sheriff room up in their offices. In September, we go up to Lake Tahoe. So we'll be up there next month. And well, my kind assistant here will have her office open and waiting for us. November, we'll meet in the District 1 for the fire. Next slide, please. The Transit Occupancy Tax Committee, of which I also chair that, along with Donna as my backup. We're responsible for allocating the funds and handling the funds that the board deems to us for the year. We have two types of allocations. We have a mini grant where we actually go through the mini grants, and then we have a hard yearly copy. In order to go to a hard year copy, what happens is we'll look at the mini grants. If they're doing a good job sending in all the reports and things like that as necessary, we move those to a yearly grant. That way the county takes over at that time and they do the contracts and things like that, providing the necessary information onto us through Courtney in the VSO office. Next slide. Just to give you an idea, this was the 23-24 annual grants. We have Lake Tahoe Community College. It was granted $6,000. Snowline Hospice was granted $25,000. El Dorado County Veterans Affairs Alliance was $10,000. Sierra Chaplaincy was $4,000. Military Family Support Group was awarded $8,000. Only Kindness 15, El Dorado Food Bank 10, El Dorado Community Foundation was 76,000. That was the remaining balance. Now this is where it gets a little funny. We had a general trainee, okay, that we supported. However, that general trainee did not make enough hours to support filling into a actual position. Okay, so what we've done for 23-24, that money went through for a total of 175,000, or I'm sorry, 132,000. And then 43,000 of that was for the grants. The other 132,000 went over to our foundation. If you go to the next slide, I can explain it a little better. Whoop. Well, what I'm trying to explain on this one, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so what happened was the Veteran Services General Trainee position that was funded through the TOT it was an extra help position. And the intention of the position was to help someone obtain the skills necessary to promote to a veteran service representative. But because it was an extra help position, it was limited to the 980 hours annually. So they weren't able to obtain the the minimum qualifications to promote to the BSR. So what they did was they allocated that money, instead of it being to an extra help position, they allocated it to an office assistant position. And then we had funds from the license plate funds and some other things that would, it's actually a total of 37,197 that the TOT funds the OA position so that they can support the office. And it's actually helped with outreach and engagement.
So, that's not on this slide. You'll see that in two further slides down.
Can we go back to the other slide really quick though, because
Yes.
it
The
shows
prior?
funding pending, and it's like, did those actually get funded?
Yes, they did get fund. Well, all but except for Military Family Support Group.
Military Family Support Group. Oh,
So
okay.
the what they have
What-
on here where it says the date the funding received, the TOT grants, so before the Veterans Affairs Commission can award any grants, that has to be approved through the county budget, which is usually done in June.
Right.
And then the TOT committee then determines what groups they're going to continue to allocate. And for the mini grants, they have to do a competitive application cycle. And then it has to go before the Veterans Affairs Commission to be approved to fund. And then once it's funded, then it comes to HHSA. For these, we then enter into the contract with them. Once the contracts come to board and are approved, then the vendors can then submit an invoice to request payment. So we're always a little bit behind. So it takes a few months, so we're behind. So specifically for the Military Family Support Group, the reason that it says the date the funding received, those that say NA, it's because they have, at the time that this was created, they hadn't submitted the invoice to request the funds.
Oh, okay. That makes more sense.
That makes more sense.
It does. I was
Okay.
like, well, why are we seeing, because this says 23, 24, and I'm like,
Yes.
shouldn't we know by
Right,
now? But
right.
okay, with
But
the,
that's because of the flip of the year.
right,
It's
that
just the
makes
way it-
sense.
And the
it-
way the contracts are written, sorry to interrupt you.
No,
The way the
that's fine.
contracts are written is, it's for the fiscal year 23, 24, but they have an extended time to spend it. And so also, I know Military Family Support Group, they're also funded for 24, 25, but they would need to expend 23, 24
Or to
before they
get it.
request 24, 25. So again,
Okay.
it's that they're always a little bit behind.
Right. And then on the El Dorado Community Foundation, it's 76,000. Where's that going?
That goes to the foundation. They hold that funds for us. And then we spend out of that foundation for the mini grants.
These are
That's-
the
the-
annual
these are
grants.
the- These are the
Okay.
annual grants
Right.
versus the mini
Oh, I
grants.
see what you're saying. Oh, okay, okay,
Okay?
got
Yeah.
it.
So if we go to the next slide, you'll kind of get an idea.
Yeah.
These are the
okay.
mini grant ones, all right?
Gotcha. Thank you for that. I didn't understand when I was just looking at the paper, so thanks.
Okay, so these are the mini grants that we approved for 24, for a total of 32,000. Calvary Chapel Ministry, Food Ministry, the Center for Post-Traumatic Growth. These are all, they come before us, they submit their 501c3, they've been vetted through the foundation. The foundation handles a lot of this for us because it would be mind-boggling for us to have to sit down and go through all these permits and forms and things like that. So that's the reason we use the foundation, if that makes sense to you. So Veterans of Foreign War, Sierra Nevada Post 2680, Veterans Affairs Post 10165, the Shingle Springs Community Center. That one we did not approve. The reason for just as an example, the reason for not approving that is because it's a community building. All right. And we felt at the time that because it is a community building, I'm not saying that they don't serve veterans, but they
Right.
have no way of knowing how many veterans they're serving. So that's the reason we take a strong look at that. How many veterans are you going to serve? If they're only serving 2 and they're asking for $10,000, I'm sorry, that's a poor ROI. So that's the reason for things like that.
So
Yes.
can we back up then to the prior slide? Because I was going to ask that question later. On the annual grants,
Yes.
all of those, we're confident that those are going directly to veteran services.
Yes,
And
yes.
for these grants, they have a progress report and a financial report that, it's a requirement of the contract, so they provide the verification that they're serving
Okay,
veterans.
thank you.
And Greg, to follow that up, like, next month when we go up to, Lake Tahoe, one of us outside of Gary or Tom, because they know them up there, one of us will sneak over, or we'll have some student over there, whoever, one of our veterans, come up with us and say, hey, go over there, check out, how are they performing? What questions can you provide for us and answers and the services that you provide for them? I've done the same with, Snowline Hospice. I've walked in there and say, how many veterans have you served? What type of
Okay.
services?
Oh,
have
good.
you done?
All right.
So that's how we kind of do it in the
Okay.
back door.
All right. Thank you.
I got a question.
Yes.
Is there any of this could be used for, especially the veterans in Grizzly Flat that lost their homes?
Yes, it could be if, in fact, we're working with,
Caleb?
pardon?
Caleb?
Yes, Caleb,
good.
you were there. You
Yeah.
were there for the.
I know, that's what I was asking.
Yes,
So,
yes, we're supporting, Caleb again this year,
okay, awesome.
so. And, now if we'll proceed to the next one, you'll see. You'll, yeah. Now, this is 24-25 TOT grants, okay? This is the one that had, the new veteran service officer, it went from 21,000 to 37,000 to provide enough for the, new BSO assistant and enough, for qualifying time. Are there any questions on this so far?
No, anybody?
Okay.
Okay.
Next slide. This is, the flag presentation during the, it's used during both the, Veterans Affair, or I'm sorry, Veterans Day and Memorial Day. All the flags are presented, the Boy Scouts and everything come up with those. I know you were there this year, Greg.
It's an honor.
So, next slide. If we could back up just one slide. This is something that you folks didn't currently have. I just found this information out. I'd like to thank you guys for the years that you supported us. We could only go back to 2021 as far as the annual grants. All right, so 2021 through 24-25, you have, allowed us to spend $526,000. Okay? On the mini grant side, we've spent $557,924 for mini grants. And that takes us from the onset of, Veterans Affairs Commission up through this year. So that's $1,083,924. And I'd like to thank you very much. Moving on to the Transportation Committee, we are pleased to report in August, Military Family Support Group received their TOT allocation funds. Sorry.
No, it's okay, Roger.
So they've applied again for 23 or 24-25. Sorry, I'm having a little bit of problem. The Budget Committee, along with HHSA, we do the funding for the new position of the BSO office, utilizing a portion of the TOT. We already mentioned that to you. So are there any questions so far?
I'll just add, let me add to that also, because in addition to the 37 that they allocated in 24-25 for the OA position, they also fund a senior veteran service representative position, and that I think we started funding in, I believe it was 21, 22,
Right.
I think.
21.
Yeah.
And that's a $90,000 position that we also fund, it comes
Through
off the top.
TOT.
Mhm.
So the funds that you guys provide for us. So we are definitely supporting a lot of veterans.
Yeah.
We greatly, greatly appreciate
I
it.
just gotta say that my shop, when I had my shop in El Dorado, I was donating a lot of my time and parts and stuff to a lot of the homeless veterans to get them back on the road, especially when their vehicle broke down. So
Yeah.
anyway, it's a good program and especially to help them, especially when, you know, a lot of them were living out of their vehicles and stuff. And the transportation is a big issue, especially with them.
And I know, you know, you're probably all familiar with David Zelinski.
Yep. Yeah, work with David a lot.
So, so the budget committee, as you know, we're the ones that, set up, you guys provide the funds, we distribute the funds. The education, next slide, education and employment, the commission continues to review the support of Folsom Lake College and, Lake Tahoe Community College and the use of the TOT funds. They provide books and travel, tickets. They provide housing for the veterans down there if it's available. They watch over them. And that's the reason I was saying, when we go up there to Lake Tahoe or we go down to Folsom, we send a veteran down there to get information and bring it back to us. Well, are they continuing to do this? Are they not doing this? So each year in September, the stand down, also we have a stand down that's provided by the Veterans Memorial Hall through the House Council, and and we support that. The county, they use, and we provide support for their families. Social media, we're currently just on Facebook. I'm trying to get a hold of the IT person here. I'd like to set up a Instagram account and hook the two together so that we can have Instacount too, because the younger ones seem to be using Instagram more
yeah.
than Facebook. Sorry. So the following, currently we have 1,410 followers. These are people that actually follow us on all the time. And believe it or not, there's 56.30%, 56.30% are women, 43.7% are men. Us veterans, we talk amongst ourselves, and the women, they come over to help us. I hope to reach 2,000 by the end of 26 and 25, 26. So with that expansion into Instagram, I think that'll help. Next, the Veterans Memorial Building, as we all know, in 23, 24 got flooded. That was taken care of. And then we also, so the building is up and currently running on that. One thing I'd like to say is the agreement was funded by the discretionary transit occupancy tax for $15,000 in flood damage. If you notice on the lower left-hand corner there, that's the Eagle Scout project for honoring El Dorado County. The 10 service members from El Dorado County that was completed is on display. So there's room to add more on that. And the building has been repaired, is open, is being used for the House Council meeting. The next slide, department, the following was reported. We've had, Veteran Service Officer. Throughout the year, John comes to us each month and serves us with a Veterans Service Officer report as to the training and keeping us up to date on the new service officers and how everything is going through them. The total number of veterans, phone-ins and things like that. Next page. We didn't have, for 23-24, we did not select a veteran, or no veteran was proposed to us for Veteran of the Year. So we made a decision to use David Zelinski as the Senior of the Year. He was presented as Senior of the Year. We stand behind David 100%. A lot of the funds that go out to 10165 and VFW 2680, American Legion Post 119. A lot of those funds go through to David for transportation, for him being up in Lake Tahoe, for going to court for these fellows, getting them into Veterans Court out of the regular court so that they can be helped along with their different problems that they're having. He gets them into housing, all types of housing, long-term, short-term. So next page. The only notable challenge that we're facing in the commission is the ongoing discord, which we have taken care of. Thanks for your help also, between the commission and local veterans organization. This was a long-standing, as many of you know, this was a long-standing problem that we had, but we are committed to seeking further solutions in the up and coming year also. Our goals are next one. Our goals are redefine the County of El Dorado Veterans-Owned Business Program. We want to recognize the veterans businesses. We have stickers made up and letters that we're going to send out. We're going to work with through HHSA to get the list of veteran-owned businesses. As long as they renew their licenses and everything and they come along okay, we will honor them with a sticker. We want to continue to support the veterans in our county through the mini grant program. I use the transit and occupancy tax dollars budgeted to the VAC each year. Invite local, state, and agencies to speak. We have had several speakers. They're all local businesses here. We haven't had any state or federal or local speakers. We're looking into that. So that's our goal. Next slide. Are there any questions?
All right, bring it back to the board. Any questions?
Yeah, I got a couple.
Maybe just one suggestion.
Sure.
I know Mike Roberts, Save the Graves, is working on numerous potential projects for veterans, monuments in cemeteries and so forth. But maybe we, just a thought, formalize that a little bit better. Because I know he has to apply for the grants. But if these are our military personnel in our county cemeteries, I think that's a very likely cause for this sort of funding that may be more formal into taking care of those. Gonna stretch it a little bit, but we have a hard time maintaining our cemeteries.
Correct.
But certainly around our veterans, especially if there's plots just strictly for vets, which I know Placerville Union has those. Just a thought around that.
Is that to Save the Graves?
It is.
Okay.
But maybe we should be a little bit more formal in a program through the Veterans Commission to take on some of that. The flagpole up there is going like this for the area where the vets are and stuff. So just
okay.
Having seen it, yeah.
And I could build on that too, because it's always Memorial Day and Veterans Day that we do have volunteers that go out to our cemeteries and they place the crosses. And we unfortunately had a weird rain this year that just, facilities did go out and they took care of everything. And then we had the late rain and the warm weather and the weeds came back. And so maybe we do need to build that relationship and synergy, because we want, when the folks go out there with the flags and everything for the plots, that they can get to them and honor our fallen. So I think that's a great idea, somehow to build that.
We'll work with Save the Graves. I know there was a little problem with Save the Graves.
Didn't get the money expended and didn't do the reporting in time, which was a result of the extensive time it took to do research into trying to find some of the families, or whatever it may be.
Correct.
I think from the county standpoint, we may want to just sort of formalize that a little bit better for our veterans that are buried in El Dorado County.
Yeah.
We'll work on that. We'll take strong
just
advice
thought.
on that.
Yeah.
No, it's a good thought, and we express that. But we do have if I can just take a couple words on that, they were at our meeting 2 weeks prior. And if something had been said at that time that they needed an extension,
Yeah.
that would have been taken into consideration. Nothing was mentioned, so when I got the call, we had to make a decision. And,
Yeah, no, I fully understand that there's rules and they need to be followed, but I'm just
Right.
thinking from the county standpoint that we should
Oh, no,
maybe formalize
we'll
Yeah.
definitely.
some of the funding to,
that-
yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
We'll move it to an annual type thing.
Sure,
and
sure.
That
discuss
would be a
with
good
them.
relationship builder too.
Yep.
It really would,
Right.
yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I like
No, I
that.
agree 100% on that.
Yeah, and work with a lot of the volunteer groups too. The
Sure.
Yeah,
Lewis County
yeah,
would
we
be a
need to
real
really
good
work
thing,
on
even our
building
Boy
that.
Scouts, so.
Yeah,
Okay.
I like
Yeah.
that.
Take that into consideration.
I did have a couple questions.
Yeah,
if
go
that's
ahead.
Okay. Roger, I think this one's for you. District 4 didn't have a meeting on the calendar. And I know in the past we've had meetings up in Georgetown, and was there just not a interest in it, or do you know if there was a
No, I
reason?
believe this year we've had one
Okay.
scheduled for Georgetown. It's after Lake Tahoe.
Okay, because I didn't see it on that
I think
slide.
it might have been the very last bullet.
Whoop, was it the
There
last
was
bullet?
one that, yeah,
I didn't see it on there, but
Thought it said November.
so we can check on that too.
I'll check on that.
that's
Lori.
District 1, 5, 2,
Oh, wait a
3. I don't think 4 was
No,
on
it's not on
there.
there?
Yeah. And just curious, because I've
it's not.
I've
it's
actually
not.
gone, a lot of times the supervisor will go when it's in your district and stuff, and there wasn't huge attendance, but I just wanted to
Right.
see if it was even
I'm-
floated.
I'm sorry on that. Normally we do meet
Okay.
in Georgetown. You're right. That's missing on that
So we
slide.
could look into it and
Sure.
see if they'd like to do that,
Mhm.
because the VFW hall up there has been
Right,
remodeled.
that's-
It's very nice.
That's where we usually meet.
Okay.
When we go up, there's a VFW. hall.
Okay.
But we also have to have a facility where we can record the meeting too.
Yeah.
So
And I do believe they do have the internet there that we can do, just has to be
Mhm.
portable
Check on that.
equipment. It's a lot of work, but
I'll check
know.
with, Tim.
Georgetown is limited.
No,
So,
we'll check on that.
okay, and then I do remember, I think it was 2020, maybe Supervisor Veerkamp and I were on a committee and we helped allocate the funding for the VSO position and
Mhm.
got all that settled down. And at that time, there had been some data reports to show the customer service and I was just thinking if we could get a new one just to see how much it's improved with all the,
Yeah.
the stability and the staffing. I think that would be a really good thing for everyone to know, the improvements that we've made.
Yes,
So,
we'll make sure we include it next year.
okay,
And we can actually send it to you because John does report out monthly at
Oh.
the Veterans Affairs Commission, how many people have been served and how many, the dollar amount of benefits that have been awarded. and
Oh, that'd be
received each month.
really-
So, yeah, and I think phone calls, appointments, he has a whole breakdown. in
Oh,
the
that's
report.
awesome.
I'll work with Courtney on getting that information
Okay.
to you.
that'd be awesome. I mean, something to brag about, right? Because
Yeah.
we've come such a long way. We
We-
really
Oh.
have.
We have.
And then the last one, honestly, and this one will make everybody, but Zelensky, do we have his successor figured out yet, or who's he training? Because that man is everywhere and does
Yeah, I
everything.
know.
I know.
And he keeps saying he's gonna slow down, but but we need someone to fill what he does. He does so much
I know.
and he's just so good at it. Do we have
Well,
anyone in the
you're a
works?
Former attorney.
I know, right?
Yeah.
There are a few,
There
there
are a
are
few.
groups that, I know Tim Whalen helps out a lot.
Yeah.
Um,
Tim does.
who else? What is Donna? What
Yeah.
is,
She's here.
Donna's here. Donna's here.
Yes.
Okay.
I was also thinking with military EDVR,
Uh,
thank you, Diana.
Diane,
Okay.
Diane Moorhead's working on that
so-
too, so.
Okay, that's
and
good to
usually
know.
That's the two that we refer to, at least from HHSA, sorry. to take
Okay.
over.
No.
We
You're fine.
will refer to David, the Veteran Service Office and EDVR are the main ones because EDVR is at the Veterans Building also.
Okay.
So if there's something, if we can't help, then there's a good chance one of those two can.
Oh, very good. Okay. Yeah, I know. I'm like, well, that's gonna be, he keeps promising to stop and I'm like, it's gonna be, it's a void. So
Mhm.
thank you for presenting today, Roger. This is great.
Yeah. I just got one more question. Chris Whitaker, you guys are still reaching out to him, especially in vehicles getting donated, especially for homeless veterans?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, good. Good. I'm glad. All right. Any other questions from the board?
Just
Oh,
a big
go
one.
ahead.
Thanks both.
Two quick questions.
Yes, I'm
Number
sorry.
one, does the Veterans Affairs, do you have a reserve fund of any kind?
Yes, we
Reserve
do.
balance?
Yes, just to let you know, we do have a reserve, well, it's over at the foundation, okay? We do have a, right now, in fact, I just received we do have a reserve fund, but please don't take away the reserve. Or take away the funding that you're doing. Because right now, we've already, the starting balance for this year, because of COVID, everything got backed up. We didn't have a lot of requests for mini grants and things like that. So we're just now beginning to catch up, and we've expanded the number. We've raised it from 5,000 to 10,000, 10,000 to 20,000, okay? And this year,
For the mini grant.
for the mini grants, okay? We were also looking at possibly raising the yearly grants. But at the start of this year, with the foundation, we had $218,821.82. Okay, we allocated 90,000 of that this year for mini grants. All right, so that leaves us a current balance over at the foundation of $130,087.69, which we're trying to really whittle down, because we'll be transferring about another, don't quote me on this, but we'll probably be transferring somewhere in the neighborhood of about 75 to 80,000 over there. But we're hoping to spend that down. Okay, we're keeping the balance currently at 20,000 right now. We're thinking maybe kicking it to 25, because that expands it a little more. And such groups, as you said, and George knows that we're working with Caleb and those groups for Grizzly Flat and things like that to really build up, the housing and taking care of the vets. So we've been looking at a lot of different areas, but we got to kind of balance it, because we know the county's in a tight budget. Believe me, we know that. So, and we're trying to whittle this down from the foundation. So, and we appreciate all the funds that you supply for us, and we're trying to use that diligently.
And then just a final question of process, probably for Timlin. This board made the decision in fiscal year 25-26 to put the TOT revenue into the general fund, as they do all other discretionary taxes. So I'm wondering, going forward, Veterans Affairs always had like a percentage of what we estimated TOT was going to bring in. How is the Veterans Affairs going to handle that now on a yearly basis with regards to the county?
It's a standard, it's been a standard amount that goes to the Veterans Affairs Commission for the TOT grants.
Right.
The total is 176,000, I believe.
Right.
Right.
Right around there.
Right, but the TOT funds are now going to be part of the general fund. So I think going forward, I think this report was perfect because it was the 23-24, or excuse me, 24-25 fiscal year, but going forward,
No,
these should be,
23-24 was correct.
okay. These should be identified as general fund monies,
Okay, so.
right? Because
right.
we're trying to eliminate that picking apart of the TOT on an annual basis. What we want to make sure is that the types of services that we depended on to be paid out of TOT
Yes,
continue to be paid out of the general fund.
yes.
But I think the tweak of the terminology would be appropriate going
So,
forward.
right, I see what you're saying, to say instead of the TOT, that it would be the 176 of general fund that's allocated to the Veterans Affairs Commission. And this is where the money goes. This amount
Yes.
goes to staffing, or
Yes.
HHSA staff in the Veterans Service Office. Okay.
I
got
agree,
it,
yeah.
Mhm.
Got it.
Got it.
I think there was a ballot measure. Brian, quote me on this. Measure H, when they started this ballot measure to be able to support our veterans and our
Right.
That was the,
Was that ever-
that was the TOT, measure in 2004,
Or,
I believe, to set the TOT at, 10%.
yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
the H was something else.
Yeah, okay. H was something else. All right.
But it did not, that measure did not speak to the Veterans Affairs allocation. It just spoke to the rate, correct?
No, that allocation was something that we put in place just by practice, and it
Right.
was in recognition of the work that the veterans groups had done to help get the measure passed.
Right.
So it's just been something that we've done annually each year without a formal breakdown in the ballot measure.
Okay.
I thought that was, I may be wrong, but I'll have to double check. I can check with Kurt Raffetto. But I know we were allocated because we talked to, at the time, with Shiva, and I'm not sure who else was on the board at that time. John, I don't remember who else was all on the board. And I may be incorrect, but I'll check with Kurt, because I thought we decided that we had a total fixed amount, but I'm not sure on that. And
Yeah.
I'd have to go back
We,
through
we,
that.
that was the,
You're right.
the committee that we were
Yeah.
on.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
Yep.
we did.
Yeah.
We changed to that, and that's, but it's just, I think the question that I was addressing was just, it wasn't formally written in the
Right.
ballot measure,
Oh,
so the
right.
board has chosen to set that amount
That's
every year.
correct.
Yeah.
That's correct. Thank you.
Okay. All right, thank you. All right, any other questions from board? Greg, anybody? All right, so I'll go ahead and open it up to public comment, please.
We are now taking public comment specifically regarding item number 20. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Come on up, Chris.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs, U.S. Navy, 1968 through 73, submarines. I care about Veterans Affairs, but I care more about Veterans Affairs as I've gotten older. I was here when we had the debate about how to fund Veterans Affairs. Decisions have been made. It would take actions of your board in order to change those decisions, I believe. And so your comment, Supervisor Lane, related to the past is important, but I've changed my position from when I came up here at the time and was fully supportive of changing the allocation to now not wanting to change the allocation. Because as I look for services, I certainly am more selfish in that regard of wanting to make sure that those services that have been available on a historic basis continue to be available, as well as my support of the mini grant program. I think it does a lot of good to have the mini grant program, unless you apply and get denied. Then I worry about the way that it's being approached. But honestly, I have no real comments in terms of the list. Those that got mini grants are eligible. I would bring your balance down though, so that we don't lose that approach. In certain, if there's money that could go to mini grants, let it go to mini grants. I'm also, thank you for your comment. I happen to have in my bag the Save the Graves for this year. It'll be on October the 18th, Saturday, and it'll be at the Placerville Union Cemetery. I've also been part of the history of the Veterans Affairs and Save the Graves and know the backstory. And I believe that hopefully we've rectified that and gotten that all cleaned up, because Save the Graves needs a continual stream of money on an annual basis. This year's theme is Women of Character. So therefore, supervisors, ladies, perfect in terms of hopefully your support today to the continuing efforts of Veterans Affairs. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you, Chris. Anybody else want to speak? Come on up. Come on up, Gina.
Good morning, Board. Chris stole a lot of my thunder. I was going to also agree with the comments made here about the Save the Graves organization. I was there on Memorial Day, and there a lot of work needs to be done, and everything grows back. And so if we could formalize something with the Veterans Affairs Commission to help our cemeteries for our veterans, I think that would be really honorable. And also representing the board of the Shingle Springs Community Center will be 75 years old next year, and we do represent our community. We did apply, and unfortunately, we were not successful this time, but that's okay. We'll apply again. But I now understand more of what the criteria was, and we'll make sure to update our application to make it very clear how many veterans come to our center. And we do offer free membership to veterans at our center. So again, I just want to thank the commission for what they do, and have a great year. We'll see you next year. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the boardroom like to speak? Come on up. All right, let's go to Zoom participants, please, Kim.
Now taking public comment from online participants. There's no additional public comment.
All right, so I'll bring it back to the board. Final thoughts. I went back to Washington, DC, and it was unbelievable, all the memorials that I visited. The World War I, World War II, the Korean memorial, it really touched my heart. It really did. And I encourage everybody, if they get a chance, to visit them. So anyway, so this is a receive and file. So thank you very much for
Thank you
all the
very
work
much.
you have done.
Thanks
Appreciate
for all
it.
your work. Excellent report.
Yep. All right, so I guess we can go to item, you want to go to item,
Can we take a quick break?
quick break?
Yep.
Okay, 5 minutes?
5 minutes.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, I can help. We're back from our break. Kim, we'll move to item 17, CAO Budget Ad Hoc Committee.
Item number 17 comes from the Chief Administrative Office in coordination with the Budget Ad Hoc Committee, recommending the board receive information regarding revenue generating options and provide direction on options for staff to pursue.
All right.
All right, good morning, Allison Winter, Chief Administrative Office. And so let me share my screen. All right. So our Budget Ad Hoc Committee has been tasked with looking into revenue generating options. And so this is kind of a culmination of that. So February 11th, 2025, the board directed staff to work with the Budget Ad Hoc Committee to explore revenue generating ideas that focus on tourists rather than residents. And then on June 23rd, 2025, the Budget Ad Hoc met with Chief Administrative Office staff, Planning and Building staff, and the Agricultural Commissioner. And from that, we came to bring the top 4 revenue generating options. One being Tourism Improvement District, Agricultural Homestays or Ag Lodging, Discretionary Transient Occupancy Tax on Campgrounds, Discretionary Transient Occupancy Tax Increase were the top 4. So the Tourism Improvement District, that's a district that would levy a special benefit assessment on participating local businesses to be used for tourism marketing, destination development, and capital improvements to attract new visitors. And it's restricted to that district. And in that meeting, it was discussed that SEED could be a possible group to perform an analysis on that. Agricultural homestays and ag lodging. The board directed staff already to work with agricultural community on an ag lodging model. This would increase lodging options within El Dorado County, which would obviously increase our transient occupancy tax receipts. We currently have 2 zoning use types that would fit this model. There's the agricultural homestays zoning, which is lodging facilities operated by the resident of a property on which the facility is located that is accessory and subordinate to the on-site bona fide agricultural or grazing operation. And then the other zoning type that they identified was the agricultural and timber resource lodging. So it'd be lodging, it's similar to the agricultural homestays, lodging arrangements accessory and supporting to on-site commercial agricultural operations for the purpose of educating and informing the public about local foods, fiber, and timber. Discretionary transient occupancy tax on campgrounds was the next topic. Currently, we do not levy what we call DTOT on campgrounds. And back in 2022, CAO staff looked into which counties do use DTOT on campgrounds, and they found that 21 out of the 58 do levy it on campgrounds. If we chose to move forward with that, obviously a ballot measure would have to be put out to the vote to extend it to campgrounds. And then obviously, if for a general purpose tax, it would be a 50% plus 1 vote threshold, a special purpose tax. So if we restricted it for roads or different types of infrastructure, it would be a special purpose tax, and that would require a 2/3 vote. And on campgrounds with DTOT, the state campgrounds are exempt by statute, so it would only be levied on private or federal campgrounds. And there's a DTOT increase topic that we talked about. The current rate in El Dorado County is 10%. And in that same study in 2022 that our staff did, the average DTOT in all 58 counties was found at 9.7%. That could be different now. A lot of those jurisdictions had ballot measures out to increase or change their DTOT structure. So we'd have to look into a little bit more if we want to pursue this further. But the range was between 4% and 14% amongst those we looked at. Some counties do levy a DTOT along with some other form of tourism assessment. So there's some with the tourism business districts and other types of assessments that are included in that. But as we said, any increase to DTOT would require a ballot measure. Any questions?
All right, I'll bring it back to the board. Any questions, comments? I know that Lori and Brian were on the, this committee, so any thoughts from you guys or?
Yeah, you want to take it
Well,
first?
I
or-
think those are our thoughts. I mean,
Well, I mean, but is there any additional thoughts?
we should pursue them as quickly as we can. This was something that I had brought up in previous terms, and it, for whatever reason, didn't follow through. So I think we should follow through on and pursue them. The TOT is definitely low, yeah, and I know it's a vote of the people, but we got to do a better job somehow on a campaign for that. The campgrounds is a no-brainer. We're a recreation tourist area, big time, and majority of the folks do it, same thing. So we're just missing the boat, and we need it for our maintaining our capital infrastructure. Very
Yeah,
well.
and
Very well gets used.
And that was one of the things when I went back to Washington DC to push for a mill back in El Dorado County. If we can get a guarantee of 20 years of product from the Forest Service, USDA, we can make this happen. So that was one of the things I pushed, but also virtual fencing too, because during the Keldor fire, they lost 60 miles of fencing because of it. And it impacted a lot of the ranchers and stuff. So I'm trying to work on that to try to get virtual fencing to help these ranchers and stuff. So there's no cost to them. So seeing if there's any kind of grant or whatever that could help.
Okay.
So.
So I'm gonna just walk through these really quick though, individually, the four of them that are in the staff report. As far as the tourism improvement district though, I do think that because those are benefit assessments levied specifically on a group of businesses. I hesitate to say that that's something we should pursue unless a group of businesses comes to us and says, hey, we want to, assess ourselves as a business to do a certain thing. Because it's very specific what these are for. They could do it for marketing, which if they want to do that, they could do it now without this, or destination development. Again, so I haven't seen a group of businesses come to us to ask for this type of assessment yet. So I don't know if this is something we want to actively pursue, until we have somebody ask us to do this. I just don't see the county imposing it on businesses for something. It has to be it's not a general fund kind of income.
Yeah, the only element to that I think would be really beneficial to us would be on the capital side, and it's to support our infrastructure, because everybody utilizes that infrastructure to get to their business, and that's where we're not getting the state grants. Our gas tax is going down, and so forth. So that would be the element of that. As far as marketing and all that, that's
So
up
is
to
there
their
a
business
specific
plan.
capital improvement though we're thinking of,
Roadways.
you've heard?
I'm talking roadways. And that,
So,
we have
but what
DOT.
district would that be?
Well,
What business
Could be the
district?
entire, but you've got Apple Hill, you've got the recreational industry. I mean, there's numerous industries that this county has that would fit that element. If we don't, we're going to be continually short on our revenues to redo our roads and keep them up.
So, okay, so it's for
and that's
capital
what-
improvements
Right.
for visitors. So I could see the Apple Hill folks, because we have the parking and
it's
the
pa-
backup there.
Right, and
And
it's a
all that. Have
pass-through.
they shown interest in wanting to do this though?
We've talked about it, and we've talked about it, again, previous terms, and
Right.
we were going down that road, and it didn't continue. So I think it needs to be pursued and discussed.
Okay, so continue exploring
Yep.
and look at which
For
groups
the
might want to
for
do
the capital
it.
side, the impact
just-
side of it.
Yeah,
I see what both of you are saying, and I've questioned. So
yeah.
the group, or let's just call it a district, would have to voluntarily charge more per item, tax themselves. And then, Ryan, what you're saying is they would redirect the money to us for road improvements?
For a specific need.
The
And that would be road
assessment
improvements.
itself goes to something very specific
Right.
when you set this up.
Right.
So when you set it up, it's like, we want to,
add an extra lane on Carson Road, let's pretend,
Well,
right?
it could be lanes and it could be just maintaining those roads and we just
Mm-hmm.
pave Barkley Road up
I
in
don't know
Camino.
if you can do maintenance. Do
Yeah.
we, it says capital improvement projects. Can we do maintenance specifically? I mean, that
I'm-
would be something we need to know.
Yeah, it would be something we'd have to look into more exactly
not listed
what
in
can
the
be
items.
spent.
Okay.
It has to be for the benefit of that district. so
Right,
It
right,
couldn't be
right,
outside of
right.
it, but
So we could explore one. I mean, would we want to start maybe with an Apple Hill one since they do have such a terrible impact with their parking and stuff and their traffic? That might be a good place to focus and see if they're interested. I could see pursuing that perhaps. But I haven't seen any other communities really reaching out for anything like that.
I'm aware of a business improvement district in the basin. It happens to be Ski Run, that strip. And they formed a couple decades ago, actually, and it was their wanting to do it. They got all the business owners together. They agreed on an assessment. They generate maybe $15,000 to $20,000 a year. Could be off a little bit on that, but what it does is it maintains the grass that lines both sides of the street. You know, the monies are collected by the county, they're distributed to the city distributes them to the actual BID. They pay for the costs that they've all agreed to and they report to us annually. What the benefit is to the city in this particular case, you could substitute the word county. In the long run is you hope that they improve the area, that it's more attractive. And it has a second benefit of maybe bumping sales tax, for example. So it's not, I don't
How you
think
define it.
any business would look at it and say, I want to pick up the county's costs. I mean, and
Well,
the assessment would be incredible because we all know that road maintenance is a very big ticket item. So I also, would support if you want to look into it for a particular area, but I would say that the cost on business is hefty. And unless they have a direct nexus to it, they're not going to do it.
Well, one of the biggest things is when we had logging in this county, we had anywhere from 15 to $20 million per year that went into our roads, but also into our rural schools. We lost that revenue. It's less than 5,000 now. So that's something that we need to concentrate on, especially when it comes to our roads, because what if these grants are not going to be coming to the county anymore to help our infrastructure and stuff, then it's not going to be allocated for us. So we got to look at different ways to be able to support that because, I mean, what do we got? 795 miles of road just in the west end of the county, and they have to be addressed. So
would it be a fair thing to say then, maybe continue looking specifically to Apple Hill to see if they want to create this then? Would that be, because they showed interest before? Do you think Supervisor Rearcamp, would that be a smart one? And then if we can do one and show it works in the area, then maybe that would be an easy thing then to pursue in other areas.
right, and I look at it as basically a pass through.
Right.
So I don't want to hurt their bottom line and I
Right.
don't want to jeopardize, and maybe it actually augments it, but it's a pass through.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we're not getting, the last economic financial study that was done, and you and I were here,
Yep.
showed an economic benefit just to the county was only 250 grand for the Apple Hill experience. So believe me, there's a lot more money generated there, but what could be quantified was only that. Well, that doesn't really go very far out at all. So I just think we're selling ourselves short if we don't explore these and try to go down that path.
I think that's a great one to explore. Again, the right word is probably explore a business district for something very specific in the Apple Hill area. To me, makes sense to start there.
Okay.
And then if it's successful, and then other business areas in the county might want to duplicate it, if it goes well and does what we intended, that'd be great. And we know that there are infrastructure concerns we just talked about Transportation Commission meeting the other day. They do have infrastructure concerns.
Right.
So that one to me makes sense to start there and explore that. What were you?
No, I just have a question for Brooke regarding Ski Run.
Yeah.
Are the improvements city owned or is it private property? that they're,
It actually
Improving.
would be city.
is a city property?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, because it's sidewalks and
Yeah,
lighting,
okay.
and those type of things that they wanted to make sure remained in good stead. And
kept
so it's
Alright.
based on square footage of your business,
Okay.
and they had to bring it forward, and they had to support it, and there we go.
I like the idea, definitely like it, but it's gonna be incumbent on all the businesses coming to that agreement, to do this voluntarily, correct?
Mhm.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
All right, so I guess we,
Explore that one.
yeah.
That seems like that. And then as far as the ag stays and the ag lodging, we've already given direction to do that.
Yeah.
So I think those conversations are moving forward, I believe. And that's something that we're all really looking forward to hearing how we're gonna navigate that. The DTOT on campgrounds, that's a recurring conversation. Again, I think it's something that we need to explore in concert with the campground community, make sure that it's something that, because I understand when we say it's a pass-through, but at some point, we've always talked about too, that there's price breaks and stuff too, even though it's a pass-through and it's not, bottom line, but if if it gets too high for the tourism, we could, what's the right word? Disincentivize them to come here. too.
Sure, and it's
So,
very easy to do comparisons.
Yeah, that's what-
From my
yeah.
experience on what they're charging the campgrounds, it's
Yeah.
well below other campgrounds.
Yeah.
And you can't even get in some of those other ones that are much higher end, so.
So I think as long as we
There's
do this
opportunity.
with the industry
Sure.
in a conversation, I
Did
think
the ad-
that makes sense.
Did the ad hoc do any type of an analysis on, based on prior years occupancy, what we'd make? No?
We didn't get into very far in the weeds because we thought if the board wasn't interested in it, we didn't want to spend a lot of staff
I
time.
think it's a good
basically.
idea.
And then Allison, I did hear you say federal campgrounds we could include. Was that correct?
We can, we can't force them to remit the TOT funds
Oh.
to us, but we would definitely want to work with our federal partners and
Yeah.
ensuring that, but we can levy the DTOT on their campgrounds.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, we
Okay,
held
that one-
discussions with, I think it was Lawrence Crabtree at the time, and he said,
Okay,
just
it's
give
been
us
a
a year's
while.
notice and
Yeah.
we'll have the contractor collect the amount you want.
But again, we have to go to the voters to do this, correct?
Correct.
On the federal ones, do we have to go to the voters?
I don't believe on the.
Because the
on-
federal one might be, is it different?
Well, I don't know.
We'll
Yeah.
explore this
Yeah.
then.
Because the way that the ordinance is currently written, it expressly excludes privately owned campgrounds.
Okay,
So it appears that it already authorizes the levy of TOT in the federal campgrounds.
okay.
But we could certainly look at that more
Right,
closely.
and obviously we've got SMUD, and we've got EID. We talked with EID in a budget discussion
Mhm.
meeting as
Yeah.
well, and they were not opposed to it at all.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, so the federal one is kind of nice that it's not in the ordinance, then that we can perhaps pursue that separately, so, I like
All right.
that.
Okay,
Definitely
so
wanna
we go-
Yeah,
explore.
again, I do want to make sure to look at it because there is a unique wrinkle when you're imposing taxes that could be considered to impose a burden on the federal government. They're generally to be taxes that are imposed equally. And so we just need to ensure that the exclusion of private campgrounds wouldn't create some issue with the attempt to impose those taxes in the federal campgrounds.
Okay. And
So-
then the last one again is the DTOT, which the board has put ballot measures on twice in the last decade, I think, to increase it. And the Tahoe Basin one passed. They had a very strong champion, and it was specific to the snow removal and all that. The one on the west slope last go round failed miserably. So if we don't have a strong champion and a good campaign and partners, we just keep putting losers on the ballot. And I'm not saying they're a bad idea, because again, I agree with you, Supervisor Veerkamp. It's our county says it wants to stay rural, and that means it just lends itself to being a tourist economy. So for our funding for just general government services, we're relying on that. So I don't know how we're gonna message this better to the voters to support it. That's our
Yeah,
biggest
no,
concern.
and it's all about timing and the other ballot measures, and
It is.
obviously we see it's a complicated field.
But it's
in the
something to
next year.
explore.
Yeah.
And we do have more hotels coming online
in the next few years.
Right.
On the West Slope
And possibly
specifically.
campgrounds.
Yeah, and possibly. So, I mean, yeah, these are all great ideas. It's just the getting to the nitty gritty of them. But so I think that's what we're doing today is trying to get a feel from the board if they want us to explore these things, right?
Right. So we go to public comment now?
CAO was gonna chime in with something,
No,
I
I just
think.
wanted to reiterate, you're correct. We don't have a ton of the data and the analysis done because the ad hoc asked that before we spend a lot of staff time doing this, we do hear the discussion of the board and get that direction. So if whatever you direct us to do today, we can go back and fill in all the blanks and provide you with that analysis.
Okay.
All right. All right. So we'll go ahead and open it up to public comment, or you
To
got
me, the
another
other
question?
piece, and maybe it goes along a little bit with the ag housing, but the VHR ordinance for West Slope. A lot of discussion we held prior when we developed the VHR ordinance, especially on the East Slope, was we didn't need it on the West Slope, and I think we really need to look at that. I think given our code enforcement capabilities and the ability to deal with situations as they arise in a much better way, we should not be handcuffing ourselves in that tax TOT that we're missing on those opportunities.
Yeah. Okay.
So at least that's me.
All right.
Well,
You all.
right, I would ask that we wait to look at that. I'm not saying it's not something we should look at. I think it would be smart for us to wait because we just updated the VHR ordinances December. Was it December?
Went into effect in end of November.
In November, and we had asked for an update in a year, because usually that's enough time to gather some information and data. My understanding is when we go to Tahoe for our next meeting in end of September,
September 30th.
September 30th, we will be getting an update with some data. So to me, that would be a good time to start thinking about it. We still won't have a full year of data even at that
Right.
point, but it's something. And then remember too, it was because of the VHR conversation that the conversation about the egg lodging was then born out of that, because we realized we had a huge gap between the two and they weren't meshing at all. So, you know, in my mind, the ag lodging is probably our best bet to focus on first and get that established, and then look at the West Slope as a whole. You know, but there's a lot of moving parts.
Right,
Agreed.
right.
Yeah.
I just think on some of the larger parcels and where we have the setbacks and ability,
Yeah.
we've defined it too narrowly, and
Yeah.
again, we do have good
Mm-hmm.
rules and code enforcement in place now to deal with it, problems and situations.
And I'm guessing, and I'm not sure yet because I haven't seen any updates, but my guess would be that the large parcel size, which you're speaking to, would also fold into the ag lodging bit, because to me, they would be kind of related, but we'll see.
Yeah,
We're not quite
yeah,
there
just
yet.
depends if it's
It
zoned
depends
ag
on
or
what,
not.
yeah,
What
yeah.
the zoning is.
And maybe we could address it there instead. You know, but there are a lot of moving parts right now.
Okay. All right. Now can we go to public comment?
Maybe.
Okay. Are you guys done? Okay. I'll open it up to public comment. Kim?
We are now taking public comment specifically regarding item number 17. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The time will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, and again, when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Come on up, Chris.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. As you know, this has been a long year for staff in terms of the budget process. We have yet to finish that 25-26 effort, which happens next month when we close out and come back to your board for formal action on its annual budget. This discussion right now includes the element of giving direction to staff on what you think they should be using their time in order to be able to help close our future financial situations. So we're talking, let's say, 3 to 5 years, certainly during possibly your terms, that you would be making decisions similarly, but with this action possibly today to support it. So as you know, I participate in the Taxpayers Association, and we suddenly have turned a corner, I believe, in our personal discussions about what the future holds. And we're looking for those opportunities to craft additional revenue ideas. And in my mind, then the options that may be available, as staff has done some good work today in describing, I believe that you could go a long way today in making that decision, that next step to go forward. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Anybody else? Come on up.
Mr. Chair, members of the board and staff, thank you for your time, consideration, and service. Thank you. My name is Nathan Rangel, retired river outfitter for 40 years, and I now work and I'm representing the American River Outfitter Association. We represent the largest pure tourism industry on the West Slope. And what I wanted to speak to briefly was the looking at a DTOT on campgrounds. It could certainly impact all of the river outfitters here in El Dorado County. And all I want to say is, as you move forward on this, we would like to be part of the process. We certainly had these discussions before. I know Brian and Lori have talked to folks in our world about that. So yeah, we just want to be a part of the process. We like to work with you, see if it makes sense, look at the numbers, all of that, and that's it. I just wanted to let you know that, and you guys have my contact info. We'd be real interested in sitting down with you as you get into the specifics. That's it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. Come on up.
Good morning, Chair, Board of Supervisors, Michael Rinaldi, Farm Bureau. I had hoped that item 17 here would have maybe been in closer proximity to item 21, the discussion of seed. And I say that because what you're proposing here will need significant public engagement in order for any of those to pass. And I believe that you've already acknowledged that so far. And so, workshops and public engagement is going to be vitally critical should you want to move any of those things forward. The DTOT, the T-bids, I'll remind you all that, we did have the T-bid in the strategic plan for economic development back in 2017, 2018. And of course, as the board revised its strategic plan, that was eliminated for review. And it's unfortunate that we lost considerable time in evaluating the possibility of that approach. And I think it's been mentioned that if you're going to approach the voters, they've got to be it's got to be absolutely clear that this is not tax on residents, that it's tax on tourism. And you do that through workshops and through public communication. That's why my memo to you today reinforced the need for us to do public engagement. And we should be doing that in concert with your economic committee and your economic staff. For it to pass, there has to be a very clear benefit to the public, or they will not support it. The issue of campgrounds and the benefits of a fee associated or an increase, that has been analyzed before. If anybody needs to know the Legistar item, the day, date, and time, and a link to that report, in the past, this county did do an analysis and said, at 10%, this is the likely revenue. At 14%, this is the likely revenue. So there is a baseline for that in the past. And it's important for us always to maintain our memory system in these things. lastly, Supervisor Turnbull, your mentioning of the virtual fencing, it's a really important item. Our recent Ag Commission meeting, it was brought to light that a whole lot of folks who are not able to sell their grapes are trying to do grazing. The cost of putting in the fence makes it prohibitive. And a lot of our farms are patchworks of small, so it's not like one large fence.
Thanks, Mike.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Good afternoon, supervisors. Lexi Boger, speaking as a land use consultant. I wasn't planning on speaking on this item, but you brought up the VHR ordinance, and I just wanted to report that I've gotten a lot of phone calls in the last year of people affected by the changes on the west slope, their mortgages going out of balance because they don't have those rentals, and income affecting them, disinvesting from the community and moving. So the opportunity to look at it might be timely because it's different than the ag lodging. That's very narrow on farms, and this is on properties that aren't on farms, and there's a lot of people really being affected. So if you have the opportunity to look at it, might be good.
Thank you. Anybody else? Come on up.
Hi, Gina Posey. Just a quick comment about the Business Improvement District. You might want to look at Amador. They have put together one of these. It has a 5-year lifespan currently, and it's for their heritage wineries. And all the wineries participate, and they collect a certain amount of money based on sales, and then those dollars then go back into that community to help fortify their wineries. And as you know, here in El Dorado County, a lot of our wineries are being challenged right now. And so creating a business improvement district for our wineries, as you says, do a selective group, might very well be something that could be very helpful to help promote our wineries and strengthen them. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Come on up.
Good morning. My name is Sergey Surenkov. Would like to mention something about the West Slope VHRs in particular. I own a couple vacation rental homes on the West Slope, and I can tell right away that the resolution that was passed in November is negatively impacting the business owners and homeowners in that area. I'm actually on my way at 1:30. I have a hearing with the county that I have to fight for my survival, literally. I have thousands of dollars worth of fines that I have to fight because of all the laws that were passed that I'm being just, well, again, I have to explain why I shouldn't be paying all those fines. The DOT taxes, it's a huge decrease in the revenue for the county. I can show you all the numbers that I had before the resolution was passed and after. For the fourth quarter of this year, I don't have a single booking right now on my list at all. My property is usually booked 6 to 9 months in advance, not a single one. So if that's not a loss of revenue to the county, I don't know what is. So I would appreciate if you guys can put this sooner. I know we can kick this can down the road for the next 6 months, a year, but it's urgent. It's, yeah, I have mortgages. It's not free and clear properties. We're losing money. We're losing TOT. And again, I have to fight to prove that I'm innocent because I have thousands of dollars worth of fines right now. So thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Come on up.
Good morning, board. Lauren Hernandez, resident in El Dorado County, and also wasn't planning to speak, but Supervisor Camp, I feel like your instinct there certainly resonates from what I'm seeing and hearing from community members of the impacts of the VHR ordinance as being something very timely. So I think your instinct there is really in alignment what is needed. So to follow through with that direction, to open that up now before we're losing businesses in this critical asset that is driving revenue that supports the county and supports our agriculture and rural tourism. So appreciate that instinct and hope that that is carried forward in the direction given today. Thank you.
Thanks, Lauren. Anybody else? Come on up.
Hello, board and supervisors. Hey, I'm Todd Story, lived in the county most all my life, and I've watched what's going on with the VHRs on the West Slope. Why we allowed the West Slope to be included in what's going on in South Lake Tahoe, I have no idea. We're in a rural community here. Most of these ag settings are out there, and people need the revenues to survive. Sergey, I've known him well. I mean, the guy's operating on a thread, and we provide a great service to the community for people to come here and stay. I heard the supervisor say today that we have hotels coming online. I would love to know about them. Maybe you can expand on that, where they're at. But we're losing, like you said, TOT fees like you cannot believe, and you're very well aware of it. I provided some of you the documentation on how much just 4 units pay in this county. And I know we cannot afford to let those revenues slip through our fingers. So I hope there would be some urgency involved, because rules were being made and being implemented without anybody even looking at the ramifications. For instance, I do wedding venues. I book into a VHR for my client a year and a half in advance. In November, they passed a new rule, and I got girls coming up in June, July, August. They can't even get in a place supposedly, but what do you do when they're already booked? There is nothing in there to address these issues. So I'm putting together a package of all my ones that are coming up in September, October, and November. I will present them to the board, and I'd love somebody on this board to tell me, what are we gonna do? These people paid a year and a half ago before these new rules are implemented. Nobody was grandfathered in. No thought was given to this. And I've made some comments. Why are we letting the same people that made this monster try to fix it? I would love to be involved with that. Get some other people that are in the VHR business here and explain to you how it works. I'm sure anybody on the board, or just pick Greg. If you go and you're going to stay in Utah, you don't book today for next week. You'll never get it. You're looking at a year in advance. That's how you plan a vacation. So when those new rules came in, nobody took into consideration what you already had on your books. Now we have code enforcement going out there, and they're fining people. You know what it costs for a fine? And then you're going to pay about $1,500 just to have your voices heard today, which we're going to do. And you're racking up $40,000 in fines for doing what? Honoring a commitment you made before the new rules were put into place. Again, you're going to ask the same people that made this monster to try to fix it. Do like Mike says, get some community involvement. I would love to be a part of it. And some people say, oh, hell no, we don't want him on there. But I think I speak with common sense. So that's all I ask the board to have, common sense as a business owner. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Todd. Anybody else? All right, let's go to Zoom participants, please.
Now taking public comment from online participants. Taking public comment from Linda Campbell.
Hey everyone, Linda Campbell, El Dorado Hills. So first in the presentation, it said they were looking at ideas that would impact tourists rather than residents, but residents use our campgrounds, and you already raised the fees that they're having to charge. So I just want to highlight that and caution that it is an impact on our residents as well. We like to use the areas that are available in our county. I agree with Lori that businesses should be reviewed to have this discussed with to determine if they're willing to charge extra and if it would create a hardship for them. I think then also, is there any suggestion of the regional boundaries for this potential district that the public will review? It kind of sounds like this is just a determine if you're going to go forward. So maybe those districts aren't defined yet, but I think it's important to understand what would be evaluated as one of these new districts. The idea of increasing TOT, I don't believe is going to go over very well, considering the fact that you moved it into the general fund. So you effectively reduced the controls put in place that the citizens voted for previously for TOT. So I think trying to get something through like that is going to be a little harder, primarily because of the change made moving TOT directly into the general fund. I agree with Mr. Rinaldi. This should have been aligned with the seed presentation that's later today. I was kind of surprised to see those split up. And then finally, I would say for new revenue, try to be more business supportive, including small businesses that are still struggling in our county. And in addition to that, try finding efficiencies and cut your spending. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, so I'll bring it back to the board for any other comments or questions.
Mr. Chair, I would move that we trail this item till after the seeds presentation, only because we've asked them to weigh in on economic development and maybe elements that would be appropriate to this.
Okay.
Second.
All right. All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
Okay.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, so actually, the board will now recess into closed session to hear items 23 and 25 as specified on the agenda. Anyone who wishes to provide comments concerning these matters may do so at this time. So open it up to public comment.
Now taking public comments specifically regarding closed session items. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Anybody in the boardroom would like to speak on these two matters? Come on up. Let's go to Zoom participants, Kim.
Now taking public comment from online participants. There's no public comment.
All right, so we'll go ahead and recess to close session.
I just wanted to let everyone know that the board will return at 1:15 today.
All right, here she comes. You're late.
I brought my own targeter.
Oh, you did?
Sorry.
No, that's okay. All right, so we're back after lunch. County Council, any report out?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The board completed its closed session agenda, having heard items 23 and 25, and there's no action to report out.
All right. Greetings, El Dorado County. The Board of Supervisors is now going to resume our regular session, beginning with open forum. Open forum is a time for the public to comment on any item that is not on our agenda today. Kim, please open it up.
We are now taking public comments specifically on open forum. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
All right, come on up, Linda. I know you're waiting.
Linda Colombo, excuse me, Linda Colombo, District 2. I'm reading from Paradise by Lizzie Johnson, trying to kill myself up here. I have a lot of things to say, but I'm going to read from the book, and I'm halfway through, so we got until December. The wave of fire hadn't yet overtaken the lanes of abandoned vehicles on the Skyway, though it was close. Embers whirled between the rows of parked cars as tiny patches of flame whooshed bigger. Jill slowed down and called out to Jamie, suggesting he forge ahead without them. He'd get uphill faster that way. Then he could pick up his Subaru, swing back around and pick them up. 10 minutes later, then 20, then a half an hour. Hot air swirled around them and explosions ricocheted in the distance. I hope my daddy's okay, said his daughter. 3 propane tanks ruptured in the neighbor's yard, hissing like rattlesnakes and shooting flames 10 feet high. Tires detonated beneath the burning ambulance. Paradise Fire Chief David Hawk's SUV was parked in the cul-de-sac. Tammy, the nurse from the ambulance, wanted to yank open the door of his vehicle and get inside where it seemed safe. Hawks made it clear that that wasn't an option. You have to defend the house. His tone was distance. The house is your only chance of survival. I want you to rake up pine needles. I want you to spray down the roof with the garden hose. I want you to fill up buckets of water and fill the bathtub. What if the house catches fire? Tammy, the nurse asked. I do know that your only chance of surviving this fire is protecting that house, which will protect you. We are going to die here. You're not going to die here, he replied. If the house catches fire or you catch fire, find a rocky place and lay low, roll around and put out the flames. I don't like the options you're giving me, Tammy said. There aren't any good options, Hawks replied, but you can't just sit there. Tammy shuddered as she grabbed another handful of pine needles, the bristles sharp against her palms. The stilling of the air was most foreboding. It portended a wind shift in the high pressure inverting the low pressure, then the arrival of sparks from a completely new direction. Firebrands had struck another paramedic in the face, freckling his cheeks with second-degree burns. A spark pirouetted into the flower bed, and pediatrician David Russell stamped it out. He nearly collided with Tammy. Hey, it's good to see you. Sorry it's under these conditions. While Tammy, the nurse from the ambulance had been with Chief Hawks, the paramedics had scoured the house for supplies. Tammy soothed her patients in the garage. 2 men materialized out of nowhere, instantly recognizable as newcomers. Who are you? The older of the 2 paramedics asked. I'm with Search and Rescue, one of the newcomers responded. The man, it sounds like war up here. I'm not in the military, but those propane tanks, ambulance tires, and oxygen tanks are in the back. They sound like firefighter on the 4th of July.
Thank you, Linda.
It's definitely my pressure. I hope everybody's visualizing this.
Yes. Very much so.
I'm Cheryl Uso, 2405 Big Chief Trail, Cool, California.
Members of the board, I'm here today to ask that you reverse your findings regarding David Kramer's appeal to reject our conditional use permit at 2405 Big Chief Trail. Two of you were not here for our hearing 1/10/23. Here's a short history of our time at this property. At the time we purchased our property, open space was defined in the El Dorado zoning ordinance of July 2004, revised September 2013, section 1740, sites, uses permitted by right. One single family dwelling, not less than the minimum size parcel of land under separate ownership. B, agricultural and accessory buildings. We planted grapevines in spring of 2016 and began building our residence, assuming our accessory buildings were permitted by right. Prior to purchasing this property, we talked to Shauna Purvines from your planning department. See previously submitted communication from Shauna. This communication said that upon purchase, we would be able to build our home, and that once the house was built, there would be a residential overlay on the property that would allow us to build any buildings that were consistent with residential non-commercial uses. Rather than apply for formal zoning change, county advised us to just apply for a CUP. When we applied for our CUP, the Planning Commission in their findings stated that the proposed expansion would be consistent with existing residential uses in the vicinity, including both to the immediate east and south. On 1/10/23, the board had a hearing for the CUP appeal. The appeal was made by one person, David Kramer, a non-neighbor. Each of his statements were properly addressed by county planning, and they recommended that the board deny the appeal. Supervisor Parlin made a motion, seconded by Supervisor Turnbow, to grant the appeal and deny the conditional use permit. Please look at the photos I have submitted to you. See photo number 1, a Google map of the surrounding vicinity, which shows that it's very much in, looks like the rest of the surrounding vicinity. Photo number 2, a realtor listing a property, used our land as a photo showing that it's good for property. I also want you to know that my husband is an honorable man who came to this country as an immigrant, became an American citizen, and is a father and grandfather to wonderful children and grandchildren. And up until the last 5 years, he felt he was living his
Thank you.
American dream.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, honorable board members, I come before the board one more time, hoping that with these new board members, I might finally find justice and fairness. My name is Lon Uso, and I live at 2405 Big Chief Trail in Cool. I bet all of you know who I am. I'm sure you've dealt with some aspects of this. The appeal on the writ of mandate is in the court's hands. It is the end of attorneys, so I hope Mr. Livingston will release you and allow those of you who would like to make a truly informed decision to talk to me. I'm asking for those of you who want to deal with this justly, that you do what Mr. Veerkamp did and come to my property and see why both staff and planning commission understood what they understood. Not only does my property not hurt the county or my community, but it adds value, both fiscal and aesthetic. You know who has never been on my property? My own supervisor, Lori Parlin, never been on my property. Yes, my property is zoned open space, but I have been told by staff and others that it should be zoned residential. What I handed you there, you will see a little tiny black dot. That's my property. All the other gray is open space that surrounds my property. It's not open space. It's ridiculous. It's residential. Anyway, my 10 acres are meaningless to the enjoyment or well-being of the community. The board has previously received dozens of letters of support from our neighbors. On the other hand, the only two that were against it were Michelle Turney and Dave Kramer, both of whom were involved in attempting to recall me when I was on the GDPD board. In fact, Mr. Kramer, as part of his appeal, wrote that I had spent too much money building a new water treatment plant that was mandated by the state. He also now has sued you guys, trying to make me tear down my house. Does any of this feel personal? It certainly feels personal to me. During the appeal hearing, staff was 100% supportive of my project. This was after 3 years of investigations, dozens of site visits by staff. We had the hearing, it went back to the board. I was shocked as my own supervisor went 180 degrees against staff and trashed my CUP. I think staff was a little shocked as well, as the board directed them to come back with findings to support their decision instead of the facts. This also felt personal. I appreciated Mr. Turnbow speaking with me after the fact, offering to try to help me. I treated you badly, George, and I apologize for that. I believe you're a good man, and I beg you to reconsider and help me get this resolved once and for all. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ron. Anybody else want to speak on open forum? Come on up.
Good evening, good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Nicole McCormick. My husband and I own a hangar at the Georgetown Airport. I am speaking on behalf of the concerned tenants at the Placerville and Georgetown airports. I would like to take this opportunity to formalize our request for an across-the-table workshop meeting with all 5 of you. We are aware of this Thursday, August 28th ad hoc airport committee meeting, and many of us plan on attending. We hope that this meeting will be successful. However, there is no certainty that its agenda will align with what we perceive to be the most important issues. The goal of a workshop meeting would be to address issues that remain as obstacles in securing leases and the mutually beneficial operation of our airports. We continue to appreciate the ongoing consideration and support on these matters by you, the supervisors. Any insight that we collectively gain at the ad hoc meeting on the 28th will likely require a more in-depth discussion that could easily be accomplished in a true workshop. We also have some thoughts on airport operations going forward that we wish you to consider. Since we, the tenants and users of Placerville and Georgetown airports, are constituents in all 5 of your districts, we feel it's important to have a free and open dialogue with all supervisors in a workshop setting. Thank you for your consideration of our request.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Melissa Whitehead. I'm a California native and a mother of 3, a resident and homeowner in El Dorado Hills. And our youngest, our sweet, bright, and energetic daughter just started kindergarten at Marble Valley Academy in El Dorado Hills. I respectfully request the right to speak freely today, as this item is not on the agenda. It's emotional for me, and I just ask for the chance to get through this uninterrupted. Just 3 days into her school year, we learned that a Verizon wireless tower is being constructed on Hillsdale at Tri-Square directly across from Marble Valley Academy, less than 450 approximately feet from the school. We began the week excited and joyful, and by the end of the first week, that wonderful feeling was taken from us and disrupted. This is crushing for us as we carefully weighed schools, including public, private, and charter, and Marble Valley perfectly fit what we were looking for. If this tower is activated, we may be forced with the decision to remove our daughter from this school. Are you willing to put families and schools in that position? We are greatly concerned about the potential health risks this tower could pose to students and staff, as our daughter would be there for a total of 9 years, especially given that FCC regulations enabling this were last updated in 1996, long before towers of this magnitude and current technology were common. Marble Valley Academy also has a no cell phone policy for students, which is one of the many reasons we chose this school. Yet parents were not adequately informed clearly. Notices were limited to 2 tiny postcards, which could have been easily overlooked, sent during inconvenient times, and a publication in the Mountain Democrat, which is not efficient due to limited circulation and perceived political affiliation. The notice system clearly failed to inform families and the community about a project of this magnitude. In meetings, the board devoted substantial discussion to placement of 3 redwood trees, yet no similar consideration was given to the 3 elementary schools directly impacted, including Marble Valley Academy. This is not the first time a nearby school has raised parent concern. At Oak Ridge High School, my son was there during this time, a similar tower project caused significant community pushback. There should be no surprise that parents have significant concerns when schools are involved, especially given the history of these towers at this point. Other counties, including Palo Alto, Walnut Creek, and San Mateo, require towers to be at least 1,000 to 2,500 feet from schools to protect children from RF exposure and health risks. These policies show that with careful planning, children's safety can be prioritized. El Dorado County must implement strict requirements for towers near schools, as currently there are none, leaving families and children unprotected. I respectfully request the board halt activation of this tower in Hillsdale at Tri-Square until further review, including proper parent and community engagement. Marble Valley Academy has been a part of this community since early 2000s, and projects of this magnitude deserve thoughtful consideration.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Rochelle Young. I'm a resident of El Dorado Hills and a mother of a 7-year-old daughter who attends Marble Valley Academy, located across the street from Tri-Square Construction on Hillsdale Circle. I'm here today to express my deep disappointment with the Planning Commission's decision to approve and move the original location of the Verizon cell tower project in such close proximity to multiple schools, local businesses, and residential areas. More importantly, I want to bring to your attention the lack of proper notification provided to the surrounding committee about this project. This process was insufficient and should be reopened for public input with a clear path for appeal. While I understand the planning department may argue that it followed the minimum requirements in the municipal code we are in 2025 and our community is asking for better. Relying on the Mountain Democrat as a primary form of public notice is frankly ineffective in today's world. Many residents, including myself, have no idea how or where this publication is even distributed. I noticed there wasn't any in the lobby either. El Dorado Hills has a population of over 50,000 people, and yet the only public comment received on this item were from the Heritage El Dorado Hills adult community, which happens to be the neighborhood of one of the planning commissioners. With that said, the only letters received from this community were leverage enough to have the tower move closer to the schools in the area. Can anyone make sense that with a community this size, nobody caught wind of this tower being constructed right in the middle of the business park? The only answer is ineffective noticing. The other form of notification was a green 5x7 postcard. I'm guessing you know what this postcard looks like. The planning department has been unable to provide a sample, but from what many of us can see, this could easily be mistaken for junk mail. If this is something prepared by the county planning department, I also don't see any type of seal indicating that it's an official public notice, not to mention the misleading project description. Furthermore, it is important to recognize that many buildings in that area are leased, yet both landlords and tenants should have been included in the 1,000-foot radius mailing. According to the planning department, that did not occur. It's not entirely clear what the standard procedure is for informing affected community members, but it is abundantly clear that the current process is broken and outdated. I'm here today for 2 reasons: to formally request this item be reopened for discussion, and I'm also here to ask that the Board of Supervisors consider adopting a new ordinance to update the county's municipal code, specifically to modernize and improve public notification. El Dorado Hills is a very special place to live. My daughter's
Thank you. I appreciate it.
generation Californian, and our family has deep roots here. We take pride in this community, and we expect the same
Thank you.
commitment from our leaders.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Matt Shanahan. I've been a resident in El Dorado Hills and Folsom for 40 years. I'm speaking on 3 separate topics and how they're connected. I support giving law enforcement the best tools. Flock will help solve crimes, no question, but as documented nationwide, it will be abused. Powerful surveillance requires transparency and safeguards. Neither exist here. Supervisors, this morning you recognized 3,000 Americans who died on 9/11. You discussed saving veterans' graves. Supervisor Turnbull, you spoke about World War II memorials. What would those heroes think today of the surveillance infrastructure we're building? We lost the Twin Towers, but gained cell towers everywhere, built for surveillance, not safety. After 9/11, we forgot immediately. The Patriot Act gave governmental tyrannical powers. Snowden revealed programs making the Stasi look primitive. 7,000 soldiers died in Iraq and Afghanistan. 30,000 veterans killed themselves. Taliban controls Afghanistan now. Those Afghans falling from the planes, those were our interpreters. They trusted us. Those memorials honor men who fought against surveillance states. Those veterans fought for the Gestapo, who tracked every movement. They'd recognize Flock's technology immediately. They died to prevent it here. You just approved that same system. Minutes ago, or earlier today, you approved Flock Safety, $7 billion surveillance company processing 20 billion scans monthly across 5,000 communities, 10 cameras equal 25,000 daily records. Forever searchable if downloaded by 4,000 HOA COVID Karens. Those towers like Hillsdale Court, within 2 years ago, every cell phone will be compatible with direct-to-cell satellites like Starlink. These towers are 100-foot tall fax machines. Emergency services, 66 towers were burned in the Campfire. Satellites, they work 24/7, 365. They'll cost $50,000 to $200,000 to remove those towers once they're abandoned. They're not for Netflix. They're so government can stream your movements in real time. Flock's pattern, 2017, they're just license plates. 2021, added HD video. 2023, added AI tracking. 2024, bought drones. Today, no facial recognition, yet cameras already capture every face. We're one software update away. Kansas, a cop stalked his ex-wife. Texas HOA tracked rally attendees. Florida pastor monitored church shoppers. Sacramento sheriff illegally shared with feds despite attorney general's warnings. This is the digital panopticon. They track patterns: church attendance, marriage counseling, AA meetings, gun store visits, Oakland's 480 cameras, San Francisco's 400, Sacramento's illegal federal sharing. El Dorado Hills completes their web. You'll change behavior knowing you're watched. You'll change behavior knowing you're watched. Skip that meeting, avoid that specialist. That's how freedom dies, not with chains, but with cameras. We traded Twin Towers for surveillance towers. The terrorists wanted our freedom destroyed. We're finishing the job. You can still add safeguards. It's not too late. Other communities got it right. Davis requires 500-foot setbacks from schools. Los Angeles banned them near schools. Norfolk judge ruled Flock violates Fourth Amendment. Austin canceled their contract after community uprising. We spent $113,000 of taxpayer money building our surveillance prison. The greatest generation defeated Nazi Germany without tracking neighbors. They want safeguards at a minimum. Require transparency, implement oversight, demand quarterly audits. November is coming. We're watching.
Thank you.
Thank you very
Appreciate it.
much.
Anybody else want to speak in open forum? Come on. Come on up.
Good afternoon. I'm still Uncle Fuzzy. I just want to set the record straight on something. One of my co-brothers, Fuzzy, a brown bear, was visiting an ice cream parlor in South Lake Tahoe the other day. And he decided he was going to use the strawberry ice cream, plus other things. So I used my mental telepathy and got to him and said, next time, save the strawberries for me. You could have the chocolate. So I want to apologize to Ms. Lane for creating all that problem up there. We'll try and keep those fuzzy people intact. The other thing I'm here about today is that, I keep asking, where's the $43 billion in economic benefit going to come from? Well,
Sitting behind you.
yeah, I know. And, I always say that ignorance is contempt before investigation. So, I started looking around, seeing what's going on, because I kind of been out of the hoop here for a while. So I found out there's a place called Seed and other things going on. So I decided to go look at it. And, but when we talk about anything that's going on, it's kind of like a baby that's born. We got something new. We got to do something. What do? Well, a little child, when it's real small, when they learn to crawl, how do they start? Does anybody know? Pushing backwards. They learn to push before they can go forward. So you see them rock back and forth because they're getting the idea. So when I look at what's going on in this county, we're in a spot where some things new got to be tried. We got to work on the solution. What's the solution? We're going to be like that little teeny baby and learn how to crawl before we can walk and run. And maybe with the help of all the volunteers here and some guidance from the people in power, we can succeed. We can take this county and change it. for whatever it has to be. I'll be gone before it's all done, but that's okay. And I'll see you again in about an hour and a half, my next 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else want to come up and speak in open forum? All right, let's go to Zoom participants, please.
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from 390.
Oh, good afternoon, board. This is Ken Greenwood from out here at the currently raining Triple Junction. Thank goodness. Wow. How about those folks getting up and having problems with the way we've been processing wireless telecommunication facilities, or WTFs, as I like to call them. Wow. Inadequate notice? Who's ever mentioned that in the last 10 years? And it's still a problem. We didn't fix that problem with the revise of the WTF ordinance. Those folks that got up, please contact me, Ken Greenwood, 530-306-6390. I'd love to talk to you. Some of the things they talked about have been almost fixed by the new ordinance, but notice is still sucks. And that's all I can really say for it. Yes, folks, welcome to my world that I've been trying to stick up for you for years, especially around schools and such. And isn't this the one that originally got denied, but I believe the board passed it? I can't remember. So many to choose from. Item 2. Coyote fire. Oh boy, did we get lucky. Not sure it was a combination of, well, what it really was getting that air attack on it, because everything was in the state was available right at that moment, and they got on it fast, and that's the good news. Access was really bad, but it is private forest land, and you know how that can work out, good or bad. Presumably it was managed. It'd be an interesting study area to find out why it had a pretty good intensity at first, but why they managed to knock it down in the afternoon and it calmed down significantly overnight. There's probably an on-the-ground answer to why that was done or why it worked out that way. Item 3, oh, wow, back to notice. The notice map that's in every one of those staff reports should show more, and it should go a mile out, and it should go on to the nearest county road on all private roads, because those folks need to be notified of any project that's coming their way that's going to have any effect on traffic. Pardon me. Anyway, and again, lack of notice. The more people you have involved, the better your projects will be.
Thank you, Ken. Appreciate it.
Now taking public comment from iPhone.
Good morning, board. Kelly Nelavia, El Dorado Hills, District 1. I am calling. You know, it's never easy when a community contacts you with a surprise like the cell tower at Marble Valley. I have 2 beautiful grandchildren that actually attend Marble Valley. And interesting enough, I think it's important to note, we've been doing some calculating of information, and I really do hope that Supervisor Ferrero will really join us, because it looks like at least 50, if not more percent of Marble Valley students are in District 1. District 2 happens to just be where Marble Valley is located. And it's really disappointing when I have to tell them, I don't know if your supervisor cares, because you may remember back where I knew that they were being screwed by the planning department, and I tried to get a hold of George and was very ghosted until having to make some public comment about that. And through Sue Taylor and some people's help, yeah, they were being screwed by about $20,000. So that permit got readjusted, and that terrifies me to think that an oops of $20,000 on an impact fee on a small private school could happen. But in terms of notice, definitely doing a lot of digging. It seems like definitely with the original location of the cell tower, it's very confusing in the paperwork to follow because they use parcel numbers and they use very ambiguous words of where this relocation would be. I'm so glad that Planning Commissioner Williams recused himself, but he was also one of the lead proponents in opposing location for heritage, which obviously is going to have some kind of influence on his colleagues, maybe even you all. I have a solution, and I think for cell towers that there should be a public billboard very similar to when we're going to rezone or an alcohol license change that has to be put in the window. I do believe there should be a public posting that's very visible on the property that says cell tower proposed in this location, the website, and how to find information if you are concerned or if you have an opposition. That could certainly get rid of these little tiny postcards that do get lost. We've been surveying many people in the area. All are conclusively Minnie's House of Pain, the Jehovah Witness Church next door are all saying, I do not recall ever seeing a notice come through my mail service. So we're still working on whether that appropriate second notice when the location was done correctly to add the people and affected. But I think what it really comes down to is what's really sad here is once again we're seeing that I'm having to let people know I don't know if your supervisors really are going to be there for you.
Kelly.
Thank you.
There's no additional public comment.
All right. Karen, can you speak on the cell tower issues, or Rob? Come on up, Rob.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Rob Peters with Planning. So I'll speak to procedurally sort of the project that El Dorado Hills Verizon that you heard about today. I'll sort of stick to the record as far as how the proceedings happened. I will acknowledge that the project was reviewed by APAC, the El Dorado Hills APAC, and we did receive comment letters along that process. So it wasn't just the distribution of the project to neighbors. The project was submitted to the Planning Division and was processed as CUP 23-01 or 0010. The project was heard by the Planning Commission on December 14th, 2023, and was continued to January 25, 2024. That was a publicly noticed proceeding, and we do have information related to that, including the notification radius and the copies of all the folks that were included. It is accurate to say that those were sent to the property owners, because that is our process. It was also in the paper, also located on our website. And then it was continued to a final hearing on May 23rd, 2024, several months later. That was again noticed to the public and in the ways that we notice all of our projects. And it did address some concerns of the Planning Commission to relocate the tower. So that was a recommendation of the Planning Commission, along with an additional condition of approval to try to add additional landscaping on a property that was not owned or leased by the applicant. And so we have created a series of emails with the pertinent information because we are receiving a lot of inquiries. We've created a list of those inquiries, and we've made sure that those individuals have been provided this email with those attachments. For the record, I'll read into that is Legistar file 23-2190, and all of the pertinent information is on that website. There was some discussion about an appeal that was considered by a resident in proximity to the project. They did not want to file the appeal fee, and so no appeal was filed, and the project was approved by the Planning Commission with a 3-0 vote, with one, as mentioned, member abstaining or recusing themselves and one being absent. So that's what I have to say. Thank you.
A question, do we have any setback limitations to these towers? I thought we had something in place.
I believe this project was processed in advance of our new wireless telecommunication facilities ordinance.
All right.
And so I know we did increase setbacks in certain instances.
Yes, I remember when it was brought to the board. That's why I was asking. Okay. Right. Okay, thanks, Rob. Appreciate it. All right, okay. All right, we just go ahead and thank you for that, Rob. I appreciate it. So we'll go ahead and move to item 21, planning and building seed presentation.
Item 21 comes from Planning and Building Department, Economic Development Division, recommending the board, one, receive and file a presentation on the El Dorado County Economic Strategy, and two, provide feedback and direction to the seed committee and staff regarding implementation of the economic strategy.
All right.
All right, good afternoon, honorable board members, Chair Turnbull. I'm very pleased to be kicking off this item. I won't be doing the bulk of the presentation, but I will kick it off. I do want to say we've got a couple of, I think most of our seed members are actually here, and they are really responsible for putting this together and getting it in front of you. There's quite a bit of information. We'll run through it and kind of hit the highlights for you. Of course, at the end, if you have any questions, we'd be happy to answer those. So Kim, if you want to bring up the slide presentation, and I will go over the first couple of slides. All right, you can go on to the next slide there. So just a little bit of background. SEED was formed by resolution of the board back in July 2024. It's a 7-member committee, although currently we have 6 members on there. And the board directed that there be broad industry representation. And if you recall, we actually had conversations about particular industries and who we wanted represented on this committee. So there we have at the bottom the 6 members currently, including Dave Spar, our vice chair, Perry McLean, Christine Noonan, Les Heinzen, Bryce Miller, and Carl Robato, who is our chair. This committee has been extremely engaged and has taken their assignment very seriously. I've been working in local government for 30 years, and a lot of those years were spent in economic development. And I can honestly say this is one of the most engaged and thoughtful and dedicated committees I've had the pleasure of working with. Not only that, but we've actually had an equally engaged audience. We have several folks who have been pretty regular attendees of the SEED committee meetings, and they too have been very thoughtful with their information and bringing their perspective. So just really a great group. And in fact, since it has been formed and started meeting in November 2024, they've actually met 12 times. So they've had special meetings in addition to the regular meetings, taking this on. And as you recall, part of the direction to the SEED committee, sort of the top task was to create an economic development strategic plan. And so that's what's being brought to you today. Okay, next slide. I will talk briefly about the kind of the goal that the committee talked about in terms of, why they felt it was important to do this economic strategy. And that is to increase county revenue while improving the quality of life through business growth, sustainable development, community participation, and targeted incentives. So the strategy itself, it talks a lot about those concepts and how to achieve those. But really coming to the top was this idea of, economic prosperity and community well-being can both coexist. Sometimes there's this feeling that economic prosperity means we're just allowing development, and that can negatively impact the quality of life. But there is a way to do both and do both thoughtfully. And so that committee has talked about that and is very cognizant of that. And then invest in sectors that align with local values. So again, not necessarily investing or for example, creating incentive programs that would benefit industries that don't align with our values. So things like ag is very important. We want to make sure we're supporting our ag industry, but there's other industries as well we want to make sure we're supporting. And then revenue to support services. There was also a lot of discussion about revenue and, can't be so focused on revenue that you forget the other things, but there is a very direct connection between county revenue and the services we provide. And to provide the level of service that our residents want and expect, we need to have revenue that matches the cost of those services. So how do we look forward and focus on that revenue and the amount that we think we need to provide those services? At a minimum, we need to continue to provide the level of service we have now, but I think everybody can agree there are certainly things we would like to increase and be able to provide additional level of services as well. So with that, I'm going to now turn it over to Carl Roboto, the chair of the SEED committee, to go over the next several slides.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, everybody. Hear me? Mr. Chair, supervisors, Carl Roboto here. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm a 40-year resident of El Dorado County, and I've seen a lot of things like you have over the years. I've owned a business here in El Dorado County for over 30 years, and it's a pleasure to be here as chairman of the SEED committee. Karen, thank you for your gracious introduction and kind words. We've worked really hard on putting together strategic thought on how to move the county forward with regard to economic development. Karen mentioned the goal. Let me talk real quickly to the objectives. First is to increase revenue to the county, including transient occupancy tax, sales, and property taxes. These are the three key funding sources for the county. I'm very, very, very intrigued with TOT tax, as I watch every day this county lose money on transient occupancy tax because we don't have enough lodging properties in the right places. Millions every year, I estimate. We want to retain and strengthen existing businesses. This is part of being community-centric. This is the heart of our strategy, is to be community-centric with economic development. And we want and need to retain and expand existing businesses. We do want to attract new company investment, but they need to align with community values. We get that. We understand the challenge and the contentiousness of economic development in my neighborhood or your neighborhood. And so we know that. We need to find those kinds of businesses that align with us or will align with us. We want to design and implement performance-based incentives. Too long, projects get tasks, but not measured. And we recognize the importance of measurement, not just for us, but for you as our elected officials. You need to see a direct measurement of, hey, we put this policy in place. We supported this policy. Where are we on this policy? It's not a punitive measure. It's a constructive measure. It's how do we learn? How do we get better? And how do we continue on in terms of what we want to do? We want to foster inclusive and transparent community engagement. Again, the heart of community-centric economic development. And again, we respect that and we appreciate that. And then we also want to align programs with sustainability and equity values. We understand the importance of the environment. I'm a 40-year resident of South Lake Tahoe. I've been deeply involved in TRPA's regional plan. I've been the chair of the EDC, and I understand, I've also been the chair of the Chamber of Commerce many years ago. I understand the dynamic balance we have to have with regard to economic development and managing and protecting the core resource here of our natural environment. We get that. Go to the next slide, Kim, if you could. Real quickly, our components, strategy components, we designed this with some short, midterm, and long-term priorities. We understand the urgency of the budget. You're going to see some data here in a minute that really, we get the urgency of the budget, and we think there's some short-term things that we need to do, not just to generate revenue, but to generate momentum in a different direction. We really need to get everybody thinking about
how do we implement this strategy that both focuses on revenue generation as well as managing it for the community. We want to use smart ideas and use a smart framework. Community engagement is key. One of the things we have to do is empower the local community. We've got to get ideas percolating up into economic development and into the county. It can't just be top down. It's called emergent strategy. How do we get ideas to emerge upward? And the only way to do that is to engage the community. Measurable outcomes, as I mentioned, and we want to give you the best information to make the best decisions, both short-term and in particular, taking the long view. If we don't have good data, if we don't have a 5 and 10-year forecast, it's hard to make the right informed decisions, both in the long term and in the short term. Next slide, Kim. I'm just going to touch on these real quick. You've seen these in the report. These are just some ideas, recommended short-term thoughts for your consideration. I'm not going to go through all of these. I think some of these may already even align with some of the ad hoc committee things that I've seen, and I appreciate great minds all thinking alike in some of this stuff, and so that's good. But we think these are some of the short-term things that can begin to change the momentum here in El Dorado County. Next slide. And once we get these basics done, we go to sort of midterm recommendations. And again, you know, these, as we learn, we will learn as we go. This is a design build process. We learn ideas, we figure out what works, we figure out what doesn't work, and we modify and move forward. And then finally, you can go to the next slide, we learn to look ahead to the longer term in terms of what we want to be 5 years down the road. I mean, who does strategy longer than 5 years nowadays? It's hard. I've done probably 150 strategic plans in my life, and it's a long, long time out there. But again, we want to be thinking with the long view. We don't want to pretend it doesn't exist. We want to be thinking about that long view and how it impacts the community and impacts our county. Next slide. And I want to really focus on these key principles of a resident-centric strategy. And this is absolutely key, and it's different because it puts residents in a key place at the table in terms of what we're doing. And the first element is revenue as a tool for quality of life. And I want to talk about quality of life because quality of life means different things to different people. You know, a lot of times we think of quality of life as roaming down one of the beautiful roads here in El Dorado County and seeing, you know, wineries and open space and outdoor recreational opportunities and all the rest of that. But there's a different side to quality of life. We have housing shortages, we have mental health needs, we have a lot of invisible elements to quality of life. And not everybody shares with quality of life. And we have to think about how do we bring the broadest benefit to the broadest amount of people throughout the community so everybody can engage and have good quality of life. Second piece, as I mentioned, community participation as a cornerstone. We want to hear ideas. That's the good thing. We may not agree on ideas. Lord knows, you know, I've been in South Lake Tahoe. We fight about a lot of things up there, but we come to resolution and we get things happening. We've got a new rec center. We've got a new special events center. We've got a new dorm coming out of college. We've got a lot of things. And believe me, it's a challenge all the way through, but we get there. The third element is quality of place over quantity of growth. Economic growth doesn't necessarily mean big footprint. It means how do we generate more revenue? And how can we generate more revenue with a smaller footprint? And I'll pick on my own town of South Lake Tahoe. We actually get fewer overnight visitors than we have in a long time, but we generate more money. Okay? It's that kind of strategic thinking that we have to bring into this process and look at it in ways that maybe we haven't done before. And then finally, we want to target industries that support and align with our local values. I've talked to folks in ag, I've talked to wine, I've talked to tourism, I've talked to ranchers, I've talked to a lot of different people. They all seem to find me now that I've got this position as the chair of SEED. And we've got to bring them all into the game. Okay. And I also I recognize the uniqueness of the neighborhoods and the communities, but I think to choose one against the other is a false choice. We can do both. We just have to be very smart about what we do. We have to think differently. We have to go to beyond the obvious. And I think we can do that. And I think, you know, we can come back here in a year from now and show some nice progress in terms of a lot of things that we're doing. I'm going to now turn it over to Bryce Miller. Bryce is a key piece of our committee. He's really become the de facto analyst, and he's well equipped. He is the executive director of business development for Marshall Healthcare. So I'm going to let Bryce take over and take you through the next few slides. Bryce.
Good afternoon, board. Thank you for making the time for me. It's a pleasure to be here with you today. As Carl mentioned, my name is Bryce Miller, work for Marshall Hospital. I'm one of the lucky few that was both born at Marshall and now able to work for the organization. So born and raised here in El Dorado County. My role in SEED and for us here today is to walk you through some data slides. So Kim, if we can go to the next slide. So just two quick things I want to highlight for you on the economic overview slide. Number one is around population decline. We've observed population decline over the last 5 years. And when we're looking with John's support back here ahead at data in the next 5 years, we're looking at additional population decline that's double what happened in the preceding 5 years. So couple population decline with one of the key things I want to touch on, which is basically zero employment growth in El Dorado County over the last 5 years. Population decline plus stagnant employment in the county paints a really difficult position for people like me that grew up here, loved it, want to live, work, and raise my family here in the community. And so I'll pause on median household income until the next slide. So Kim, if we can go ahead and move forward to the next one. So when we think about population decline, stagnant job growth in the county, what does that, what does that result in? What are some of the concerns? We've listed 6 of them here. I won't go through all of them, but I want to highlight 2 that I think are especially pertinent. Number one is housing affordability pressure. When I look at my classmates, I went to Union Mine High School, friends that I have in the Placerville community, really 2 things challenge their ability to set down roots in this community. Number one is employment opportunity, and number 2 is the cost of housing. When we look at the data that was on the last slide, you see a median household income for our county of $108,000 and a median home price of around $700,000. So practically what that means for my classmates at Union Mine that are getting out there in the work world is it means that the average family needs a 62% raise to afford a home in the county. 62%. It's a pretty wide delta between median household income and the ability to afford a home here. Now, again, practically, what does that mean for the families here? That means either dual income required or a significant breadwinner in the household. So again, housing affordability pressure, I know, is a key component to this. But maybe more important than housing affordability, at least to me personally, is the 6th item that we have listed on this slide, which is erosion of community confidence and engagement. When I think about my childhood in Placerville, it was the best experience I could have asked for. And largely that's thanks to all of you for making El Dorado County a great place and the community members that we have here. I always felt safe, I felt supported, I had the ability to go out, experience other parts of the nation. But ultimately, when my wife and I decided to have kids, she's 20 weeks pregnant, I told her there's only one place we can raise a family, and that's El Dorado County. We have to come back home. And so when I think about the opportunity for us to have a prosperous El Dorado County, I'm most concerned about losing the confidence and engagement of the community that makes El Dorado County so special. So Kim, if we can move to the next slide, please. So a couple slides of data from the county CAO's office. And what I'll say before we dive into the specific numbers is prior to joining Marshall 14 months ago, I worked in management consulting. And my role was to go across the country and help hospitals and health systems, largely in financial distress, help turn around their financial picture. Nobody brings in a consultant to do the fun work. They bring them in when times are tough. And one of the pieces of advice that we often give our clients is, hey, the ability to make swift, decisive, data-informed action is most critical. So when I think about my role in the SEED committee, Carl mentioned I'm the de facto analyst. I think about my opportunity is to help provide you analysis that maybe you might not get in other ways. And so when we look at a slide like this, whether we make $394 million in revenue or $396 million in revenue next year, I'd say that's less important than observing the overall trend. And again, that's what we would talk to our clients about as well in the healthcare space. So as you look at the trend that's going on here, you really see expenses outpacing revenue by a large margin. Kim, if we click over to the next slide, what you'll see on the next slide is both the annual shortfall and the cumulative shortfall by year. So again, I talked about swift, decisive, data-informed action. That's what SEED is hoping to arm all of you with. And the idea is that we won't wake up in 2030 thinking, oh, boy, we had the ability to make a difference in 2025 by tweaking a few levers and didn't do it. And now that we're in 2030, we're waking up and saying, hey, what happened? So our goal is to say, hey, let's get out in front of this problem. Let's in 2025 make the tough decisions that we have to today so we can wake up in 2030 and say, hey, thank goodness we made those tough decisions back in 2025. So with that, I'll pause here. I'll turn it to Dave. Dave's going to talk about our priority sectors. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, Bryce. Good afternoon, Supervisor Parlin, Beercant, Lane, Ferrero, and Chair Turnbull. Thank you, Karen, for the intro and the support you've given us. The priority sectors are pretty simple because these are our pillar industries. It's much easier if we start someplace we know where we're at, and that is our pillar industries. With these, the healthcare, the agritourism, the outdoor recreation, advanced manufacturing, the biotech presentation you had this morning now fits in that advanced manufacturing. By the way, that was an excellent presentation. And the creative industries and the work hub that Valley Vision's helping us with, Tahoe Prosperity is helping us with, and a lot of other partners are helping us with. It's much easier than attracting a new business to work with the existing businesses that are already here. Expand them, help them be more profitable, help them give raises to their existing employees. I can't lower the cost of housing, but I can increase wages by helping businesses become more prosperous that are already here, that need our support, and that have been here a long time. I've been here 18 years, and I've watched the business park grow big, go small, empty out, start over again. We need a little bit more stability. So, next slide, Kim. If we can outreach to our stakeholders who are already here, assist them in their expansion, find out what their needs are, find out what the residents' needs are. Bryce mentioned some of that. Those that are underemployed, that are 40, 46%, they're on social benefits. Social benefits as a safety net. We want to upgrade them, move them up by working with our stakeholders, and see if we can grow the economy through prosperity. We want to develop the key performance measures for you. We know what needs to be measured. We know what gets measured gets done. So we're going to work on measurements for you that we can bring you every quarter, every 6 months, and annually. We can compare to the last 3 years, the last 5 years, but we want to project ahead 5 years. We even want to project ahead 10 years and set some marks. Where do we want to be? Board of Supervisors, where would you like to be? Please direct us to help you get there in the next 5 and 10 years. Next slide, Ken. We do this with a small leadership group. We have a very small committee. You help us set priorities. We look at the opportunities. We work with staff. We work with staff so they can run that scenario out and test it and say, you're headed in the right direction. You're staying out of trouble. We like that. Now enhance what you have, enhance what we have to make it better. So we appreciate the leadership that you've been providing us. The advisory group that we have, we need more advisory groups. We need to do more research. It's free. We're not asking for any funding to do that. We'll do that on our own accord. Slide, please. Today, we seek board direction on the short term, the midterm, and the long range strategies that we brought to you. We seek direction on the implementation, and we're asking your permission to implement this strategy. It's not a full strategy. It's a short-term strategy because it's immediate strategy. Needs to be done now. Need to take action now because of the budget shortfall that we have. The resolution for the SEED committee might need to be modified so we can carry out more actions that the board would like us to carry out. But we're here today looking for your direction, your continued support, and your endorsement of this plan and the SEED committee. I'll turn this back over to Karen so she can address any questions you might have, and we're ready to serve you.
All right, so I'll bring it to board. Any questions or comments at this time?
Karen was gonna
Yeah, go ahead, Karen.
summarize.
I think they did an excellent job and yeah, I'm just open for questions and direction. As was mentioned right there at the end, I think we would need to modify the resolution because that resolution was really focused on bringing an economic strategy to the board and kind of didn't go beyond that. So if the board is supportive of SEED being involved with implementation, then we can bring back the resolution with the modification.
Any questions? Anybody have any right now? I got a couple of them I want to ask. And the biggest thing is I know you were talking about people leaving. The problem is the high cost of everything in our county or in our state, especially when the state puts all these mandates, especially when it comes to building a home. I mean, the cost of everything has gone through the roof is what it has, and it's not affordable anymore. What do you call affordable? And not only that, the high insurance costs. People can't sustain that, especially if you're on fixed incomes. That's why a lot of people have moved. A lot of my cousins moved back where we first originated in Tennessee right now. And they're living comfortably is what they're doing. We just got to work on things here, push back at the state. Because that's some of the issues that we have. One of the things I wrote letters to Trump and asked for policy change. He did. We're not going to import lumber no more from Canada because of the letters that I wrote to him. He listened. That's why we have these executive orders to bring logging back in our state from all the way from Northern Oregon, Washington, and California, but also in other states like Colorado and Idaho. So this is some of the things that we need to focus on, especially to bring stuff economically back to our county. And one of the things I'm still pushing, if we can get a 20-year of product from the USDA, we can bring a mill back. And I'm still working on that. And I want to make sure that this happens. This is what we got to do. We got to think outside the box and you can't just sit there and talk about things that we're going to do and nothing gets done. Because talk is cheap, is what it is. So we need the biggest thing is housing. And that is one of the reasons nobody can afford to live here anymore, especially a young couple being able to start out. You know, that's their American dream is to have a home. And when this state puts in so many mandates that young people, if they buy some land, can't even build a home on their property, it's really not fair to them. And the only way we're going to be able to solve that problem is this county needs to step up a little bit and start pushing back. Other counties need to do the same thing. So that's all I'm going to talk about for right now. Anybody else have something to say?
Yeah, George. So I agree with you on what's causing the exodus. But let's try to control what we can't control here at the county level. We have a golden opportunity here with this team with great minds and years of business experience that can help guide us to implement this plan. I fully support it. I see a lot of their 6 short-term recommendations. I'm looking at this. This stuff's already in place. We just have to create the policies to expand and exploit that where we can, where we can benefit from it. And a lot of it is just simple tweaks with our policies. So that's all I'm going to say now. But I think it's an opportunity we should not blow, and we should take advantage of what's in front of us with the help of with this team here.
Okay. Anybody else any comments right now? Or you want me to go to open? Lori, you got any
Let me know
comments?
what the public comment is first, because
Okay. All right.
this is broad.
Okay. All right. So I'll just go ahead and open it up to public comment. Kim?
We are now taking public comments specifically regarding item number 21. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Come on up.
Good afternoon, supervisors. Boy, I sure prefer to hear from you all before public comment because, you've got a room full of professionals that could answer a lot of questions. I first want to thank you for trailing the item 17 earlier today because a lot of the discussions you were struggling with can be informed by these professionals. And they can take these tasks on to answer some of those questions, some of those vexing questions that you had. So thank you for doing that. If you haven't heard, the Farm Bureau Federation reported recently 55% bankruptcies in agriculture, with California leading the nation. That's a pretty serious thing. And that affects us here locally. This committee that you've formed here has operated in lockstep with your staff, both the ones that are seated here today and the ones that are no longer here. And I'm really proud of their effort to work to collaboratively together. And you should be proud of their work product as well. I feel the need to remind you that, geez, I think Supervisor Turnbull, you and Supervisor Heidel spent, a number of years working on resolutions. This board grinded on bylaws for this committee. 3.5 years. This committee's been in place for 7 months, and they have an actionable plan in front of you. And so I'm really hoping that you support them in their efforts. That's the way you encourage the public to continue to engage with government, is that their work is taken seriously and respected. Ag operations need multiple sources of income to survive. We need to stop pretending that agriculture can remain viable on crops alone. It's the tourism component that is one of the fastest growing agricultural segments in California. Agritourism is an agricultural use. And so I am still here to encourage further activity with your seed committee. Let them help us to integrate the public into this process through workshops. It's badly needed. The county needs a more viable and more stable fiscal model. This is part of your solution. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mike.
Thanks, Mike.
Afternoon, Chairman, members of the board. My name is Kirk Euler. I currently serve as the representative for builders and developers with Stewart Title. And in that capacity, I had the opportunity to hear your planning director speak to the El Dorado County Builders Council and share with us this initiative. I was very excited to hear about this initiative. Prior to joining Stewart Title, I spent 18 years as a county supervisor in Placer County. And in Placer County, we embraced many of the ideas that are being put before you today. There are two in particular that I want to emphasize because they really are very low cost, high impact opportunities for you. The first, and both of these, pardon me, are found on page 11 of your report. And it is where you speak to the issue of design incentives tied to property value growth, and then invest in infrastructure and affordable housing. In Placer County, the two things that we did that really helped in both of these areas. Number one, a deep dive into our tax rate areas. What areas provide the greatest return per property tax dollar to the county's treasury as opposed to any other special district? And then understanding those tax rate areas that are most beneficial to the county. What land use is most appropriate on those parcels as dictated by the market? We love our professional planners, but let's go out and meet with the market and hear what the market says in terms of these parcels in this area. Here's what we who invest in the private sector think would generate the greatest return. And then you, as your board, simply using your land use authority, are able to make those changes that encourage that private investment. So that's one that we use very successfully in our Sunset Industrial area. And that project is coming out of the ground as the Placer One project right now with significant private investment. The other one is the discussion of the T-bid. We were very successful in Tahoe. Back in 1995, we created the North Tahoe Resort Association. And that was basically the county saying to the resort owners, we're going to share some of the TOT with you. You tell us what your priorities are up here. We'll share some of that TOT with you. We'll put it back in the ground. Well, we went to the same folks and we said, if you pass a T-bid, we're not going to take away any of that money that we've been spending previously. We're going to dedicate that money to the affordable housing issue in the Tahoe Basin and the circulation issue in the Tahoe Basin. But we want you guys now to come in with a T-bid to work on some of the marketing things and some of the special projects that we currently helped you with. So those are two very, I think, quick return, low-cost opportunities for you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Anybody else want to speak on this item? Come on up.
Hello again, Board. I'm speaking today as the former CDAC and SEED Chair. This is a historic day to have a vote on what we had hoped we would have put together more than 2 years ago, a strategic plan, a strategic vision for our county. I want to thank you, first of all, for restarting SEED. And we have on this committee folks with significant depth of experience, very applicable to what we're facing here today. And they also did it with a collaboration of including the public and others in their meetings. And we always felt we were part of their meetings. And I really want to thank that process. We have in front of us today a plan that will help rejuvenate, revitalize, and restore economic vitality to our county. It's a lot of work to be done, but through all the stakeholders participating, including residents, small businesses, county staff, all of you, as well as consultants, we can get there. And El Dorado County has so much to offer. We have such one-of-a-kind assets here, from the Rubicon to the American River to the Sierras. Only we can claim the distinction of being the birthplace of where gold was discovered. And we can offer world-class experiences here. Folks will come here, they will stay here, and they will go back, and they will always remember the time they spent here in El Dorado County if we act on this plan that is now here before you today. We are a unique and special county. And I want to thank everyone for all their efforts. I look very much forward to this vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Gina. Anybody else want to speak on this item? Come on up.
Hello again, Board and Mr. Turnbull. How are you? You know, I work in solutions. You've identified the problem that's before us. That's not good. But I always like to take a very small time in determining what the problem is. And then I like to spend my time in the solution. Now, some people don't like that because they want to sit there at board meetings and school board meetings. Everybody wants to talk about the problem. Nobody wants to work in the solution. So my thing is, I'm listening to some of you. If anybody else has a different solution, a better solution, something that will work, well, now might be the time to express something. But, you know, this seems to me, and this is the long game, folks. Some of you know what I did. I started in 2009 and we finished it in 2016. That was kind of a long game back in those days. So I am encouraging this board to kind of join we the people, because that's who these people are out here. We the people, not asking for anything, not doing anything, suiting up and showing up and want to work in the solution. So I guess it's up to you guys. You want to join us and go along on our little venture? I hope you do. Thank you.
Chris Pay Diamond Springs, as I've told you before at the podium, I was on CDAC for about 9 or 10 years, back in the early 2000s. It's a different world now. We have seed, and we have seed's presentation today. Very good. I just want to say very supportive of what is being proposed. But there is many times your board, not specifically you as board members, but your board has taken action to support planning level documents that relates to the future. And we can go back in our records through Legistar, and we can pull some of those occurrences. I remember one day putting a suit and tie on in front of you with another gentleman, and making a presentation for CDAC about what we thought the future held for us. And we were looking also to the future, which is now, actually is the past now. And we never accomplished it. So today I want to give SEED the support that they deserve, but let's accomplish something now. Let's make it actually happen. That's my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Anybody else want to speak on it? Come on up. All right, let's go to Zoom participants, Kim.
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from Linda Campbell.
Hey everyone, Linda Campbell, El Dorado Hills. First I want to say this was a really good presentation. I liked the information, and I liked the fact that it was a direct representation of public input. And I think that's a really important thing to consider. Definitely continue focus on our county character and our quality of life. I liked to see the training reference that was in there. I do think it's a good idea for SEED to continue outreach to the community and then providing input for staff to supervisors. As far as general affordability, also please just consider that we can go through all of this and we can still be paying too much. The supervisor should consider the fees that you are charging, which a number of them were just raised once again, both for small businesses and for people wanting to build homes. If you're able to reduce the county overhead, that will help to allow for community and economic growth both. So I do hope this continues, and I hope that it's decided to change the resolution for SEED to be more directly engaged in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, so I'll bring it back to the board. Any comments or questions? Greg,
Yeah.
you got anything?
I omitted one thing that I truly support this concept and moving this in this direction. But I think we as a county also need to consider, how we get that done and the amount of staff time that it will take. And so I just wanted to point out that I do recognize that it's not going to be as quick as snapping our fingers and, getting it all done, but we can't pick them off one at a time. But I think, we as a board should surround ourselves by bright people with bright ideas. And I think this is one example where we can do that.
Anybody?
Yeah, so I appreciate the public input because I was trying to figure out where to go with this. So looking at the resolution right now, my understanding was this was supposed to be an economic development plan, right? And this says it's a summary. And also I'm reading the agenda item and it just says receive and file. And all the other strategic plans, that's it. It's supposed to be an economic strategic plan, right? So all the other strategic plans that we ever have are presented, we provide feedback, tweak them, and then we adopt them as a plan. So I couldn't figure out, is that what we're doing with this summary? And I really appreciated, where's Carl? Is he still here? Yeah, I really appreciated that you mentioned that a lot of what the presentation this morning from the Budget Ad Hoc Committee actually fit into this. That was really encouraging, so that we weren't that far off. And then my brain is also saying, okay, if we were to implement, what does that look like? Because there's like, I'm counting them, there's about 10, 20 very separate initiatives in here. So how would we go about prioritizing? And my thoughts were maybe that we need to, well, and the other question is, has staff, because this was just presented today and I believe it came straight from SEED to here. So has our staff had a chance to look at this and vet it and provide input back? Or, where's this been besides just straight here?
Thank you for those questions. So, the staff has been, primarily limited to planning and building staff. I mean, I've been attending the meetings and been involved with the conversations. And so I do believe, there is some coordination that needs to happen. And I think, the other item, the Budget Ad Hoc Committee and their recommendations, that's a great example. We don't want to duplicate efforts, but we also want to make sure nothing's missed. So, if we're getting recommendations from two different groups, let's get together, have a conversation, and make sure we all know who's responsible for what. There are certainly other pieces, working with our fiscal team and so forth. So we make sure, as was talked about by most folks, about the data we need to collect and make sure we're collecting the right data, accurate data. And, it's not just me or one other person. This is being bought off on by, our fiscal team throughout the county as well.
Okay.
I got a question. John Heidel and myself have been working on this for a long time. And we got a budget ad hoc committee and we also have SEED. Can't they actually, we had two supervisors, which will be the same. Two supervisors could work together with SEED to come up with some answers and something that's going to help our county. I think this is the best way to do it because that's what John and I did.
Yeah, if you look back
Oh, you
at
do?
our,
Okay, all right,
Yeah.
okay.
in the slides, the recommended, there's sort of an executive team, and I see exactly what you said, the Budget Ad Hoc Committee, maybe two members of SEED and a couple of key staff, that's sort of the executive team that we are talking about these things and making sure there's coordination there. Going back, Supervisor Parlin, to your question about, that basically, midterm and long-term and purposely there's less details on those, because if we had spent the time to really put a lot of detail behind that, we wouldn't have been before you until probably early next year, if not later. But the other piece of that too is we have less community feedback on those items. We need to do that step first before we come back with more details. There's no sense in saying, here's how we're going to solve this problem when we have not talked to the community to really understand fully what they see as the problem. And as was mentioned, get some of their ideas for solutions. So we're going to be in front of you if you give us direction to. We'll be here on a regular basis, and we'll start providing more detail as we go along and say, okay, we've got this in motion and that in motion. These items are well on their way. We're not going to start focusing on these next three, and here's a little more detail of how we're going to do that.
Okay.
All right. Brooke, you got any questions?
Yeah, I would like to weigh in a little bit. I just think that this is a very solid starting point. When you really kind of dig into the numbers, I think Ms. Gardner, you pointed out to me, yeah, we might be off a little bit here or there, but the trend is kind of what we're looking at. Understanding that this is an economic strategy is kind of more laying out the philosophy. And the implementation really is the critical action piece. And I agree. I know that you might have a motion prepared, but I agree that I think that we have to unify forces going forward, and the importance of bringing the public in. I have always found that the solutions are always better. And then you automatically start getting a groundswell of support at the same time. So I like where we're going here. I'd like to see our budget subcommittee work with a couple members of SEED and key staff and figure out, how do we flesh this out? Do we stay kind of separated or do we join forces? I think you guys can all work that out, and I would support that process.
Do you think that it would be taking this and kind of within the initiatives and stuff and like prioritizing them so that it's actually a plan that can be worked kind of thing? Because, I thought we were trying to head for a plan. And then, so the things that we already know align would be top priorities because those are easy. And then go from there, so that it literally is a plan that can be worked, prioritizing, after we have these, and then we'll bring the actual plan back. It shouldn't be hard to do. We've got a good starting here so that it can actually be implemented.
Yeah, that is kind of how I see it. And in the meantime, until we're able to go back and look at the ordinance and decide if that needs to be updated, because we did make the resolution very limited on purpose. But it does still leave SEED with some great opportunities to be the conduit between industries and to assist the county to fully realize the economic development potential. So there's still a lot left in here that I think we can continue to build on until we can realize who's going to do what and how, and we move forward. Mr. Roboto, did you want to tag on that?
Yeah, come on up. Come on up.
These are great questions. But I want you to keep something in mind. The traditional strategic plan is almost outdated by the time it's adopted. This world changes so fast. If we can get these first round of suggestions implemented, our macro environment is going to change dramatically in the next 12 months. We don't know what the opportunities will be or what the challenges will be. These are the general direction we want to go with, but we have to begin to start somewhere. I think working with the ad hoc committee is a natural step, as well as staff and whoever else we can get involved and make a credible and good group. But we really have to think of strategy in a fluid way now, not just this is the way it's going to be for the next 10 or 20 years. It's very fluid. It changes all the time. And most of the changes are out of our control. And so we've got to learn to be very fluid. But I know the solutions come from the community up.
Right.
That's why we designed a community-centric approach to this. And it can't just be a SEED approach. It's a community-centric approach. So I think we can get all these things involved, but we need to have the green light to go. And that's what we need today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So, Mr.
right.
Chair, if I may, I'd definitely like to thank the board for getting it to this point prior to Supervisor Ferrero and I getting on the board. Thank the committee as well. You guys have done a woman's work, so really appreciate that. I'd like to thank Kirk for your comments as well. This gentleman, 16 years of public service and on more of that probably than we know. So thank you for being here and testifying to this. So I'm sort of simplistic. I've got a motion for this and I've got a motion for going back to item 17, but we'll get that one in a minute. Direct staff and the budget ad hoc to meet and prioritize the items presented in this plan to determine policy corrections and bring back to our board for ratification.
Okay.
May not be perfect, but
All right.
direction.
Is there a second?
I think that got the gist of what we were.
Right.
That-
And the budget
that
ad hoc
sounded
is
right,
obviously
right?
working with staff, the CAO's office on the overall budget, but we need now to connect SEED to that process. And we'll meet independently of that, but we'll bring that information to the, if you want to call it, county administrative budget ad hoc.
Can you
also.
can you help us with seeing it, the words you got, or is that too hard to do?
Did you write it down? Did you write it down?
I'm sorry.
Did you write it down?
Yeah. I'm
Yeah, yeah.
asking Kim to put it up on the screen for us, just because if we don't do it on the screen, we don't see the words, we often miss something and then we regret it later. I just
You want me to
hate doing
repeat
that.
You want me to repeat it? Direct staff and budget ad hoc to meet to prioritize the item.
She's fast, but
That's what we'll do. the items from the presentation from SEED to determine prioritization, well, we already got prioritization, to determine policy corrections and bring back to our board for ratification. So there may be some policy stuff and there may be some other things, but I think we have to prioritize first.
Yeah.
And then what we can solve quickly. And one of those may be, we're ready for a September report. We'll fuse that in. That may be one of the things we can correct. So, and then bring back to this board for ratification and implementation.
Okay, I'll go ahead and second it, but I want to make a comment. And the reason why is because this was adopted, this resolution, in July 16th of 2024.
Yeah.
And it's been a year. I don't want it to be another year. We need to get on this and get this done. So anyway, that's all I'm going to say,
Oh,
but I'll
yeah.
go ahead and second it. So, all right,
So also under discussion,
go ahead.
you mentioned that you thought you had another motion regarding item number 17, but in my mind, it would just be appropriate to bring these two together in this
Yeah,
one
because
motion.
they're
Yeah,
so
we didn't
related.
finish public comment on that before we trailed it. So how council wants to direct that, I can,
I
can
thought
amend
you
it.
had finished
took
public
public
comment.
comment.
Did we?
Yeah.
but-
Yeah,
We did.
we did.
Yes,
I
we did,
would
Ron.
suggest just to keep it for clean record keeping, that if you did have something addressing 17, that we conclude this item, we call 17, that was trailed from earlier today. It sounds as if there's perhaps a desire to take similar action with respect to 17.
Yeah.
So it might be a bit duplicative, but I think just for purposes of
The
keeping a clean
record,
record,
yeah.
that we take that action separately.
Okay, all right. Okay, so we got a motion and a second. All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
All right,
Motion passes 5-0.
all right. So item 17.
So my suggestion, which would have been on the last item.
Right.
Would be to take that same exact motion, except say, the items that this budget ad hoc committee presented, that they be prioritized and discussed with SEED and staff. So your same exact motion, but just,
Can we just
Flip.
roll it into that same
Right.
conversation, basically? Is that what we're
So-
doing?
yeah,
The
yeah,
items are, I think.
why
simi-
not?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean,
similar.
Carl
Some
said,
overlap,
Carl
there's some
said it,
different.
it's like it fit within, so it
Mhm.
made sense.
Yeah.
I'll second that.
Okay, all those in favor by saying aye?
Can we actually see the words we're voting on though? What did it, because we were doing a lot of hand
Yeah.
gestures.
If you put it back up, Kim, I
Just-
can.
What do you mean?
Every time we do that and we don't see the words, we mess up. I'm not
So
kidding.
if you just put up.
Okay.
So the 17 would say direct staff and SEED to meet and prioritize the items presented from the budget ad hoc committee.
Yeah, we need to, make sure that we've got staff, seed and budget ad hoc
Mhm.
in both of them.
Right, they just need to be flipped.
Yeah.
Yep. To determine, that's it, right there.
Okay,
No, the budget ad hoc isn't in 17 though?
mm-hmm.
The budget ad hoc is towards the end of the sentence,
Yeah, it's in there.
presented from the budget ad hoc committee.
But we're not in the action part actually working on it.
Well, it's identical to the one above. It,
Do we mess up the bottom?
Yeah.
That's what I'm afraid of.
And I could
Yeah, we
Yeah,
gotta have,
budget.
but then we'd have to fix both.
make
of
it
them.
identical.
yeah.
That way we won't get confused.
Can we fix our motion on 21?
So,
I would not,
Yeah, we can't do
Dave,
that.
I don't think you can change the motion on 21. We've concluded that and take it.
All right.
Okay, but the budget ad hoc can meet with whomever they want to.
I think-
So
I
we
think
we
it's
know
pretty
we
clear.
can do that.
Yeah.
we want you to meet with them.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
seems pretty clear that the idea was that the budget ad hoc was going to be the spearheading these coordination meetings.
Okay,
Right.
there, okay, that works. 'Cause I
All
think
right.
we kinda
You
left
think we
them
got it now?
17, that looks
17 is
better.
good to go.
That looks better. I'll second.
I did.
Did you? Okay,
Brian
okay.
did. Okay, all those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
Okay,
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you, everybody.
so do we want to go ahead and move to item 24, or you want to go right into the 2:30?
We're too early. Oh, not, excuse me, I'm sorry.
No, we're
I
not.
thought it was 3. It's 2:30.
2:30.
Yeah.
What's the
Yeah.
other one?
We got 24 left.
Oh,
So what would you want to do? If we can do
That's fine.
24th real quick.
I mean, 24 could be done very quickly, but we do
Yeah.
have a lot of folks here, so
Do it
either
last.
way, if you want to jump right into your 2:30, it's
Okay.
fine.
What is the will of the board?
Whatever you want to do.
Do 24 after this.
Okay.
They're waiting.
Okay,
Yeah,
all
we're
right,
already
let's do
late.
that. Okay. So we'll move on to item 22, planning and building Diamond Springs mixed use, SB 35.
Item number 22 is a hearing from Planning and Building Department, Planning Division, Current Planning Unit, bringing to the board a pre-application notice of intent for a Senate Bill 35 affordable housing project. Staff recommending the board take the following actions. 1, receive and file a presentation on current requirements of Senate Bill 35. And 2, hold a public meeting for public and local government comment on the project. Supervisor Turnbull, can you please open the hearing?
I'll go ahead and open the public hearing. All right, guys, you can take it away. You guys ready?
Yes, Chair, just give me one
Okay.
second. I have not given a PowerPoint to your board.
Okay, all right.
Look at that. Good afternoon, Board. Jefferson Billingsley, Deputy County Counsel. And as I was sitting out there, I thought it might make sense for me to give a little preface to this PowerPoint. I'm here to talk about SB 35 and SB 423. I'm not making any endorsements about whether those were wise policy decisions by the state. I just want to put that out there. I'm just here to kind of factually share what the requirements are at this point. So you have a little bit of background before you actually have your meeting for comment on the proposed project.
Jefferson, just for clarity, I'm looking at this, the agenda. There is no action by the board today? There's no action by the board today, right? Receive and file, hold a meeting. That's it?
Supervisor Parlin, that is taken directly out of SB 35. I will admit it is sort of a strange process what this meeting is actually for.
Is it 35 or 423?
Well, as I'll touch on, 35 has been amended 20 times. 423
Okay,
is
yeah,
just,
you're right.
it's just one of the major
It's an
ones,
amendment
but
to it,
it-
Okay.
essentially once or twice a year, they tweak it, and it's probably helpful to see it as kind of a one-way ratchet that just keeps constricting.
Okay.
But 423 was the most recent. Okay. I get it now. There's just a little lag. So SB 35 was originally enacted effective in 2018. SB 423 was the most recent one, and that extended the sunset out a whole nother decade. So we now have it until 2036. As I said, it's been amended over 20 times. They are always tweaking this legislation, and it is, I can't think of one example where it's favorable to local agencies. This is just sort of the preamble for 35. The legislature found that this is a matter of statewide concern and preempts local control. So applicability of SB 35, basically this applies to cities and counties that have not met their regional housing needs allocation, their RENA numbers. There's only 40 cities and counties that are not subject to this. Obviously, there's a lot more cities and counties in California than that. Otherwise, it's broken into two categories. El Dorado County is in the one where if somebody proposes an SB 35 streamlined project, it essentially has to be half affordable. Although it seems most of the ones we get here tend to be 100% affordable. And there's HCD as a dashboard they update, but we've been in the 50% category for many years. I'm going to run through, there's a whole laundry list of things that you sort of criteria you have to meet for SB 35 to qualify. Some of them are very generic. Some of them are more general. Very generally, it's multifamily housing with 2 or more residential units. You can't demolish affordable housing. You can't demolish historical structures. You can't have a registered tribal cultural resource. I'll touch on that a little bit because there's a whole tribal process. And then prior to getting your building permits, if it's going to be a for sale, you have to have a 45-year deed restriction. Rental, it's 55 years that it needs to be deed restricted. More sort of general, it has to be within an urban area, and this is based on the, I think they call it decennial federal census. So every 10 years, they define what an urban area is. That's the map that staff uses. And then 75% of the perimeter needs to be infill urban uses. That sounds like it would be helpful in a rural county, but it really isn't because they define urban uses pretty broadly. I have it in here, housing, parking lot, structure, pretty much any of those qualify as urban. It has to be zoned for mixed use or have a general plan designation that allows residential. So it's kind of an either or it meets the requirements of the Middle Class Housing Act. That has also exceptions if you're going to put it in certain areas where parking or certain commercial is the primary use. These are more what they call the prerequisites that you sometimes hear about with these projects. The first one cannot be within a very high fire severity zone. I will say the exceptions here basically swallow the rule. If you meet these requirements, it doesn't matter if it's on high fire severity. It's basically 4291 if you meet all this defensible space, 4290 road standards and fire equipment, and the up-to-date California building codes for fire-resistant materials. I say the exception follows the rules because most projects have to do all of this anyway. So it sounds like it's a restriction, but it actually isn't. These are more of the kind of very general, can't be on prime farmland, wetlands, a hazardous material site, delineated earthquake fault zone, flood zone, conservation plan, or habitat for protected species. Most of these are mapped and then staff can just look at maps. Some of them are not. It has a whole lot of requirements for prevailing wage and skilled workforce. That's very detailed. About half of SB 35 is just about these wage requirements. I don't think they're very critical for this presentation. You can't have had tenant occupied housing demolished within the prior 10 years. And it cannot be in a parcel basically where there's a mobile home park, an RV park, or a special occupancy park. This is kind of the critical. It has to, all development standards that apply to SB 35 have to be objective. They have to be in place at the time that the application was submitted. They have to be available and knowable by the proponent. And really the crux of it is they're standards that involve no personal or subjective judgment by the public official, and they're verifiable by reference to an external and uniform benchmark or criteria. If it's helpful, I think if you look back to when the Oak Ordinance was passed, we basically for oak mitigation, you have this variety of choices. So we actually, your board adopted this. So for SB 35 projects, we basically said you have to pay the fee to make sure that it's an objective criteria that applies to a project, not having a bunch of choices. Initially, SB 35 did not have tribal consultation. I'll talk about the first public case. There was a bunch of litigation. Then the legislature said and went back and put in a tribal process. So in SB 35, they need to file a pre-app or a notice of intent. And when that does, that triggers the requirement to consult with the tribes. Basically, if the tribes say there's no resources here, then the process kind of ends. If there is a resource, then they have to try to reach an agreement. If there's a resource on the parcel and an agreement cannot be reached, you cannot use SB 35. Another thing that SB 423 brought in was the meeting you're having today, and that is the second part of this presentation. So if the development is in a moderate or low resource area, and staff will put all these maps up, but a big part of Diamond Springs is in this moderate area, then within 45 days, the board is required to have a meeting for public comment on the project. The developer is required to attend the meeting and review the testimony and comments And when they actually apply, they have to submit an affidavit that they were at the meeting and they reviewed the comments. If the county doesn't have this meeting, then the applicant is required to hold the meeting. If your board doesn't have the meeting, it doesn't stop the process. They just have to go out and do it themselves. There are a lot of time limits in SB 35, and I realize my PowerPoint could be a little clearer, so I'll say it up front. There are two tracks on SB 35. There's sort of, is it eligible for 35? And then there's design review, and those are on two separate tracks. So I'll start with eligibility, and those are all the things I was just talking about, the high fire, the wetlands, is the zoning correct? I noticed we have a compliant application, that's all done, but when the county gets in an application, and most of these are under 150 units, so there's 60 days to determine whether or not the project is eligible for SB 35. It's not a lot of time. And if staff has to issue a written saying exactly why it's ineligible, and then if it's something they can fix and they resubmit, that deadline is then only 30 days to respond. And if the response does not happen within 60 days, it is deemed compliant with all those eligibility criteria. If they come in later on a project that's approved to modify, the 60-90 deadlines apply again. So this will sound like a lot of legalese, and it is because the legislature did it that way. So the county can only find its inconsistency with an objective standard if no reasonable person can conclude that the development is consistent with objective standards. They put that in case this goes to litigation. It makes it very easy for the applicant to say, they basically have to argue that a reasonable person could not find that this was an objective standard. They repeat that language in some other sections as well. And again, if we don't make that determination in time, it's just deemed to be compliant. These are some more recent changes that weren't initially in SB 35, but they have specific prohibitions on requiring studies and information that do not pertain directly to determining whether the project is consistent with objective standards. And again, here, if the application contains substantial evidence that would allow a reasonable person to conclude that the development is consistent with objective standards, you cannot require additional studies. The other prong, aside from eligibility, is design review. They also tweaked this fairly substantially with SB 423. There used to be a section called public oversight and design review, and they took all of that out. All that's left now is design review. And then design review shall be objective and strictly focus on assessing criteria with streamlined projects. And that review cannot in any way inhibit, chill, or preclude the ministerial approval. I'll talk a little bit more about what design review looks like. Again, it can only be objective, and these are some samples from the HCD guidelines. You can't have a standard that sort of says something like neighborhood character, because that's not objective. It really needs to be something tangible you can compare against an external source. You know, a slope of 1 to 5, you need to have a Spanish style roof. And then in December of 24, your board did adopt the interim objective standards, and a big part of the impetus was that so that these streamlined projects would have standards they needed to comply with, because a lot of standards that are subjective just cannot be applied at all. So that's why those standards were put in place. The design review timeline is a little bit longer. Again, for under 150, it'd be 90 days. But again, the 60 and 90, they essentially run concurrently. They start with the application date. So it's not like there's 60 days to see if it's eligible and then 90 on top. They really, and I think in practice, they happen at the same time. They overlap. There would be substantially more time for some of these larger housing projects, but I don't think we've seen any of this. This is the board direction on SB 35 projects. In December of 24, you adopted the resolution that requires the planning director to make the eligibility determination. This language, I should be a little more clear. SB 423 actually says the planning director has to make the eligibility determination. It took out the language that just referred to the county. So the intent of that bill was to make the director, or if you don't have a director, the equivalent position responsible for making that determination. And then it delegates design review for the interim objective standards to staff. This resolution, the prior resolution, there's no right to appeal. This is before my time, but when your board initially talked about this, there's a lot of discussion, and really that's a function of the timelines for how long it takes to review these. It's 60 days or it's 30 days on resubmittal. It just doesn't really allow the timeline and the lead to do those kind of processes. Again, the mantra of SB 35, it's a ministerial approval. It is not discretionary. So it's a process that involves little or no personal judgment by the official or regarding the wisdom or manner of carrying out the project. Essentially, it should be sort of checkbox objective criteria. We can't require anything like a conditional use permit. And then this is the catch-all, and this is in the end of every HCD letter that they send, and they send a lot of letters, that this shall be interpreted and implemented in a manner to afford the fullest possible weight to the interest of and approval and provision of increased housing supply. And at the end, I'll talk a little bit about HCD because they have pretty common messaging when they intercede and give their view on SB 35 projects. This ties in with the requiring studies. There are limits on what can be required for traffic impacts. We can apply objective standards and policies, and that includes the payment of traffic fees. We cannot require a traffic study that involves the exercise of discretion in project-specific mitigation analysis. Right now, our level of surface traffic mitigation requires subjective staff judgment, and it specifically calls out a collaborative mitigation process, and it doesn't implement externally referenced objective mitigation criteria. Essentially, it requires staff and the project to sit down and figure out what the mitigation would be. It doesn't meet the criteria to be objective under SB 35. As I said at the beginning, I'm just the bearer of news. I'm not here to talk about the policy wisdom. This is about parking. If you're within half mile of public transit, and I'll tell you, they define that very broadly. If you're within half mile of any regular transit that charges a fare and is open to the public and follows the schedule, you don't have to provide parking at all. Clearly, in a rural county, that doesn't make sense. This was meant to be somewhere urban, but it requires, that's what we get here. If you're not within half a mile, then the max we can do is 1 parking space per unit. Mixed use projects are allowable as long as 2/3 is residential and you do concurrent construction. Then you can use SB 35. There's really only one big published decision on this. It came out of the city of Berkeley in 21. Obviously, the statute's gotten a little tighter since then, but the court kind of echoed what the legislature had said. Basically, the point is to, take all the discretion out and basically make these ministerial approvals as long as it meets the criteria. The court specifically said it's to eliminate local discretion. That is the purpose of the legislation. I will say in this case, they also, there was an argument about level of service mitigation, and the court struck that down as not objective. I'll spend a little bit more time on this one. It's only one slide, but there's actually a lot of activity. The legislature gave HCD enforcement authority. HCD has been getting expansive authority, and they have authority over most of the housing bills at this point. But typically what happens if an applicant or HCD gets wind that something may be disapproved, they intercede and they send a letter. They start with technical assistance letters that require responses from staff. But all their letters end with the same kind of bundle of sticks of things that they can do. One is send it to the AG for initiation of litigation, and the AG is willing to do that. They've upped the fines. It can be from $10,000 to $100,000 per month. I haven't seen that used as much. This last one I want to spend a little time on because it's getting worse all the time. If they think there's an improper denial of an SB 35 project, they can revoke our housing element. And what that does is that opens up the county to builders remedy projects. We don't talk about those here because we're not subject to them. A lot of agencies are, but basically that means if you have a certain kind of low income project, you can put it anywhere. It doesn't matter about zoning or the general plan. You can put it anywhere if you're subject to builder's remedy. The only limit on that used to be you still have to do CEQA. It's not a ministerial approval. But I will say with the CEQA reforms that came in with the budget and took effect immediately, a builder's remedy parcel up to 5 acres is now CEQA exempt. So the county really should try to avoid this because these projects could land anywhere under 5 acres. They wouldn't be ministerial, but they wouldn't have CEQA, and under the Housing Accountability Act, we have to make specific findings to deny any low-income housing project, and they're very strict when they look at those. But I think an example of kind of one that went the distance was Elk Grove. They got the technical assistance letter. They didn't respond. It went all the way to litigation. The applicant sued them. The AG intervened on their behalf, and Elk Grove ended up settling. And this is what they got out of it. HCD now has oversight of all their affordable housing applications for the next 5 years. They required the city to rezone a parcel for a future 35 project, and the city had to pay out $150,000 in attorney's fees. So that's kind of the worst case scenario. It's more common that the process with HCD resolves usually, but this one went the distance. I think Huntington Beach is in the middle of litigation. They tried to file suit basically saying, we're not going to do builder's remedy. We think that's illegal. So the AG is going after them on that. But most of the court decisions, actually all the ones I've seen, basically say it's an area, because housing is an area of statewide concern, that they're preempting even the charter cities. So that's how the court decisions have gone. I know that's a lot, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, I'll bring it back to the board. You got any questions or comments right now?
Is Elk Grove appealing? You know?
No, they settled. They signed off. That was a signed settlement agreement with the city of Elk Grove.
Yeah. Any comments?
They wouldn't be good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I know.
And it may not be clean.
That's fair too. We have to get her beep out. don't we?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, one element that we have in this area of the projects that have landed is a state-funded, granted evacuation study that they determined that this roadway, the main roadway over there, is one of the worst evacuation routes or problem in El Dorado County. So you've got a state agency funding that and yet unable to speak to HCD about infrastructure and so forth. I mean, it's just very convoluted, scary, because at what point do we choose public safety over the next lawsuit? And that lawsuit will be either way, we're going to get the lawsuit when something goes awry.
I know it's a very gloomy presentation, but
No, I know.
there is a chance that, that policy things do occasionally work. Recently, the governor did sign an executive order waiving SB 9 after the Franklin fire. And that was a request from the city of Los Angeles because all that area that burned up in the Palisades, with SB 9, they could lot split and it would essentially be double the density.
Right.
They made that request through policy, and the governor did sign an executive order granting that. So I think perhaps legislative pressure. I know a lot of these issues are common, like perhaps through RCRC. A lot of counties face the same kind of issues, but that is one glimmer. I don't know if that would, maybe Los Angeles has more pull that they were able to do that, but in that case, the fire concerns were heard and an exemption, not the 35, but the SB 9 was made by the governor.
Yeah, and I think that's at least something that I'm going to try to contend with HCD if we can get a meeting with them to talk about those possibilities. I'm not against the housing projects because, again, housing is a big issue and we have to meet our numbers and so forth, but we should have some ability for placement over public safety.
Mhm.
And I know the objective and subjective standard, and we've talked about it with our roadway designs and road capacity. Yes, it's subjective on the number, but when you're sitting in traffic trying to move or evacuate, that's pretty objective to me.
Mhm.
So,
Well, one of the things is a good example, you know, I travel that road, Pleasant Valley Road all the time, and where this one particular project's gonna go in. I mean, traffic's backed up sometimes all the way to Zandanella in the mornings. And it impacts a lot. And then when you get to Missouri Flat Road, then it's from Missouri Flat Road to El Dorado, it's backed up. Because of where these projects are gonna be designed, it's gonna impact even more traffic. So I don't know why they're not, you know, looking at this a little bit more clearly before they put these projects in. And we should have some kind of say-so, like Brian says, but we don't, which is really, really sad.
So Chair, I think that's right. I think the issue is a lot of times this legislation is they're really looking at a very urban environment and they're not really thinking about
it's
the
a
wider
one size
implications.
fits all mentality and again.
You know, and they should be put in walkable zones. That's where they should be put in. Not imposing, especially when we're talking about traffic issues.
So I'm trying to implore SACOG, and I'm sure Lori brings this up at RCRC. We have got to at least try to get some reasonableness to some of this, especially when we're dealing with public safety elements of this. And I don't want to get too much off the track here. Jefferson, you're the messenger. I don't want to shoot you.
I
buddy,
know.
but it's something we've been dealing with in District 3 for quite some time now, since I got back on the board, and hopefully we can get to some resolve soon, so we can have at least a say in where these end up.
Was it clear how these, I'm looking at the other attachment, that has the actual maps. Was it clear how those were determined? Because I'm wondering if that would be the better thing to look to see if we could get our maps to make more sense. You know, the urban map where they're, you know, because on paper, the legislators just go, oh, this is a great location, and they're not really on the ground looking. And, you know, we're here, we live here, we know what areas would make sense. I mean, there are good locations, no doubt about it, but these maps are way beyond that. And it's like, what opportunity is there to maybe influence the maps instead? Where'd those come from?
They would have to change the cross-reference. The urban area map comes from the federal census, so
Man,
they're just deferring. They could refer to a different map, but right now I
yeah,
believe that's the same map they use for SB 9. That whenever they have to define the urban area, they defer to the US Census map.
it says opportunity map.
Oh, that's the map, whether it requires this meeting. That's separate.
So
if
that's different.
if a project like this one is proposed in that certain moderate or low income area, then this meeting is required, but it doesn't change any of the other parts of
Does,
SB
oh, I see.
35.
Okay, that's a different map.
And that's the part I frankly don't understand why certain projects have to have this meeting and others don't, but that came in when the public oversight part came out. So maybe that's what the intent was.
I see. Okay, that kind of helped a wee bit. Then, so trying to influence the federal urban maps is gonna be almost impossible, right?
Well, I mean, the legislature could change how they define urban area. I mean, that's
Oh.
just a cross-reference, like, you know, wetlands refer to a certain, a lot of them just cross-reference other laws. I don't think it's a lost cause to try to use something that's more accurate, but that is how it's written now.
Okay, and that doesn't help us with today in this project, but I'm just saying for future reference that that's maybe something we want to look at. Okay.
Jefferson, have you heard of any jurisdictions trying to amend their zoning to eliminate some areas and not allow, but at least target other areas that maybe have the infrastructure that these projects would be amenable with? So obviously we've got our 2015 zoning update, but now seeing the state moving in this direction and things they're doing, we may need, just thinking, we may need to amend our zoning faster than what we're talking about in the rezone, because again, we know the areas they don't.
Yeah.
I think the difficult area, and perhaps Mr. Flower could speak to this, is we have a certain designated amount of housing we have to build, and if it's not going here, it's going to have to go somewhere
I
else. So
understand.
the moving it around is difficult,
I'd
but right
rather
now
pick and
it's.
choose that than the state.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've had that conversation
Yes.
every time this comes up, is like, I don't think anybody is opposed to affordable housing. It's always like, where does it make the most sense? And it seems like our applicants choose places that are already congested or just don't make sense. And we're sitting there going, here's a better location. Why aren't you going here? So if we could, as a county, self-determine where we thought it made sense and have a map of those. Is that something we should be looking into perhaps?
I think that could be helpful, and perhaps with your other presentations today, if those kind of things can be incentivized
Yeah.
or an easier process, I think that would be helpful.
Mm.
The problem is, SB 35 is just one ministerial track.
Right.
There's 2011, which allows this in commercial. I think it's SB 4 that allows it on church property. There's SB 6 that allows parking lots. So even if you're defining certain areas, there's all these exceptions.
It always
35 is the
change.
one that gets used the most, frankly. I think a lot of folks don't understand these other ones are rather complex, but that could be helpful, but
Mm.
the carve out for commercial and things, it makes it difficult.
Okay.
I got a question. Do they ever take in safety in consideration when they put these places, these houses in place?
Mm-mm.
Because there's a particular deal that what you're talking about, Zeller Court. If we put that in, there's not going to tie into Racket Way. You'll have to come out there. So what's going to do, there's going to be a lot of people that can't turn left. Especially if they turn left, it's a safety issue right there.
I think we don't need to go there yet.
But you know what I'm talking about, yeah.
And I think your general question, did they ever consider safety?
Right.
Yeah.
The only part was in dealing with the high hazard severity zone, and then they trumped that with meeting the building codes, which are all required anyway.
Right.
Yeah, I think the emphasis is on building housing. Regarding this specific project, that hasn't been actually reviewed yet, and staff can talk to. It still needs to meet all our objective criteria, and I'm just here to talk about 35, so that project will still require all that review.
Stand by, George.
I know, standing by, okay.
But
Go ahead.
I can, whenever you're ready, I'll switch seats and
Just
staff
one
can
more
talk about the
question, so, and I
project.
know the answer, I think, but there's no consideration for restricting these homes to local residents, like to benefit our own county at least?
That would be fairly difficult to do. I think there's some constitutional issues with doing that.
It's constitutional issues with mandating,
Well,
from local authority too.
I did talk to one housing developer last year, I think, and she said that in her application process, though, to be in the units, you can have a scoring system.
Yeah.
And so if you're already a resident and already have a local job, I believe, and that's off the top of my head, you can score higher. Because that has been another conversation we've had is like, in the past, we've seen that where some units are built and then people that aren't from our county, which is what we always say why we want these. And so I did talk to a housing person that said you can do that. So it's something that we should want to explore and make sure that if it's doable and constitutional, we should at least do that. Right? Because that is our goal, is for our own county
Should benefit
residents.
somehow.
Yeah.
Supervisor Brown, I don't want to say it's a blanket prohibited, but I think it's how you structure it.
Yes.
And I know with other projects, there's really been an emphasis on, if the applicant can focus on how it's marketed too, who knows about it.
Yeah.
And then, yes, there may be ways to tinker, but something blanket like, well, this is only for county residents. We can't do something like that.
Yeah,
But
no.
there are ways to kind of tweak around the edges.
Yeah. And can we encourage that at all? Can we encourage, can we?
I think Karen could speak to that. I think that is done now. but,
Okay. That's a good question,
All
right?
right.
Because we've been talking about that a lot.
All right. Any other questions or comments? Or you want to go ahead and take public comment now? You guys okay?
Mr.
Yeah,
Chair, I
yeah,
think,
yeah,
yeah, I think next
Jefferson
we'd
has
like to,
another half
Oh,
of his
Jefferson's got
yeah, I think
another.
we wanted to move on. I think that planning staff has a presentation on the actual project that
This
is
one.
the
Oh,
subject
okay.
of today's
All right.
meeting.
Sorry about that. Go ahead. Yeah, it's all tied together. Okay, I understand. Yeah. Now I can speak on it.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Anna Kwan, and I'm a senior planner with the county. Today, I'll be providing a brief informational presentation regarding the SB 35 Notice of Intent pre-application for the Diamond Springs Mixed-Use Project and its location within a moderate resource area on the California Tax Credit Allocation Committee and Department of Housing and Community Development, CTCAC, HCD, or otherwise known as the Opportunity Map. No decisions may be made today, and staff is not presenting any recommendations. As Jefferson mentioned, SB 423, which amends SB 35 and was signed into law in 2023, requires that a public meeting be held by the Board of Supervisors within 45 days of receiving the SB 35 Notice of Intent for any proposed SB 35 affordable housing projects located within a census tract that is designated either as a low or moderate resource area by the said Opportunity Map. Next. The Opportunity Map classifies geographic areas throughout the state based on specific indicators associated with positive economic, educational, and health outcomes for low-income families, with a particular focus on long-term outcomes for children. The opportunity categories, which consist of low, moderate, high, and highest resource areas, are based on factors including poverty rates, adult education levels, employment, median home value, environmental burden, and reading and math proficiency. The Opportunity Map compares neighborhoods within the same region based on the above noted indicators. It distinguishes between urban and rural areas and compares rural areas within a county with other rural areas within the same county. Next. I will now go ahead and provide a brief analysis of the state's Opportunity Map as applied to the county's community regions, because most state laws that streamline affordable housing, such as SB 35 or AB 2011 or even SB 9, require that projects be located in census-designated urban areas, which most closely corresponds with the county's community regions. So most of El Dorado Hills community region is within the capital region. That's the area that's sort of outlined in gray in the map, which means that those areas are compared to other urban areas in Placer, Sacramento, and Yolo counties. The other community regions within our county are, for the most part, in the rural areas, which means that they're compared with each other and other rural areas within the county. El Dorado Hills, Cameron Park, and Shingle Springs community regions, with exception of a small area in Cameron Park, contain highest and high resource areas. Both Placerville and El Dorado Diamond Springs community regions contain moderate and low resource areas with small portions of high and or highest resource areas. These opportunity resource designations represent a snapshot in time and are assessed and updated annually based on the specified indicators. Next. The project is located in the El Dorado Diamond Springs community region. Over 50% of this community region is within the low resource area. Over a quarter is within the moderate resource area. A little over 10% is within the high resource area, and 6% is within the highest resource area, which is at the northern tip, which is not in this map, but it's in the northern tip. Next. As for this proposed project, it would consist of adding 2 stories of housing above an existing 4,000 square foot single-story commercial building at 677 Pleasant Valley Road, which would yield 16 units. The proposed project site is located along the Pleasant Valley Road corridor and is surrounded by a small single-story commercial building to the west, duplexes and a single-family home to the north, and roads to the east and south with commercial uses beyond. The proposed project site, again, is in a moderate resource area. Thanks. The subject parcel has a general plan land use designation of commercial. Next. It has a zoning designation of commercial Main Street with a historic design overlay, which allows for residential commercial mixed-use development. The neighboring parcels have the same land use designation and zoning designation. The project is currently in the SB 35 Notice of Intent pre-application stage, in which county staff consults with tribes regarding identification and protection of tribal cultural resources, also where staff conducts a technical advisory committee meeting with other agencies and departments, and also provides preliminary comments to the applicant. Tribal consultation must be concluded and, if applicable, a public meeting held before the applicant can apply for the SB 35 streamlined ministerial housing application. This meeting is informational only. It is not a design review meeting. Design review will be completed by staff with the submittal of a new SB 35 streamlined ministerial housing application, which may only occur after the SB 35 notice of intent pre-application process is concluded. The county may not deny the project based on its location within a moderate resource area or even proximity to other SB 35 projects, provided that the proposed project meets all of the SB 35 requirements and all applicable objective county standards. The reason for today's meeting is based on the fact that this affordable housing proposal is located in a moderate resource area rather than a high or highest resource area. Again, no decisions may be made today, and staff is not presenting any recommendations. This concludes staff's presentation. We would be happy to answer any questions you may have. Thanks.
All right, bring back to the board. Any comments or questions? Ryan?
Yeah, hang on a second.
Okay.
Is one of the attractions to SB 35 the fact that there's access to state subsidies or funding?
Mhm.
That can be the case. We're not aware that that's the case for this particular project.
But some projects
Yes.
Absolutely.
fall into that category and
Mhm.
get funding.
Correct.
Okay,
Absolutely.
thank you.
And then the welfare, if they apply for a welfare exemption, then they're exempt from property taxes, correct?
I'm not knowledgeable about the property tax piece of it.
I think we did discover in one of your recent projects that oftentimes these projects can be eligible for the welfare exemption from property
Yeah,
taxes.
one of the things is we were collecting taxes on that particular building that's there now. If they do file for a welfare variance, will that include all of it?
I think it might be a bit speculative to talk about the tax status of the project at this point, since we don't
Don't know at this
Um,
time.
I think,
so,
again,
okay.
the purpose today, recognizing it is somewhat of a strange process, but it is to receive some public feedback and comments from the board, recognizing, of course, that the project has yet to go through the SB 35 application process to determine either eligibility or compliance with our design review standards.
Totally understand. Thanks, Dave, for that. And like I was getting back to it on Zeller Court, safety issue is a big thing, especially when it comes to traffic. And turning left out of there is kind of it's a pain. It really is. And we don't have, there's no stoplight at that intersection at all. We have a crosswalk, a lighted crosswalk. But one of the big issues is the traffic, especially that flows, because there's a lot of traffic on Pleasant Valley. Like I was saying, it backs up all the way to Zananella. And when you're trying to pull out of this particular area to turn left, it's a traffic issue is what it is. And it could be prone to a lot of accidents. And I know this pretty well because I know the person that used to live in the apartments behind that. And let me tell you, it was really, really hard for me to turn left. And I would end up having to turn right, go to the gas station, turn around and go back up. So I think it's a big issue, especially when it comes to this project. Anything?
Well, thanks Supervisor Turnbull, you bring up a good point. Typically on a project, there's traffic mitigation required. I believe they're pretty exempt from any of that. You said even if there's transit within a quarter, half mile, they don't even have to provide any parking, correct?
That's correct.
So it really makes it difficult and creates some potential safety issues. I'm just going to summarize from my standpoint. I also have pretty close ties to our local school districts, which I don't think anybody's here to talk about those today, but the potential for no property tax, the potential for no real fees to the county, with high impact to our services, high impact to our schools, and again, without that funding, the safety element, the traffic element, I'm gonna do everything I can to not put this project in this area. That's from me as a District 3 supervisor. And I would implore somebody that wants to bring this forward that please work within your community, because this community is already going to be severely impacted by the projects that are already approved on Pleasant Valley Road.
Exactly, exactly. Any other comments from any other board members at this time? All right, now I can open it up to public comment, I guess, right, Dave? Okay, all right, Kim.
We are now taking public comments specifically regarding item number 22. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desired comment. If you're joining by Zoom, please raise the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Come on up, Chris.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. Just a few comments related to today. I note item 22 is listed as a hearing. I didn't hear it called as a hearing. I don't believe it is a hearing. I think it's a public meeting, but not a hearing. I leave that to you to figure that out. That's one of my comments. This project is mixed use. It's not just multifamily. It's got that mixed use element because the notion is to take the commercial that is already existing at that point and put it on the lower floor. And then the 2 floors above would handle the 35 affordable housing units. I wanted to also note that there's 5 business encroachments, 5 Pleasant Valley business encroachments. And currently, I believe there is also been a public safety currently, public safety issue currently. And therefore, this would just exacerbate the already condition that is existing at this location. Now, is there a way to reduce the county's risk? I think there is. You just put a indemnification clause into the agreement or the project in terms of its approval. And therefore, the county completely does not then have any risk. It all is on the shoulders of the developer. Essentially, that's the way you could craft it. So I'm saying indemnify the county for anything that comes out of this project. The other part of it is to, as we look at the future, then have DOT look at the project as if it was just a regular project. And what would be proposed if it was just a regular project becomes just a part of the story as you go forward that you can rely on later if some kind of litigation comes out of this project. So hopefully have DOT look at it as a regular project also identifies if we have the ability to make this project work at this location, what would it need in order for it to function effectively? And then finally, this question of objective standards. As we know, we were at, or I was at the Diamond Springs El Dorado Community Advisory Committee meeting last Thursday, and we had a discussion and there was some really good dialogue. Some people are here tonight that might talk about that, but thank you for the time. Those are my thoughts. I have many more, but that's it for right now.
All right, thanks, Greg.
Good afternoon. Frank Porter, Housing El Dorado. We have a housing crisis in our county. You've talked about it before. We have seniors who are being priced out of their mobile homes and urgently need of affordable housing. We have local manufacturing, retail, and economic development opportunities. You just heard a hearing about economic development. Well, if you want to help prosperity grow in our county, we need to be meeting the housing needs of everyone who lives here and works here. You and your own departments now in the county are failing to attract and hold on to employees because of a lack of housing. This local school districts, I talk to local businesses all the time. They are not expanding and not able to expand their business. Why? Because where are the employees going to live? There is no housing for them in the county. And I want to distribute that up to the board. The problem in our county is we have a long history of building above moderate, what's called in the terminology of the housing business, above moderate, which is upper income housing. We do a great job of that. This chart displays that we are woefully behind though on building the housing for very low and moderate income folks in our county. And that means that local businesses, local preschools, you can talk to the local community service district folks. They are having a hard time retaining employees. You are having a hard time hiring them in your county, and housing is a big factor in there. Not only we as Housing Eldorado deal with seniors and helping them to stay in housing, they are the largest, most rapid growing unhoused population in our county is seniors. I don't know if you knew that. They are the ones that showed up when we ran a safe parking program. It was mainly seniors. So what I'm telling you is this is an existential, fundamental problem for the county. And this project is a small beginning point on the nearly 3,000 units you need to build in the county over the next 4 years. In the first 4 years of the current housing element, you've approved building permits for 85% of the above moderate for the upper end housing. You've approved 2.84% of the very low. And that's a fundamental problem. You should be embracing and celebrating developers who are stepping up and spending their money and time to put together projects and bring them to you. And rather than pick them apart with technical issues, you should be embracing them. So I hope you'll do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dave Spar, El Dorado Hills, District 1, Planning Commissioner, Supervisor Ferrero. We are embracing housing. Our plan wants to dive deeper in economic development into housing, looking at the U.S. Forest Service to build workforce housing. We want CAL FIRE housing. We want county housing. However, it would be best to be able to plan where there's infrastructure and where there's transportation to do that. And then we can best develop appropriate housing for appropriate areas. SB 35 was designed to fight no-growth communities where I grew up, Los Gatos, Carmel, Pacific Grove, and force them into housing. They're struggling trying to make that. All of you are opposed to it. I'm opposed to it. I can't speak for staff. It does accelerate some of staff's time, so that's good. And if it would go into safe areas with transportation and with services for affordable housing, it would be great. I did the first workforce housing in Pebble Beach. $5 million bond between Pebble Beach and my redevelopment department. 2 days before we got the occupancy permit, the state came to us and said, you can't do workforce housing. I said, HCD, you approved it. Well, now it must be available to everybody who's low income, low mod, not just the employees of Pebble Beach. So we opened it up to the whole world, and they lost half of their workforce housing. Fortunately, it was only 50%. I think it's time to look at CSAC, RCRC, Cal Cities, League of Cities, and have them write cleanup legislation for SB 35, using some of the history that these cities and counties have had problems with and the safety issues. You cannot deny public health and safety and a response time for ambulances and fire trucks to get to residential units, or to not have elevators, or to have hook and ladder trucks high enough for what they can build by right using SB 35 in some of these areas. It's absolutely horrible. And it's time to do that cleanup legislation, and I would help you do that. Thank you.
Thank you, David.
Afternoon. Jim Wassner, advocate for senior county residents. Afternoon, board members and staff. I want to commend you for your recent actions in approving affordable housing developments in our county. These decisions were made in the face of stiff opposition from those who want to close the gates on future development in our county for fear that we will become like Folsom, or worse, we may compromise our ability to evacuate in a fire disaster, as happened in the town of Paradise. How do you explain to a NIMBY that the apartments that they are fighting against are on a parcel that has always been zoned for multifamily residential units? While these issues can evoke strong emotions, we must have continued development while ensuring that it is sensible and controlled. The county's 21-24 housing element progress report shows that we have no problem hitting 85% of the goal for housing in the above moderate income classification, while we have hit less than 12% of our intended goal for low income housing units. If we do not turn these numbers around, we can risk losing valuable state and federal funding because of our poor performance. In these times of uncertain budgets, we cannot afford to lose any state or federal dollars, especially those we know we can get. Despite recent legal reforms enacted to help address California's housing shortfall, issues such as high interest rates, material costs, and a labor shortage continue to delay much needed housing projects. We need to do what we can to help turn around our dismal performance of the past. This project intends to add 16 affordable housing units by adding 2 stories above an existing commercial building. Affordable housing serves both our low-income senior residents and our younger residents who are looking for workforce housing. Less than half of the people that work in this county can live here. They can't afford to live where they work. The 2015 zoning designation for this parcel is Commercial Main Street. This zone allows a wide range of pedestrian-oriented retail, office, and service units and mixed-use development comprising commercial and residential uses. I ask that you act decisively and expedite the approval of this worthy project. And before I thank you for your time, I end up with 30 seconds. I just want to say, I live at Lake Oaks right between Diamond Springs and El Dorado. I'm smart enough not to go out there at 8 o'clock. I'm retired. I don't have to go. And a lot of these affordable places, they're retired people and they're going to do the same thing. Because if I drive up there, I cannot turn left. There's not a chance because everybody's going where? Union High School. And I think that's more of a statement about where we live in this world that our kids have to be taken to school every
Thank
day.
you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. I'm Peg Vanderkar from District 3. And first of all, thank you for the very complicated work that you all do. I really appreciate it and empathize with it. This is about mixed use, but it's also about that one particular parcel. The main thing I'd like to invite you to do is think a little bit existentially, because yes, you're right, Brian, that maybe I should say Supervisor of your camp, sorry. It's another V name, so, when you just think about that with no road improvements and all of that, it makes a very difficult situation. I've known people that live behind there too. My office used to be just a block away in the other direction. And so I think you all and the staff too would be encouraged to think about, okay, what do we do about roads when we agree with housing? But in the meantime, trying to get the housing in there is critical. All the folks have talked about the need for affordable housing and how seniors are being squeezed out and young people. None of my kids live in this county, or grandkids for that matter. So when I hear about the difficulties of getting the housing, getting the traffic, getting all of this, SB 35 sounds dang complicated. It's like walking in kelp while trying to get out of the ocean. You all who have to make decisions are just caught in the kelp. Now, speaking about the specific project, putting housing above an existing building is a little bit historical. Main Street, Placerville has buildings with upper levels that have both business and housing. I know that some of it has been housing over the years because I've known some people who've lived there. So we could think historically, and this is just the beginning of trying to make things a little bit better in Diamond Springs. That would be the way I would encourage using it. It also uses a current footprint. It doesn't use more land being used up for housing. So I think that's critical and important. I appreciate the staff's work in working with this SB 35 and the amendments, and that's just crazy. And you have to deal with all the crazy making, but think about the need first, please. The need is for more housing that is affordable. And people in the higher level housing do not want it with them. It's going to be placed in places where the traffic is difficult. So figure out how to do the traffic too, but it may not happen at the same time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody else want to speak on this item? Come on up.
Just need more time. I would put a moratorium on this to clean up what happened in 2015 with the mixed use ordinance and all the, well, actually, when that happened in 2009. Restrict a 0 lot setback requirement on, that could be put, this building could be put on Pleasant Valley Road. It's ridiculous. People aren't NIMBYs. That's just rude. They want safe development, safe, there's health and safety policies in our general plan that are being ignored. I'm concerned. I'm trying to read the language. It's not very clear that it says the planning director has ultimate decision on this. It talks about post decisions, pre-decisions. I think it has to go to a plan, and it talks about planning commissions, but I keep scrolling and losing those points. I think it needs to go there to determine if it qualifies for SB 35, because these don't, and I keep telling you, they don't. It's real easy. You could say, our transfer, it has to meet the general plan. It's right here. In the event the objective zoning, general plan, subdivision, or design review standards are mutually inconsistent, a development shall be deemed consistent with the objective zoning and subdivision standards pursuant to this subdivision if the development is consistent with the standards set forth in the general plan. So they don't meet the road capacity requirements. I sent you when they did the study for the first village apartments, they were at level service F. I know 2 people that died at that intersection. They were supposed to put in a traffic signal, but instead they went through this hokey pokey and put a exit out of Diamond instead. So you never mitigated that. It's a very severe hazard area. And let him come after us. This is a high fire area. And there are, like you said, we have other codes and policies in the state that X out these policies. So I will tell you what I sent you. It isn't a very high fire area. Well, not this one, but bringing that to the fire district's the one that has the ultimate say. They don't have to comply to this. If they don't have the units to take care of these places, this project is short on, I don't know where, actually the exemption for parking has more requirements than just the transit. There's other things that they have to meet. And this parking should have had 34 spaces on it. It's got 8. There's no way, people are gonna be parking on that street right there, which is the dangerous part in probably the entire county. So the parking, the historic standards, if you look at that building, is not following our historic design guidelines. That would deny the project as SB 35 if they want to make it look that ugly. And the SB Majorie was sued, and
Thank you,
we
Sue.
made it through the appellate court. You can charge fees. You're the ones that are
Yeah.
exempting the fees
Thank
for
you, Sue.
traffic.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
That is allowed per the
Anyway,
SB 35.
thank you.
There's nothing in there that says you can't require them to pay the fees.
Thank you.
I saw my good friend Kirk Euler. My name's Kirk also, but I'm the real Kirk. I'm Captain Kirk. My grandkids call me Captain, so that's who I am. Well, I must have oppositional defiance disorder because I listened to the attorney read all the nuances of SB 35, and I do not like the feeling of being blackmailed or bullied. Man, I just fight back. And I think you're being blackmailed, you're being bullied. And I'm not even going to use that terminology about growing something, but yeah, the safety of the citizens of this corridor, if you will, their safety trumps anything that proclamation that comes from a governor or any of the language in SB 35. That's just a fact. I don't care what's written, and that's the way it should be. What I really wanted to share was, I think Linda was here today sharing a short little 3-minute vignette of Paradise. If you've read the book, And she relays some of the language in that book. It's just, it's horrifying and it's very, very apocalyptic. And I hope she's not up here soon reading another great novel, The Great El Dorado Fire of 2025, 2026. Hopefully that'll never be written. But there's another bestseller, and I encourage you to read the book of Revelation, The Doctrine of Last Things, the only book that states, "Blessed is the one that reads aloud the words of this prophecy, and blessed are those who hear it and keep what is written in it." And for those in our community who did not hear about this meeting, whether they didn't see it on Nextdoor, didn't see it in the Mountain Democrat, there were no flyers about. Anyway, I have a remedy for that. It just sometimes seems too convenient to keeping plans and meetings and agendas and information on the down low, so people don't have access to that information. It makes it easier to vote on that component. But if you really want to get the word out, you'd get an electronic message machine. You could put it right on that job site, right there. It'll fit and tell everybody what's happening. Low subsidized income housing right here, 16 units. However, there's a meeting at the Board of Supervisors on this Tuesday at such and such a time. That would get the message out, because I don't see this place overflowing with objectors at all. So here's my remedy. We need a community town hall, okay? And that would include all the Board of Supervisors, planning, DOT, Rafael Martinez should be here, CAL FIRE, County Fire Chief, and I'm going to pursue it with somebody up here and make sure that we get that, and we can discuss all this stuff. We can include the public, and if we have to put it in the El Dorado Fairgrounds, let's do that. So.
Thank you.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Appreciate it.
Pat Hester from District 3, and my main concern is safety. I live about a half a mile from the core site that we're talking about. I watched the Caldor people desperately trying to evacuate the fire, and I couldn't get out onto Pleasant Valley Road from Zandanella. Please consider the people that are here already and keep our safety in mind. And if you don't want to take responsibility for that, give it to the developers, put in a clause. Do something. We have got to manage the growth. I'm totally happy with getting more low-income housing, but it needs to be properly placed. And Pleasant Valley and Diamond Springs are getting overloaded. Consider dealing with the traffic flow first, and then get those projects going. One other thing I've really had trouble with is the county site that isn't complete. It doesn't show these projects coming up in our neighborhood, and I'd like to see that taken care of. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the boardroom like to speak on this item? Come on up. I don't see anybody. Kim, go ahead and Zoom participants, please.
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from John Fusano.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, well, thank you. Here we go. My name's John Fasano, and I want to take this kind of more micro. We've been talking about the macro because I own a residence on Zeller Court. And yeah, after looking at this, we're going to be negatively impacted big time. And I, like everyone else, has no problem with adding affordable housing, but just like the woman before me, it has to be done with common sense. It feels good to say we need the affordable housing, but we're not in Berkeley or Oakland or LA. So this is not not smart in any way, shape, or form. Looking at the map, breaking it down to Zeller Court, our parking, there's 8 residents that are in there already. And they want to take away half of the road, the right of way, the to where the setbacks. We just don't know what's going on because of the SB 35. And she mentioned, or two women ago, it's a lot of gray area. You'd almost think that's written that way on purpose. Okay, but I trust the state. That would never happen, right? That's sarcasm for those that don't know that. The Zeller, we've been in existence, Zeller Coat, for over 50 years with the 40-foot road, and they want to take away half of that in the proposed plan, dividing it in half of the court. So that is a massive concern. Yeah, but which has already been talked about, the potential safety risks for the ingress and egress of road access for emergency vehicles, utility vehicles, and just the residents themselves. So I just wanted to voice that and let you know that I'm not the only resident out of the 8 there that is definitely going to support our board. And it sounds like that you guys are on board, and we need to unite and do this right with our housing to help the seniors out. And right there is not the spot. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, John.
Now taking public comment from Larry Rolla.
Good afternoon, Board. Larry Rolla from Diamond Springs. What a gloom and doom presentation SB 35 is. I just feel like we're handcuffed with the state. But is affordable housing needed? Absolutely. And I think when you look at our area, specifically Diamond Springs and El Dorado, I'm looking at a list right now. We've got the Diamond Springs Mobile Home Park, 155 homes, Westwood Mobile Home, 70 homes there, Lake Oaks Senior Village, that's 293 homes. These are all affordable homes. And then you've got El Dorado Mobile Village, another 30 homes. So those are the mobile home parks right in our area of Diamond Springs and El Dorado. Now let's take the SB 35 projects. We've got Diamond Springs Village Apartments, 80 units. Phase 2 of Diamond Springs Village Apartments, that's going to be 31 units. El Dorado Haven, that's 65 units. And now let's throw in El Dorado Senior Village, that's 149 units. So clearly this area has been, we're flooding the zone with affordable homes in this area already. And it just baffles me. And I think the board, it's been very interesting to hear some of the comments from the board, especially Supervisor Veerkamp clearly understands the problem in our area. And Supervisor Turnbow, I know you also understand the problem on Pleasant Valley Road. We are getting no help from the state. And that's what really irks me. We've got a Caltrans division, a modeling division, traffic modeling division that refuses to model all of the development in our area and look at these new projects. And in addition to the community park, you've got Piedmont Oaks, another development with 75 townhomes. You've got Dorado Oaks, 382 homes. And then you've got Texas Hill Reservoir for another 80 new single homes that are all going to impact the traffic in our area. And no one is modeling this. No one's looking at our safety and looking at all of these developments, putting them all together and looking at the big picture. And I can't believe that we can't put pressure on the state, specifically Caltrans, to model all of these developments in our area and to look at not only normal traffic flows, but emergency evacuation. And it baffles me. So my recommendation to the board is to go after Caltrans and to use that as ammunition with the state so that we can start to push back on some of these low-income housings. It makes sense in some areas, not in this area. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Linda Campbell.
Hey everyone, Linda Campbell, El Dorado Hills. I actually agree with Larry. The whole SB 35 presentation was doom and gloom. But in reality, we have policies in place. And you guys, it's almost like you're being trained to simply be defeated without actually looking at the things we have in place. So slide 20 of that presentation, the traffic impacts,
it says that we can apply objective traffic standards and policies. But then the third bullet point down says LOS traffic mitigation requires subjective staff judgment and a collaborative mitigation process. I would be willing to bet the transportation department would say they're not doing subjective work to determine LOS. Our county has always operated off of level of service, and they have a lot of things in place to know the roadway impacts. You guys approve roadway improvements based on LOS information that's given to you. So I don't understand why staff put that in this presentation. Also, as part of that, policy TCXA1, traffic from residential development projects of 5 or more units or parcels of land shall not result in or worsen level of service F. So you've got information in place. You've got stuff that you have the ability to say, this is a high-risk area, and here's our documentation. You review and approve things all the time showing this stuff. But when one of these types of housing projects come up, you like throw up your hands like, oh, we can't do anything. Well, staff should be doing something to support the fact that our county has policies in place to help protect the safety of our citizens. Additionally, the safety element update that we just did, a lot of it focused on evacuations. Larry brought it up. In reality, when the safety element was approved, I reiterated over and over again, are you guys going to figure out some way to come up with a model to show evacuations and the impacts on it? I still haven't been able to find that, and it still keeps coming up. So if there's some way that you can get a recurring model in place that you can evaluate full evacuation input on a roadway, it would be to the benefit of the county and the citizens, and we would be able to leverage that as well. The last couple things, I guess, isn't this part of a historic district? Does Diamond Springs have a historic district? Does this not go into where this building is going to be? Just a question. Also, do we know if the commercial building can actually hold the load of the addition that's being proposed? I think all of those things, again, go to the safety of the potential residents that would be there. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda.
Now taking public comment from Tita Bladden.
Hello, this is Tita Bladen. I'm a resident of El Dorado Hills, Board of Supervisor, District 1. I'm speaking as an advocate for seniors and older adults. So I am in favor of affordable housing, but I would also like to encourage the board move forward on all these other things that they mentioned as far as being able to identify where in the county would we want affordable housing. Let's really put those maps together so that a developer that wants to build affordable housing in our county doesn't have to figure out on their own where could a project go in. I mean, if we truly are behind providing affordable housing, whether it's workforce, whether it's seniors, whether it's young families, let's get together and get these maps together. We can do things in parallel. I'm just getting frustrated by hearing all the no's. So let's try to move forward on some positivity in moving forward on where can we do affordable housing. So just like the Affordable Housing Task Force is coming up with an ordinance, I just really want to have, how can we actually say yes to affordable housing? So I encourage movement in how can we get to yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Robert Williams.
Hi, this is Bob Williams, Planning Commissioner, District 2, Chair of the Commission. I hope that you have had a chance to read my written comments. I won't elaborate on those, except to the fact I want to underscore the fact that the Planning Commission was really left out in total. When we consider the interim design standards and guidance from the SB 35 debate. there are a number of issues that we can, as a commission, help you supervisors and analyze and help find the solutions. We all believe that affordable housing is a task and responsibility for us to deal with right now. And nobody in the commission, I believe, is averse to doing everything we can to that. But when the commission is relegated to having to only deal with part of the picture, as Ms. Taylor had indicated, there are provisions in SB 35 that would allow us to turn to the general plan. We have certainly other defining objective standards in transportation and others that could also be applied. But we this year alone, staff has decided to cancel 4 of our meetings. We have another meeting canceled in 1 week. You've all appointed us to be members of your planning commission, the 5 of us by the 5 of you. I just encourage you to use us. Just like the good work of CD we saw today, we're just as committed and willing to roll up our sleeves and make this happen. But that only can happen if you allow us to happen and not just assume that because it's easier for us to say, oh, well, this is a ministerial issue and it'll go away. It's not going to go away. It'll only fester. I, again, encourage you to send some of the work back to us so we can do the hard work for you. Thank you so much.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, so I'll go ahead and close the hearing and bring it back to the board for any other comments or questions. Anybody?
I think there's some good points made. There's maybe potential to look into a few more things and let record stand as it stands. In my
Yeah.
opinion.
Yeah. Greg, anything?
Agree with Brian, if there are ways we can, exceptions to the rules that we can find, I support finding them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I totally agree. We have to work with our other groups.
Yeah.
And we have to engage potential legislation to amend.
Yeah, and we all had that meeting with the governors, staff and stuff, and pushing back on SB 35 and some of the issues that comes into place.
Got to work it from multiple sides.
Right, exactly. All right, okay, so there's no action item on this. It's just a receive and file. So I appreciate everybody. Thank you very much.
Item
24, yeah. Oh, wait for a minute. Piling out, everybody's talking. I don't know where Chris says I didn't open the public, and I said open it. I said open the hearing. I didn't say public hearing, but I said open the hearing.
Yeah.
I don't know, anyway. I don't know. I don't know where you got that at. I started that way at the front.
Well, and I thought he was picking on this word right here.
Huh?
That he was picking on that word right there.
Yeah, maybe it was. I don't know, whatever. Whatever. Needs a bigger shirt.
It's probably already like a 3X.
What? You laughing at me?
I'm not laughing at you. All right. So, sorry about that. Anyway, so we'll move to item 24, CAO Chief of Probation Officer, MOU ad hoc.
Item number 24 comes from the Chief Administrative Office recommending the board establish and appoint 2 members to a Chief Probation Officer Memorandum of Understanding Ad hoc Committee.
Yes.
All right.
So this is from our office. We, as you are all aware, our chief probation officer has announced his retirement effective in October. So we did meet with county counsel and HR director, and I did meet with the presiding judge and the court executive officer to talk about what that recruitment might look like and expectations as the court is the appointing authority. And during that meeting, they expressed an intent to revive some discussions about an MOU between the courts and the county that would, so these are discussions that started a couple of years ago. And so now with a vacancy, it's a good time to pick those back up and look at that and include some provision for the role, better defining the roles and responsibilities of each of us with regard to the appointment, removal, and supervision of the chief probation officer. So that's not a discussion that we can have with your full board, certainly in closed session, and wouldn't be practical to necessarily wait for board meetings and have that discussion in public either. So we would like an ad hoc committee so that we can, as we go through this process, at least have some input from a portion of your board to bring back to the full board.
Okay, all right. So discussion from any of the board members?
I'm happy to volunteer to sit on the ad hoc.
Yeah, me too, because I'm already dealing with the sheriff and probation anyway now, so I'd be glad to do that.
Well, just food for thought. We have a court up in the basin. We have a JTC. We have a probation department up there. So I'd strongly like to have that kind of representation because all of you down here don't understand what we deal with up there.
Well, do you want to be on the ad hoc?
I would. Yes.
Oh,
Oh,
see,
okay.
I didn't hear those words. You
So I didn't say those words. Thank you.
There it is. I'm like,
Well, we were waiting for you to say something.
Just be direct. I want to be on this.
All right, so
Sure.
I'll go ahead and bow out, let Greg and so one into the county, the other into the county. Let's
Yeah.
do it that way.
I think
then.
that'll be
Right.
good. That'll be good.
Okay,
So, oh wait, we need to get public comment. and then
yeah,
I'll
we're
make a
gonna open it up
motion.
to public comment. Yeah,
Okay.
come on up. Anybody
We are
wanna
now taking public
discuss this
comments
item?
specifically regarding item 24. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desired comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Anybody want to speak on this item? Come on up. All right, I don't see anybody, so let's go to Zoom participants. I thought Sue was going to speak on it, so it's all right, Sue.
Now taking public comment from online participants. There is no public comment.
All right,
All right. So I'm
bring
gonna
it back
make,
to the board.
I'm gonna make a motion that we appoint Supervisors Ferrero and Lane to our Chief Probation Officer MOU Ad Hoc Committee.
Oh, I'll second that motion. All right, all those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
One didn't look at me. He doesn't.
Sandwiches.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so I guess,
I'm like going.
so we'll go ahead and do our supervisor updates.
Yeah, because we're gonna be dark, so we don't want a big old.
Yeah, I don't wait until later anyway, so let's start with you, Lori, your way at the other end.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
The one week that I'm not ready, but the only thing, I looked at the calendar and the only thing I think that really was that we had our water agency meeting and we tried it out here.
Uh-huh.
It was a little interesting. I'm not sure what we'll do in the future, but I think in September, water agency is going to be up in Tahoe, I think.
Yeah.
And then I know in October, we'll be back down in El Dorado Hills because this room is getting its makeover with new equipment. So very exciting. And that's all I can remember I did the last week.
Okay.
Okay,
Brian?
while that water agency meeting was going on, we had a Caltrans District 3, meaning Caltrans District 3, not my district, our District 3.
Oh, yeah.
Area tour, which highlighted the new bridge to Mosquito Swansboro. Greg survived a large bus ride down Mosquito
We all
Road.
survived.
Hats off to you, buddy. I sat up front and I still almost didn't make it. Anyway, that went well and we had a good dialogue with Caltrans, continued dialogue about some of the issues that we are getting here. And hopefully we've, at least they're understanding that. We also had a SPTC JPA corridor meeting. Chair Turnbull was involved with that, discussing possibilities and so forth and trying to outline and streamline some of the railroad issues, which we identified and are already working on. So thanks for facilitating that meeting, Chair Turnbull. On the 21st, SACOG, we had the legislative update, Executive Director eval. And then that evening, we had the El Dorado Diamond Springs CAC Community Design Guideline Kickoff. And it was well attended as well. Chris, thank you for that. And the input was well received from everybody. On the 22nd, I did a walking tour with our DOT on the Diamond Springs Parkway. There's been a little bit of dirt moved, some buildings removed, and just wanted to get the exact parameters of that project. We are experiencing a little bit of a difficulty with fish and wildlife. So I think Kathy took a call from them today. Hopefully we're able to facilitate getting the permits necessary that we need for that dry creek that goes through there. And then we had yesterday we had a State of the Cemeteries meeting, which I appreciate staff bringing us up to speed, and I think some good ideas were shared there about maintenance of our cemeteries moving forward. And in various other staff meetings, City of Placerville today announced a new city manager had been selected, Dave Warren, who was their finance director, and he will be taking over October 4th. And that's it for me.
Okay. Brooke?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple things. I had the pleasure of hosting the president of CSAC on Friday. After he toured the Mosquito Bridge, he came up to Tahoe and drove the public transit with me out to Emerald Bay. And he was very interesting because he has a background in forestry. And so we had a lot of opportunities to talk about some of the tree thinning projects and the dead and dying trees that are up there. And then that kind of led into biomass and all the things we talked about today. So it was great having him, and thank you, Supervisor Ferraro, for the opportunity to meet him and show him a little bit of our area. And then also, I just want the board to know that there will be a road safety audit conducted by Caltrans up on the Highway 89 corridor, but not up by Emerald Bay, but rather Camp Rich area. They've increased speed limits to 45 miles an hour, and everybody's very concerned. We have 2 wildlife crossings through there.
Except for bears, right? They can.
Well,
Yeah.
and I was just going to bring that up. We've got the Kokanee Run starting up there in a couple weeks, right at Taylor Creek, and to increase the speed limit through that area it's scary. So Caltrans has heard us. They're going to come up and do an evaluation. And I'll be participating in that, and I'll let you know the outcome of that.
So that did just get changed then, that speed
It
limit?
just went up, yeah.
Yeah, I tell you what, I mean, as you know, I was up there last weekend and driving through Camp Richardson, and the speed limit's 45. It's
Right.
kind of hard to believe, actually.
It's really,
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
it's really tough.
State of law.
You got something?
Oh, you go first. You
No,
want me to go last? You
Yeah,
gonna
go-
last?
no,
All right.
I'll go last.
No, okay. I attended the Caltrans tour with the Colorado County Transportation Commission as well. I'll let you talk about the Clean Air Achievement Award. That you,
Okay, yeah,
were part of.
yeah.
Yeah, and so before President Jeff Griffiths from CSAC went up to Tahoe, he visited Placerville, and the CAO provided a briefing on the county for us, and we brought in behavioral health and the sheriff's hot team, and kind of highlighted the successes we have had with our homeless issues, which I think we are actually doing a pretty darn good job as a county. From there, we all hopped in a van and took them to 3 different locations. We went out to the Diamond Springs Senior Village, talked about the challenges we're having with that area, and SB 35. We again went up to the Mosquito Bridge, which is a pretty incredible engineering project that's going on, and then finished the day up at Apple Hill with a tour of Apple Hill and had lunch up there. But all in all, it was a great day, and thank you for Supervisor Lane and Turnbull for participating. And then on Friday night, I attended a fundraiser for an organization called Jake's Journey Home down in Folsom. And it's a foundation to raise money for homeless veterans and provide them one-on-one help to get them back on their feet.
Anyway, yeah. Anyway, I attended that that meeting with Greg. We had a great time. It really was.
It was a good
They
day.
were, you know, and they got his name wrong. They called him John Fierro. But anyway, we got it all straightened out anyway. So it was kind of funny when they put out their newsletter. So we got that straightened out.
It's irrelevant over here.
Yeah, I know, exactly. But anyway, and then we had this, Lori and we had the SMUD ad hoc committee meeting that we had and some of the issues that's going on that. And then I had a discussion with BLM, especially on the drainage issues that's going on in Cameron Park. And then Brian and I attended the SPTC JPA discussion and stuff on that and looking at that. And then the Saco region ozone, we won a county award for that. And also how we reduced our ozones in our county and stuff and what we're working on. It was a great presentation. A lot of the other surrounding counties were there too, so Placer County and stuff that represented, so it was really good. And then that thing was, Seacycle was really, really good. And then also we had, I think that is it that I have. Can't think of anything else except for the car show on Saturday, which I won a blue ribbon first place. How much about?
Nice.
So that was actually pretty good. So
I
anyway.
do have a question though for you. You've reported out SPTC meeting and I'm the alternate on that, so I'm questioning why I wasn't involved. So maybe we can follow up on that because that doesn't make sense to me.
Okay, no problem. Okay,
Okay.
all right. CAO?
Nothing to report. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Nothing, really? Okay, all right. So we can adjourn this meeting, I guess?
Tell everybody we're not gonna be here for a couple
Oh,
of weeks.
yeah, we're gonna be dark for 2 weeks.
2
weeks. Got that, Chris? 2 weeks.
Enjoy and have a safe holiday.
Yeah, so adjourn the meeting here at 4:27.
All right.
Okay.